We're there now. I call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council meeting for December 9, 2025. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given the opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public, in person and virtually. Virtual participation in council meetings are now available on your computer or smartphone via Microsoft Teams or by telephone. You can learn how to participate virtually by visiting our website, www.clermontfl.gov, and search for Attend Council Meetings online. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. In an effort to be respectful during the meeting, please make sure your cell phones are set to silence. Thank you for participating in your city government. Tonight's invocation will be given by Father Mark Waiter of Blessed Sacrament Catholic Church. Please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Loving God, we give you thanks for all who are gathered here today. We thank you for abundant blessings. We thank you for allowing us to be involved in the work of the council and the city of Clermont, and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. We pray for all those involved in armed conflicts throughout the world and their families and friends. As we approach Christmas and winter, we ask that you keep all of our people safe, especially those who have no shelter from the cold and no food to eat, that the help of caring people, they will find rest and refreshment. You have said that citizens should obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. So we pray for our mayor, Tim Murray, for our city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. O God, in your hands are the hearts of the powerful. Bestow your wisdom upon government leaders. May they draw from the fountain of your counsel and please you in thought and deed. In your most blessed name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. The next item on our agenda this afternoon is public comment. Beginning with this meeting, we will now allow virtual comments, okay? In public comment, excuse me. If you wish to address the council in person, please come to the microphone and state your name and address. Once in-person comments have been concluded, we will move on to virtual comments. If you are participating online on Microsoft Teams and wish to provide comments, please raise your hand and you will be called on to unmute your microphone when it is time for you to speak. If you're participating by phone, you will press *5 on your phone to raise your hand. Then once called upon, you will press *6 to unmute your microphone. For all virtual participants, if you wish to comment on other items on the agenda, please stay on Microsoft Teams or on your phone and raise your hand when your items come up for the agenda. This portion of the meeting is only for items that are not on the agenda. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given the opportunity to do so, each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. To avoid disruption of the meeting, speakers should avoid inappropriate language, personal attack, derogatory statements, and direct comments to the city council. Everyone is requested to be respectful of each other, even when we disagree. Are there any public comments? Yes.
Hi there, Sean Brunick, 837 Summit Greens Boulevard. I want to talk about item number 17 from the last meeting regarding the crosswalk at the intersection of Old Highway 50, Blackstone Lake Road.
Just a second, sir.
So there's a couple of relevant statutes.
Sir,
Yeah.
just a second. You said item 17?
From the last meeting.
From the
Item
last
number
meeting?
17 from the last meeting.
Okay, okay.
So there's a couple of relevant statutes. Number one is Chapter 316, Section 2065. A cyclist in a crosswalk is a pedestrian, not a vehicle. So vehicular laws don't apply to them. The other statute is Chapter 316, Section 130. Drivers with a yellow signal must yield to pedestrians and crosswalks. Simple as that. Okay, minimum fine, $160, 3 points added to your driver's license for failure to yield to pedestrians and crosswalks. Okay, so the gentleman at the last meeting said a couple of things that I think need to be addressed. He said, I'm quoting from the transcript, quote, if you're heading, I guess it's east on Old 50, they have what they call a passive yellow. It's a flashing yellow, which means hurry up and turn when you can, unquote. Whoa, a flashing yellow signal does not mean hurry up. It means proceed if it is safe to do so.
Prepare to stop.
Continuing, quote, I'm looking at oncoming traffic looking for an opening. As I go to turn, here comes a cyclist. I almost ran someone over. If it wasn't for the other car pointing at me, I would have turned left, unquote. That guy is simply a bad driver. I don't know why you gave him a platform, but please do not take any advice from that guy. Let me see. On the other hand, I would suggest take advice from the Best Foot Forward Coalition, which is a special organization here in Central Florida addressing pedestrian safety. Back in July, the Lake County Board of Commissioners joined the Best Foot Forward Coalition and adopted their proposals, which includes, educating drivers about crosswalk safety, monitoring intersections, and also, finally, enforcing the laws, ticketing drivers who do not yield to pedestrians. Let me see. I got a flyer for the Best Foot Forward Coalition if anyone wants to take the lead on this. If not,
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. Last month, I had the opportunity to attend the Florida Bicycle Summit, which was just a whole day full of different initiatives and presentations about bike safety, safety for pedestrians, like advocacy, legislation, education, all sorts of things. It was inspiring. I hope that you will be able to attend next year because it is a yearly event. But my mind keeps going back to the words of Mark Levi. He is a pediatric surgeon for Orlando Health. He has seen a drastic increase in the number of children who are suffering severe injuries, including traumatic brain injuries. This was also echoed by Mike Wilson, Senior Transportation Planner for Metropolitan Orlando, and also by Cheryl Alderando, who is the Injury Prevention Coordinator for Orlando Health. And the reason for this is that we see now e-bikes, as you know, e-scooters, all these devices are becoming more and more prevalent. And I am not surprised because when I go downtown, I see children riding without helmets on e-scooters, e-bikes, e-motos, and more. Now, I love that these devices exist. I own one. I own a Class 1 e-bike that I use to shop for groceries, that I use to go to appointments, and that is, one car less on the road, traffic being the main concern for the Clermont resident. That is a good thing. However, as a consumer, it is the Wild West right now when it comes to purchasing these devices because our laws haven't caught up with the technology, and it's going to be a while until it is we're able to catch up. That said, legislation is not the only component that needs to be addressed here. We have a big opportunity here in Clermont to start addressing the educational component. Like our children go to school, they take PE classes. I don't think that we are providing them with bike safety classes in the schools, and perhaps this is an opportunity that we can go ahead and take. I called the Lake County schools and the Aurelia call to ask if the students are receiving in-school bicycling education, and it seems that the answer is no. So our children do not know, for example, how to fit a bike helmet, which is crucial to bike safety. They don't know the rules of the road, but then we give them e-bikes that can go up to 28 miles an hour, and then we expect them to be safe. That is not going to happen. We have the ABA here in Clermont that can assist us in creating a good curriculum, but there are also other organizations that already have these curriculums, like, for example, the League of American Bicyclists. They have developed programs for students and adults. And there are also things that the city can do to encourage people to take the right choices. Other cities, for example, offer rebates if people take courses online. Oh, I apologize. May I take just one more minute?
No.
Oh, thank you. So, long story short, like there are things that we can do and that we should be doing, and we should leverage the ABA to help us here, but also other local organizations. Now, Christmas is coming, so I suspect a lot of people will be buying these devices. If you are one of them, make sure that your e-bike, if you're buying an e-bike, make sure that it's UL 2849 certified, because a lot of these e-bikes, the manufacturers do not, some manufacturers do not really care about the safety, the fire safety of some, and we see e-bikes catching fire. If you purchase an e-bike that is UL 2849 certified, that mitigates that risk. We don't want e-bikes catching fire. Make sure that you understand what the different classes of e-bikes are, that we have class 1, class 2, class 3. As of now, I think only class 1 is legal to use on the trails, and again, the laws are always changing, so make sure you look into that. Manuel, yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Farmer Banks Helfrich, Clay Road District, Southlake County. Farm tip of the day: now's the time where you can put lettuce in the ground, actually with seeds. The great thing about lettuce is it will give you 3 harvests with the same plant. So once it grows big enough, you can clip the leaves, use them in salads, sandwiches, with ranch dressing, and then also every month they will produce. So you can have lettuce or salads for the next 3 months. Mayor, council, distinguished guests, I'd like to congratulate the honorary Brian Bain for being our newly elected council member. Where has compassion gone in our country? We live in a society now where we are divided. We are entrenched in our own thoughts, our own ideologies. We are separated, we are siloed, we are put at different or into different teams. Our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, our sisters, our neighbors, our friends are pitted against each other. And our enemies delight in it because we're not fighting them, we're fighting each other. So what can we do as a society to change that? We need a unifier. We need someone who will listen and hear rather than yell and scream. We need someone who will reach across the aisle with an olive branch and offer peace, offer solace, offer calmness. And the unifier is not a politician or a policymaker. The unifier is not a celebrity or an actor. The unifier is actually the person you see when you look in the mirror. So the next time you look in the mirror, look hard, because you will see compassion, and that's what this country needs the most. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Before the clock starts, I would like to have these passed out to the council, and I only have an extra one, I think, for Rick and Tracy. This is what I got from your office today, so you know what it is. Can you share? Because I had to have them do that because I had problems with my printer today. I'll wait till they're passed out. And where is this thing ready to go? Where I don't have to play games today? Okay.
Bless.
I need,
Oh, okay.
okay. In fact, Wayne, would you just hone in on right there, this spot right here? Yeah, that's got the dots. Okay, Charlene Harrison, 4th DeSoto Street, Clermont. And I would hope if you extend just a minute or so, because I'm trying to thank some people, and then I want to tell you what happened down there and how I want this solved forever. And I'm not going to put up with it happening again. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Debbie, that is his Rick's assistant. and to a guy named Piero that works for the crew. And I'm sorry that Debbie's not here. I just called her and asked why was she not here. She's up to her eyeballs with something. And could you not get Piero to come? Okay, so I really wish they were here because there's two heroes. And here's what's happened. I think all of you know, and I've come in, especially Tim, who's been here a long time. This has been going on for 10 years down at our street with trying to get barricades and whatever. I gave you the color photo because you can see all of the red stuff, but those heavy things are barricades. The other thing,
Ms.
orange.
Forrest, speak into the microphone. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Speak into the microphone, please.
I'm sorry?
Speak into the microphone.
Oh, yeah, I know, and I'm the one that complains back there. But it's hard to do that and that, okay?
It's better for you too. There you go.
Yeah, okay, perfect. There you go. So, all of those things that are orange on your thing, that's where we get all of those no parking by the CPD. Okay, I begged, and first of all, I've got to not let this person out. Our chief is sitting there in the back, and I'm gonna show you a picture that I gave him of something happening on the other end of DeSoto that we saw at the Fall Festival weeks ago. And it was something that could back up on 5th Street out to 50, told him we had a safety huge concern. He jumped on it, and thank you, Chief, from the bottom of my heart. He got it right, and he stepped in, and he made sure that we got this taken care of. But here's why I'm here. Thursday, I see some of the signs are not out, and they're not on, as you see, this piece here of 10th Street that goes near me at DeSoto over to 50. Those have been there since 2019 on the map. I then start calling Debbie. I made 3 phone calls to Debbie on Thursday and 5 on Friday. And Debbie doesn't need to have phone calls from me. And she hung in there because she was the only one left to her device here because everybody was gone. Our city manager and assistant out sick, family sick, whatever. Couldn't find anybody. I even go, I want to tell y'all, to Orlando, and I'm at an appointment with my doctors, and I said, oh, and I got to get home, and it's, you know, the Friday night light up. Oh, God, the Friday night light up. Even my doctors of 40 years know about this hell that happens down there. So now I've done everything I can, spent 2 weeks prior to this, and then we don't get the signs down on that part of 10th Street. And Debbie stayed on it all day. The sweetest words I heard from her was that I'm not going home early today. I'll be here till 5. And if you just extend this and I'm done. And then I want to talk about Miss Alice who jumped in. I called a council member. And we would have had a very bad night. Now, nobody's ever going to break my spirit and what I come in here, but you took my joy away again at this city. And I know who did it. And I'm going to talk to you later about this, because when one of the workers, they came up in the truck and said, I said, well, who said this? You're not going to get them. And they said, and I quote, the chief said that we're going to hold off on that piece of 10th Street. Well, I knew that wasn't true because I talked to the chief. He's not changed anything that was before that worked, and guys, it works. And I told the chief, it's funny for y'all to hear this, that's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen when those things, the traffic just flows through there. Our cops can get through there. And the chief can vouch back here, they didn't get one call from me, I didn't get one call from all my neighbors where something's blocked up or anything. It worked. Now, the last hour, 4 o'clock on Friday before light up, when all hell breaks loose, they are circling like ants at a picnic. And Debbie gets it done because I have been on the phone checking with Miss Strange. She was not well a couple days, thought I'd check in. And I says, listen, I don't know if you're well enough. She makes a phone call. I tell her and bring her up to speed. So thank you so much for that. Our neighbors all thank you so much. But what I want y'all to know, it's not the workers. It's some people down there at the Public Works, and I've been in here 2 years ago. We got Stony Brunson making a good amount. We got 3 guys under them with total $400,000, and they can't get this right. Guys, this is shameful. It's shameful. And I'm sorry, I mean, I have to fight for my neighbors, and I do it, but I would love to have just one night that I could go down there in 1 year. So guess what? If this doesn't get fixed after this and we start on this in January, I make this promise tonight, and I do want to show you. There's the one.
Ms. Ford,
there's my little goofy one that I did for the chief down there at DeSoto. He got all that done and the island, and thank you so much. But If we got to run the dream team here and we have 3 people out here, and Tim, you're here, you know about this, so I know you've always been a very good advocate for us. This is shameful. We got people that do this, and I don't get paid to do
Ms.
this.
Forrest, take about 15 seconds. to wrap
No,
it up, please.
what I'm saying is, we got people getting a nice salary. I've already talked to
Okay.
Dan and Rick over the phone, and so we covered that yesterday, what happened. I've caught them in a lie. I know who they are.
Okay.
I know who they are, okay, and it's not true. And the workers were just in front of my house in a truck looking at me like, I'm so sorry, Miss Forth. We
Okay,
want to
Ms.
help
Forth.
you. Yeah, but we don't know what to do. So I wanted that to be put on the record here. Now we're done. Now you see it's there.
It's on the record.
It's there, okay? We're not having this year. We're
Thank you,
done.
Ms. Forth.
Okay, and Rick, I'll be seeing y'all, okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Paula Hoisington, 564 East DeSoto Street. I want to bring to your attention a project that we've been working on. In January will be 6 years. And I want to plant this seed with you today with the hopes that when we enter into 2026, we can resume the conversation of creating a community center in Clermont. 5 years ago, down at a Martin Luther King event, casual conversation on the need for a community center for Clermont. Particularly, the Alliance was looking at putting something in Lincoln Park area. We've had numerous conversations with members of the council. We've had conversations with our surrounding cities. We've had conversations with our school board. We've had conversations with the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners have supported us. They even wrote a resolution in support. We've met, and then our interim city manager, and now that he is our city manager, we're hoping to resume that conversation with him. The need for a community center in Clermont. You go to every other city around here, Orlando, Orange County, recognizes the need of community centers in their communities. They recognize what that brings to the people, the opportunities to where they can teach children, they can teach seniors, they can give them a hand up, not a hand out. They invest in their future. And that's all we're asking the city of Clermont to do, to have vision of what a community center can do for the citizens, for our students, for our, I mean, we can bring it, we've had conversations with other entities that want to come in and partner. Central Florida Urban League, I have the pleasure of serving as the board chair for the Urban League, where we touch all the surrounding counties. We have said that we will come in some of the same programs that we're bringing into these other cities. We can bring these programs into Clermont. But we cannot do it without a structure. So I'm asking you, as we go through the holidays and we come into 2026, that this council will recognize the importance, and we can have a real conversation about the possibility, not the possibility, I'm going to plant the seed that we can bring a community center to Clermont. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is public comment. Anyone in the public wish to address anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Close public comment in-house. Mr. Administrator, do we have anyone on virtual?
No, sir, not at this time.
No one? Okay. In that case, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And before we move on, I'm gonna ask Mr. Van Wagner, is there any changes to the agenda?
Two things, Mr. Mayor. Item 20, the board appointments consent agenda. There's a request to approve board appointments except for Kelly Carter, who's withdrawing her application for the police officer pension board.
Okay.
And then secondly is item 25, a variance. The applicant's requesting to table that item till January 13th of 2026.
25?
To 2026?
Yep.
I'm sorry, yes, item 25, yeah. I thought you meant the year.
We have a date for January. Well, you know, we only have one council meeting in
Right.
January. So
They're requesting January 13th to be tabled.
13th, okay.
That's their request.
Okay. Entertain a motion on item 25.
Move to table item number 25 to the January 13th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table item number 25 till 13 January 2025. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. And that's it, sir? Yes, sir. Well, if I may take the pleasure, Chief Graysick is in the back, and I had asked Chief Graysick to prepare a little brief synopsis on fireworks for us, because I know we got fireworks, the holiday season is coming up, and I'm getting a lot of complaints about fireworks and everything, so I had asked Chief Gracie, when I talked with him the other day, if he can prepare a little, something on fireworks, how we need to handle that, because it's beginning to be a bigger problem in the community, and I've already had 5 people come to me already about it, so.
Do we have fireworks scheduled for Christmas?
Yes, fireworks be all of, well, no,
For New
it's
Year's?
Christmas, they'll be going to Christmas, they'll be going New Year's, and that's one of the
Oh,
problems.
you don't mean city fireworks, you
No.
mean citizens
Citizens,
fireworks.
yes. Fireworks in the city.
I
We
have
don't-
4 kids, so I'm not up until midnight.
No, I'm talking about the, if you notice, I know the state changed the laws a couple of years back, and now you notice fireworks tents pops all up over the city, where before the law changed a few years ago, it was limited. So now you have fireworks all over the city, and people complaining. I got people out there can't handle the noise. Fireworks going off all the time, day and night, and so I just want to get some clarity and understanding before you all start getting inundated with cause to know exactly what the laws are and what the rules are. Chief, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Graysick, Chief of Police. I'm actually going to turn the brief over to our PD attorney, Rob Corbett, and he'll give you the brief, and he'll go over the exceptions for the dates and the city ordinance and those things.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rob Corbett. I'm General Counsel for the Clermont Police Department. When it comes to fireworks laws, mainly state statute, okay, 79102, Florida statute, says that it is unlawful for any person, firm, company, etc., to offer for sale, expose for sale, sell at retail, or use or explode any fireworks. Fireworks, of course, is defined in the law and doesn't include minor things like sparklers or snappers and things like that. The law does go on to provide an exception for fireworks displays that are given a permit by a city or county. And then there are other statutory sections that give certain exemptions and exceptions. 79108 provides a statewide exemption on designated holidays. There are only 3 holidays during which people can use fireworks. That's December 31st, January 1st, and July 4th. Those are the only 3 exceptions. Notice that those designated holidays are exceptions for use, but not for sale. Sale is technically not allowed in Florida at all, with one exception. 79107 says that purchase, sale, and use of fireworks is allowed for the purpose of frightening birds from agricultural works and fish hatcheries,
Birds.
which is governed by rules set out by the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. The rules that have been set up and the case law suggests that fireworks sellers can sell fireworks essentially to anyone who's willing to sign an affidavit stating that they understand the exception and that's how they intend to use the fireworks. And there is one city ordinance, section 26-25A, says it's unlawful to carry, fire, or discharge any explosive or weapon or firework, again, that is as defined in the Florida statute, in any city park. The city park ban on fireworks includes the designated holidays, so people would not be allowed to use fireworks in the city's parks on any day. Of course, unless the city gave a permit for an event. That's the state of the law on fireworks.
Okay, I think I heard you say that selling fireworks in the state of Florida is illegal.
Well, the exception,
Except-
the exception is to sell for the use for agricultural purposes, to scare off birds from agricultural sites and fish hatcheries.
So let me ask this question then. When these tents start popping up here in a couple of weeks all over the city, how do we authorize them? I've never given a permit. I had to do any permitting. So how do we handle this, Mr. Waugh?
I don't know what the city's practice is, although certainly the law that's been represented to you is correct. Rob and I have talked about it. There is potentially a little bit of quibbling, you know, what would happen if it went up to an appellate court again today. But what would you like to know exactly, Mayor?
Well, the problem I have is the tents pop up, and of course I'm being told that illegal. I know they're not buying them for agricultural purposes. So how are we allowing them to sell all the fireworks in the city? And then I got fireworks being shot all over the city in neighborhoods all over the place. For example, across the street from my house, I mean, sometimes 7 o'clock in the morning, I got fireworks going off.
Well,
You know, and it's not even the holiday. Days before the holiday, I know I got police force running all over the city chasing it because they're getting calls all the time.
The case that Rob found is a good one, which, you know, someone had the same concern you did. And basically, it went up to the court, and what the court found is, look, they're signing an affidavit where they swear under oath that they're going to use it for agricultural purposes. And if there's no other evidence, to say, well, no, they didn't, even though you have common sense, and they're not using it for a fish hatchery, you know, if that's all the evidence is, forcing the Clermont Police Department to go out and summon the other evidence is a really difficult task, especially when there's not a warrant involved. So what we're left with is the affidavit process, and that's the state of the law. So,
Yeah, essentially the case is called State v. McKetta. Monroe County sent undercovers into a fireworks seller's place, a wholesaler. And the undercover said things like, great, I can sign this and buy these and then go blow them off in my backyard. And they gave all the hints that they didn't really want to use them for agricultural purposes, but they signed the affidavit, and the courts held that the sellers are allowed under the law to rely on the affidavit. So when you go into those tents to buy, they have you sign the affidavit, and that's the state of the law.
Mr. Waugh, is there any way we can actually go into the tents and check and see if they actually having people sign these affidavits?
yes, I mean, certainly Clermont can do that.
Okay, all right. Because, you know, like I say, it's becoming a serious problem, and I know my officers are tired of running all over the city trying to chase them down for these holidays, and not just for the 3 holidays you said, you know, because I guarantee you in another week or so, as soon as these tents pop up, they'll start going off all over the city. And the thing is, I got some residents out complaining to me about, you know, they had brain surgery and they can't handle the noise, and it just shakes them. Up elderly people and things like this, and had one really come to me and complain last Tuesday at my luncheon about it as well. And so they're starting to get really concerned about it. So how do we handle this? Do we continue to let our officers run around like crazy?
I'd be happy to talk to Rob and the chief about proactive measures and addressing this.
Well, would appreciate that, because I guarantee the phone calls gonna be coming in, and officers, a lot of times, like even in my neighborhood, while I don't call them, I know other people are calling, and by the time they get out there, they're not shooting them off right then. So what can we do? I wake up, I walk out in my neighborhood, I find residue in my driveway, all over my cars and everything else. So we know they're being shot. So, but if we go in and to the tents and check and see if they're doing the affidavits, they're not doing the affidavits, what's our avenue in, what actions can we take then?
That is punishable under Clermont law as a misdemeanor at the very least. And like I said, I mean, I don't want to give away all the cards, but I'd be happy to work with Rob and the chief about this.
Well, okay, in that case, I'll let you work with Rob and everything, but I just want the people to understand that this is one of the problems we have out there. And I have people coming to me all the time, starting to come to me and already starting to complain about it because they know the holiday season come up. And I want to tell them, keep calling the police, even though I don't want to have to stress our officers out like that, but that's all we can do at this point. Keep calling and try until we can come up with some way we can control this, you know. So, and it's beginning to be a bigger problem every year. As Chief, I guarantee you, Chief Grace could tell you that. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can the public weigh in? I know y'all have a long line. Can I weigh in about what happened over at our house? About this thing?
1 minute, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't have a story. Listen, also, and he can listen back here, you guys. The two tents we know of is down at Winn-Dixie and down at Exeltech, the old parking lot, right, till that goes away. And I'm telling you, 2 years ago, and I had to call the chief, they were launching mortars behind our house over near 10th and at the back where Exeltech is, and they caught the tree on fire at my son's house and also hit his roof and damaged his new metal roof. So there's mortars out there, and I believe those things are illegal, and I know they're selling them at those tents. So all of y'all they are mortars. And when they go kabang, it's like an explosion, and you can see it. I mean, you know, it's like being in a war field. But anyway, it hit my son's house and caught the tree on fire. Yeah, so FYI, we need to check on that. Yeah.
And, well, we'll let you, Mr. Watt, you'll get with the chief and anybody work that out, but I also thought there's, certain types of fireworks that was illegal to sell anyway, so, but like you say, you want to give away all the secrets, so we'll see what we come up with. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is on the meeting agenda is a consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. Anyone in the audience wishes to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the city council wish to speak to a consent item, they have the same opportunity. Consent items for tonight is items 1 through 20. I think 20 has already been dealt with. Okay, 1 through 20. Anybody interested in pulling anything from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I would like item number 2 pulled, please.
Item number 2. Anything else?
Item 11 and 16.
Excuse me?
11 and
11.
16.
And 16. Anyone else?
Number 9.
Number 9. Item
Number 9 is the
Item
request.
number 9. I'm gonna pull, anyone else? I'm gonna pull 17, 18, and 19 myself. Okay? Are there anything else? Any other? If not, I entertain a motion on item 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and item 20 with the exception.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of so said consent items. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. All right, item number 2, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked for this to be pulled. I'd like to submit to my fellow council members a revised workshop and meeting agenda, and Wayne, if you wouldn't mind putting that on the screen for us too. The reason why I've submitted an additional meeting schedule and workshop, meeting and workshop calendar is that, I know I'm new to the council, but I've sat out in the audience for a few years, and watching the council try to schedule meetings that could have been scheduled up front and then canceled if not needed is rather painful. And I think that if we talk about the necessary need to have conversations and more conversations about the bigger ticket items that we're addressing. Having these workshops, particularly scheduled ahead of time on that third Tuesday, would allow for the public to plan for that, for us to plan for that, for staff to plan for that, so that we're not trying to scramble at the last minute and find times to have workshops. Because all of us are employed, busy, and we have meetings outside of this. I would just like to try to plan ahead for 1 to 2 regular council meetings a month, and then also a workshop meeting a month. We cannot do that in January because of Code Enforcement Board. The Code Enforcement Board has already occupied the January 20th date because of MLK Junior Day being on Monday the 19th, and that's their normal meeting day. So the differences you'll see in this version versus what's in our packet is to go ahead and schedule those regular workshops, and you'll see them color-coded in red. I left all of the public budget hearings in blue in there. Those are already what staff had indicated. And then for the council meetings, I did put the ones on there for November and December. I'm open to that conversation. I do realize, however, that it is close to the holidays. I will say, though, that our work doesn't end just because it's that holiday week. And so I think, you know, if you all could see, this is the agenda packet just for this meeting. And what happens when we go November, December, and January with only one meeting is we get packets like this or larger. And I think everyone can agree it's hefty. And getting that even on Wednesday or Thursday before a Tuesday meeting is a lot to take in for the general public and for us and for staff to have 5 individual meetings with all of us to cover all of that for basically 2 meetings in one. And so I'm just throwing that out there that I would like for us to plan ahead, to have 2 business meetings every month, to have a workshop on the books. If we don't need it, we can cancel it, but it would avoid us having to have those conversations and spend a half hour trying to find a time when everyone can plan in advance for that. I also put the 4th Tuesdays on here. If we need them for something, we can have them, but there are 4 months where we do have an additional Tuesday in the month that is not already occupied by a city meeting. So I'll open that up to the rest of the council and the public, obviously.
All right, Mr. Bang, prior to council, the previous council, it was always understood that the third Tuesday of the month was open for workshops. We used to automatically have that scheduled for workshops if needed. Okay, so I have no problem with that. Of course, I'm looking at January up here on 27th. Of course, we know we've already canceled January 27th due to the fact that we'll be in Tallahassee on legislative days. For us November and December, I tend to enjoy having just the one council meeting myself in November and December, because things get a little hectic and people are trying to go out for holidays and all this. And so usually that second meeting in November and December is running right in connection with the holiday, either Thanksgiving or Christmas and all. So most of the families are gone and people are trying to get out here for the holidays. So, and of course myself, I have so many things going on during that time, like, but this year, for some reason, it's really treacherous. I mean, it's been running like crazy for me this week and all next week, you know. So it's great to have the break with the council and everything, and not have to prepare for council during that time in the mix. But we can always, as far as the agenda go, we could always scale back our agenda and look at it and make sure when we store it back up in January that we do it in a reasonable and sensible way, putting things on the agenda so we don't have to have such a large package. So that's.
I would like to say, like you said, the 3rd Tuesday we already have for workshops. And far as for November and December, our staff goes hard all year long. And I know the American culture is work, 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 work. But my concern is burnout. And we have to have balance. And that is partially why we have one meeting in November and one meeting in December. We are not in the position to be able to give bonuses and extra pay to our city workers, but we can give life better for them by having work balance. And so it has been a standard to have one meeting in November and one meeting in December. We are not doing anything that is earth-shattering, that it has to be taken care of today or tomorrow. Part of taking care of yourself is resting as well as working. And I think by having it slow down, it gives people time to breathe, and they need that. I need that as well. But my concern really is for our staff, because they work so hard. And as you know, July is a very heavy month. September is a very heavy month. I mean, it's just in addition to all the other things that they have to do. So I am not for scheduling for November or December, because if it's scheduled, then more than likely you will have something on there. And I use that time to slow down as well with my family. Thank you.
Yeah, my opinion would be I understand the need for workshop meetings, but my understanding is if we put it as a permanent thing, then we have to do public notice, and then if we cancel them, we're canceling to the public, and the public would then say, well, obviously you're not doing your job because we're canceling. As opposed to, like the mayor said, we could have these as tentative every month, and then the month before we could say, okay, we need a workshop meeting for this, that, or the other thing. Whatever might come up that's pressing that will require additional time, as opposed to being a council meeting. So I would say continue the way we were, leaving them open for discussion, so that, let's say in January we need something for February, then we could say, okay, let's schedule the February council workshop meeting for the third week of that month. So I would be for that.
Yes. Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the, I'm sorry, Ms. Strange.
Oh, I would actually like to see some budget workshops done in May before staff start working so diligently on their budget. I think it's important they know what the vision is from this council, what policies we want to see in place, and what kind of budget we're looking at before they put pen to paper and start working on their budget. So I would suggest that the May workshop, rather than being a regular council workshop, be a budget workshop. And I mean, I would be happy to revisit it again in June to touch base with them, answer any questions they have. I know this year I felt like when we got to the budget workshops, staff had already done so much work that there could be a feeling of, well, I don't want to ask them to do it again or send them in a different direction. So I think before they start really working on the budget, it would be good for them to know in what direction we want them to go. So that would be my input on the calendar as far as the workshops are concerned.
Okay, I'll come back and address that in a minute, but in the meantime, I'm gonna open up to the public. Anybody in the public wish to address this may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes.
Hi, Meredith Nagel, business owner at 1201 West Highway 50. You know, for years and years and years, we had scheduled workshops, and it was a lot more government in the sunshine then, and I cannot count the number of times I've heard Councilwoman Strange especially say, I would like to workshop this, I would like to workshop that. And then when it came down to scheduling a workshop, lo and behold, there was no time available. So to my way of thinking, it's a better way to include the city, make the participants and voters feel like that they have a voice, that we know what's going on, and we have set opportunities that we can bring these big ideas, small ideas, everything that we all want to the city of Clermont, for the city of Clermont. We can have a time to do it, we all know when it's gonna happen, and then that will make it happen. I don't know about y'all, but if something's not scheduled, it's hard to make happen. So I would like to see those workshops start at 6:30, just like I'd like to see the council meeting start at 6:30, so that we can have as much public involvement and government in the sunshine as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Valerie Shuitt, 931 West Montrose Street. I like what is proposed here. I think it's very smart to have a placeholder workshop, which is what I believe Mr. Bain was proposing every month. I'll say, as someone who has had multiple things on the agenda that I was a vendor and applicant for, it is quite brutal when there's only one council meeting a month, and that does happen for 3 months in a row. in terms of getting on the agenda, the time that it takes, and I just don't know. I see why that might have worked for us before. My question would be the size of our city now and the operations of our city now. Is that really feasible? It seems like we tend to kind of cancel meetings if we're within the vicinity of a holiday even, like 5 days away from a holiday. We're like, ooh, we shouldn't have a council meeting. However, I do respect what Ms. Myers said. I understand that. My question would be for staff, and maybe city manager or deputy city manager has a pulse on this. Is it helpful to have, does it create more of a bottleneck for staff and decisions when we only have one meeting a month? Is it really lifting a lot off their load, or is it kind of disproportionately spreading their workload out? That would be my question. I don't have the answer to that, but those are just a few things I think about.
Thank you.
Paula Hoisington, 564 East DeSoto Street. I commend you, Councilman Bain, for having the foresight to come up with an agenda, with a schedule. It says to be determined if needed. If you don't need it, then you can cancel it. You don't have to worry about the public notice, because it says to be determined. You will know in advance if the workshop is needed. If it's scheduled, then you know what your year looks like. We have been here Tuesday after Tuesday for council meeting when Councilwoman Strange was like, I'd like to have a workshop. And then you all go, oh, I can't do it that day. Oh, we got this going on that day. But if you know that it's already scheduled on the agenda, on your calendar, then if there's a need, you can schedule the workshop. I too believe in live, work, and play and make sure that you balance life. But when work dictates that the people's work needs to be done, then that's a choice that you made as being an elected official or city employee. The people's work should come first. I'm not saying let's work everyone to death, but if you have a schedule for the year, then you can schedule your staff off because you know what's scheduled, and they can build in that work-life balance. But if you do it on a hodgepodge when everyone needs to come up, and then you have everything else that's going on in your life, and that Tuesday doesn't work because you've already scheduled this, then we run into that problem where those workshops that need to be done cannot be done because your daily life has already taken precedence over it. But if you have an agenda, you have a schedule for 2026, you know what days are tentative. And as a council, you know when you need to schedule a workshop. I see nothing wrong with us moving forward with this. You may need to tweak it a little, but having something set out for the public to see for 2026, if they need to come to a council member and say, can we schedule a workshop in February on this Tuesday? They already know what days are available because the city's calendar is already posted. I just ask for you to be a little proactive as we go into 2026 and not continue doing things as they've always done, because then we get the same results. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I really like the idea of pre-scheduling dates for workshops. I understand that we have this floating date type of thing where the third or fourth Tuesday serves as a date for a workshop, but I have been here as a resident at 3 p.m., which is difficult because, I have a job that goes until 6 p.m. I have been here and then watch the council struggle to schedule a date for a workshop. I believe if we have these pre-scheduled, we would solve that problem. Also, I understand the need for rest during November and December. Rest is important. You have to take care of yourself and the staff. We have to take care of our staff as well. However, again, I also second a question that was previously asked. Are we actually resting, or are we just creating a bottleneck? Because these are all things that still have to be done. So are we just creating a bigger agenda on January because we're resting on November and December? So perhaps this is something that we should consider, actually having 2 dates, even in November and December. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, Close public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I realize I have an error on here. The yellow is actually 5th Tuesday, not 4th Tuesday. Sorry about that. We already meet on the 4th Tuesday, so that's the 4 months that there's a 5th Tuesday. And I didn't put that on there for us to actually schedule something there. It was more of a, if we needed something in those months where a date didn't work and we wanted to try to keep a Tuesday, those would be opportunities for that.
I think there's someone on the.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
So
We're all
sorry.
getting used.
I'm going to have to put a post-it note on here.
We're all getting used to it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that too.
Okay, I'm sorry, we do have a virtual, so anyone who's on virtual, state your name and address, please, and go ahead.
You have one, I'm not allowing it right now.
Thank you. It's Jenny May, 4062 Greystone Drive, trying this out for the first time. And I want to tell the council, thank you very much for letting me do this, especially during Children's Pickup Day. Anyways, I wanted to, basically, I guess, follow up with everybody who has gone up there, who are speaking in favor of what Councilman Bain has put forth. I believe that structure is important. I think it makes it easier for the city manager to have a schedule in front of him that is set forth, so that if any workshops are scheduled, those can be scheduled forward, and he has those dates for you all to put in. I know there's tweaks, especially for the holidays, especially November, December, but I do believe it's positive. The second thing is that I couldn't see very well on my phone about times, but if some of the workshops or some of the meetings can be switched from, sometimes at 3, sometimes at 6, because, like everybody has said, we all do work, so it would be nice to have some time switches from, some at 3 and some at 6. But that's all I need to say, and thank you again for allowing me to speak as a virtual public person. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now I close public comment and come on back.
Sorry about that. We're all going to have to get used to that, I think. Okay, so apologies on the 4th Tuesday. It meant to say 5th Tuesday, and I did not put those on there to say that we need to schedule something. It was more of just a way of showing we have a 5th Tuesday if we want to keep things on Tuesdays 4 times a year. But I would like to make a motion, at least to start the process here, and then we can continue to discuss and see where it goes. But I would like to make a motion to approve this calendar with the following corrections: to cancel January 27th, to make Tuesday, May 19th, a budget workshop as opposed to a regular council workshop, to make Tuesday, November 17th, a regular council meeting as opposed to a regular council workshop, and then cancel Tuesday, November 24th. And to make Tuesday, November 15th, a regular council meeting, and cancel Tuesday, December 22nd.
That's December 15th.
15th, did I say? 15th. And then, so 15th would be a regular meeting, 22nd would be canceled. So that this would allow us to have 2 meetings in November and 2 meetings in December, not the weeks of holidays. This year, we're kind of in a pickle with the January because of where code enforcement falls, and maybe next year, planning ahead, we can prioritize where the council meetings are on that. This would allow us to move forward with that. The biggest reason why I wanted to have a meeting on that 24th of November was so that we could get our new council sworn in. And with the way that the 26th election is going to run, we won't, working with the city clerk's office, we won't know until probably the 20th, I believe, having a certification of electorates. So, pushing it back, I was just cognizant of trying to get our new council in, because as a new person, I will tell you that you don't get city email and those types of things until you're official. And I know citizens out there who have asked me, did you get my email? And no, I didn't, because I didn't have an email yet. And so I'm just trying to be cognizant of the fact that we elect someone, the general public thinks that they're elected, and they're not, and they're not sworn in yet, and they're not official. So that's the motion that I put forward, and that's the rationale of why I was trying to do it, and hopefully we can approve this modified version.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, you have a motion and a second before I call for the vote. Miss Tracy, going back to back, this meeting there, is there any problem with advertisement and notifications?
For advertisement, as long as we know in advance, we'll be able to advertise
With
accordingly.
no advance, so that means we have to complete the agendas for the second meeting a week or so earlier, doing the
Yes,
same
sir.
time we're doing the first one, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that would be 2 months.
Huh?
It would just be 2 months that we'd have to do that.
Yeah, well, we just have to remember when they're doing the agendas, during that time for that second month, second meeting, because you have to have so many days for advertisement and everything. That just put a little bit more stress on the staff to try to create 2 agendas at the same time, okay?
Well, I think a
Going
fair
back to
question
back.
was asked about, what is, at least I'm sitting up here making presumptions. From a staff perspective, Rick, is it easier for you to have one massive agenda that you have to deal with, or is it easier to deal with 2 smaller agendas?
From the staffing perspective, we don't mind doing an extra one and letting it be full like this. I mean, this is a big agenda, but I know the staff enjoys having some extra time. So that's my experience. I've only been here a year, but they appreciate having some time off.
Well, as I say, I've been around
But we're here to serve you guys. Whatever you and the citizens want us to do, that's what we'll do.
I've been involved in city council for almost 20 years now, and they've always done one in November and one in December. But there's also the opportunity, if we need, we can always call a special meeting. For example, when I got elected back in 2020, we had to have outside the regular council meeting, we had to have a special election meeting to swear me in and a couple other council members in, because we were basically down to 1 council member and no mayor. So they was afraid of the holidays being left without. So we did a special meeting, and we always have that opportunity. And as I said before, I have no problem with the workshops, because prior to this last council, we always used the third Tuesday for workshops anyway. Yeah, but it's just, you're right. Every time we call for a workshop in the last year or so, it seems as though that third Tuesday didn't work for people, even though that was always there for us, and we always going around, but
Well, and we can keep in mind
we can continue to
too,
do the third Tuesday. I have no problem with that. Okay.
we now have with this technology, the ability to zoom in or video in, and,
Right.
when it comes to the workshops, I mean, everything's recorded now, so if we just can't make it, we can't make it. There's still 4 of us there. I mean, that's something that I think the public's been pretty clear that they want to see more frequent meetings. I think the public's been pretty clear they want to see meetings at night. I mean, I'm hearing the public say that, and I worry this is becoming a staff versus public issue, and so I want you guys to talk me out of it.
No, I'm listening to the public as well and all, but at the same time, like, for example, I heard a comment about the 3 months in a row with only 1 meeting. The only reason that's happening this year is because January, legislative days in January, is happening at the same time we're doing our council. And I think all the council members will be in Tallahassee, so we won't have a quorum here. Now, we can either cancel going to Tallahassee, trying to advocate for funds to try to run the city with, or we can sit here and do the council meeting. I'm trying to go to Tallahassee and get some money, okay? And that's why we canceled the one in January, but the one in January isn't usually canceled, and the only reason we're having a problem this year is because being election year, they moved up legislative days. Usually it's March, April or so, they usually do legislative days in Tallahassee, but because of the election, they always move them up in January. It's a short legislative week, so that's that one. Other thing I made a note on here was time. Somebody mentioned about time. You didn't indicate what time are we going?
I intentionally did not, because I think that being cognizant of the agenda, my goal, to be transparent here, was to bring back, because we have that in writing, our council procedures, to bring back an amendment to the meeting in January to address the times.
Well, most time when we scheduled used to be at 6:30 with everything else, but in the past year when we did workshop, we always tried to sit here and come up with a time. But I still think it's behoove us to have a set time. Like I said, it used to be at 6:30. Are we gonna put them back at 6:30? So we know what we're doing, what we're dealing with.
Yeah, and I originally would prefer to do it that way. Again, I felt like that would be could potentially be a whole nother lengthy conversation and debate, and so I wanted to, because it's only one meeting this month, I wanted to try to stretch that out and not put all that into one package.
Okay. So we have a motion, and any other comments? We have a motion and a second to approve the set schedule with the exception of cancel, with the one schedule in January, canceling that one and moving the 4th Tuesday of November and December to the 3rd Tuesday. And then the workshop in, what was it, May?
May, making that a budget workshop.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
And the chair vote nay as well. Motion does not pass. 2-3. Is there another motion?
I move to approve the budget as presented in the packet, with the exception of making the May regular council workshop a budget workshop.
You said add the budget workshop and the.
Yeah, so
January?
as presented in the packet,
Okay.
with the change that the May, sorry, I'm probably in the wrong place.
We currently don't have workshops scheduled on this calendar.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So to have budget workshop added in May. May 19th.
And 3rd Tuesday in May for a budget workshop, already scheduled. We'll go ahead and schedule that. And the change in January.
January's already showing as canceled for legislative action days.
Okay, all right. May 19th, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to accept the meeting schedule as presented in the packet, with the exception of adding the budget workshop on the 3rd Tuesday in May. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor. I guess I'll ask my fellow council members, are you all that? Because I will tell you, your 3rd Tuesday idea is just that, an idea. It's not a policy if it's not in writing, or it's not a schedule if it's not in writing. It's an idea.
I have no problem putting that in writing. Like I said, there's been, I hate to say this, but I know since I've been mayor, we've always scheduled use the 3rd Tuesday for workshops, okay?
Yes.
Has always been the policy for workshops, is on the 3rd Tuesday now. Even though they're sitting there and council members say they can't make the 3rd Tuesday, and that's when we get into this negotiation. Yes, it used to upset me to have to do that when I know the workshop is already scheduled. If we need a workshop, it's there on the 3rd Tuesday with times. And then we get in this thing, of course, because I've already set my schedule according to what we normally do. And then I have to go back and start adjusting it. So I have no problem saying, hey, it's going to be the 3rd Tuesday. With what time we're going to do them, we can better schedule our times as well.
Yes, my understanding, we've always had the 3rd Tuesday. It's the problem has been is when we've wanted an additional day for a workshop. And that has been the challenge, is because it was an additional day, not because it was the 3rd Tuesday of the month. Because most of us from my understanding, keep that open on their calendar. It was when we had additional, because we had other council members that wanted it to be not just the third Tuesday, but the next day and some other things, and that's when the conflict arose.
Well, would it work for everybody if we said workshops would be every other month scheduled? And if we look and we do February, the timing of that would be February, April, June, August, and October, and that could keep us out of the holidays, but give us set dates for workshops that we can publish, to Mr. Bain's point.
I like having them, the date being there every month, because we don't know what's coming up. And there were several times, I mean, I think Ms. Horsington several times asked for things to be scheduled. Okay, what we have on this workshop, what month can we put it in that we doesn't have something scheduled, you know, in the past?
It makes it a little easier.
So it make it a little easier if we have them every month. If we don't need them, we don't need them.
We just don't have the meeting.
Okay.
So it sounds like there's really not a disagreement that we'd be okay putting it on the calendar to say every third Tuesday is a workshop.
It's a
It's a
workshop.
workshop,
That's
and
okay.
otherwise
Right.
we say different, yeah.
Unless we don't need it, we won't
just won't
schedule
have it.
But it's
For
like-
scheduling purposes, to know that the third Tuesday of each month, we
Right.
will have a workshop.
We will have the workshop every third Tuesday. If we need an additional workshop, we can always come back and look at reschedule.
And does that also apply for November and December? Would we want to advertise those, or we want to keep
No.
those off?
They'll
Like I
keep those
said,
off.
November, December, it's always been in the past, if we need extra council meetings or workshops for November, December, we already did a special meeting. We had the one meeting scheduled.
So let me try an amendment to my motion and see if this works. And tell me if you'd still second it. So a motion to accept the calendar is included in packet item number 2, with the addition of a third Tuesday workshop, January through October, with the May workshop specifically being a budget workshop.
I think the problem that we're hearing here is that not to have it fixed, but have it as a floating thing. So everyone sets aside the third Tuesday of the month, but it's not published. And then, just like, we're gonna say May, so we say, everybody agree? Yes, we're all in on it. So let's say we come back in January and we say, okay, we need something in June the 3rd. Okay, we do it. As opposed to making it fixed and now it's published. You know what I'm saying? The difference as opposed to fixed and flexible.
Well, as I say, we can go ahead and publish third Tuesday, but if it's not needed on that third Tuesday, we can always make an announcement, it's canceled, okay? All right, and that's the way we've always operated, since I've been the mayor anyway, it's always operated that way. Yes, we did run into a problem last year, because we were trying to squeeze so many things in on workshops, and we got away from the fact that we was doing it on the third Tuesday because we was trying to just make special days and do everything, so. And that's why we was having trouble scheduling things during the last administration too, because, as I say, like my Tuesday especially, I have other club meetings and things like this. Then you start asking me to rearrange and everything that's already set in stone as well. That was there, and I knew about when I was elected mayor. Okay.
So I've proposed an amendment to my motion. Chandra, did you had seconded the original? Yeah, so the amended would be to adopt the budget in tab number 2, with the exception of adding a workshop on the third Tuesday of each month, January through October, with the May workshop being a budget workshop. So your second stands. Okay. So that's the motion and the second right now.
Okay. Basically, we're taking Mr. Bain's proposed schedule and just eliminating, just going to one meeting in November, December. And add the workshop.
Another way of saying it, yeah?
Yeah, it's what we're doing. Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Have a motion and a second to accept the new work schedule with the exception of January's meeting being canceled and adding the budget workshop on the third Tuesday in May, and eliminating.
No time changes right now.
No, not yet. Eliminate and just sticking with one council meeting in November and December. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. No, man, we did not set on the time. I think we're saying we'll go back later and address times and everything.
Yeah, I, in transparency, I plan on bringing a motion forward on times at the January meeting.
Okay, that was item number 2, right? Item number 9, interlocal agreement amendment. Mr. Fossey, I think it was you, right? From us. I'm sorry.
And for folks listening and watching, I believe, well, this was on the agenda last month, and Mr. Fumasi needed time to talk to the county and was going to come back to us.
Correct. I did apply an information request. I got bare minimum information. They never answered where the money was coming from to substitute this contract. I feel that this contract has not been suffice or worthwhile because 3 things have happened in the Wellness Way. The consultant uses CDDs and MSTU taxes to support this, and which is causing huge economics on the neighborhoods. So when these neighbors can't pay the fees anymore, what happens? Foreclosures, sales, and then what happens to your tax base? It goes down. I don't think that's very effective. I really don't understand. So builder fees were supposed to be paid up front. Then all of a sudden the builders come up with the ideas to do the CDD. Has anybody seen the cost of my CDD? I told you my tax, because of the CDD and the MSTU, is almost $10,000. So if you call that good consulting, that you raise the fees, you talk about controlling costs for Clermont. Is that controlling costs for Clermont? That is not. This person focuses on 3 things: taxes, taxes, and more taxes. What do we have down there in Wellness Way? Bedroom community that people have to travel outside of Lake County to get those high-wage jobs to avoid those places. Where are those high-wage jobs that we're supposed to come here? You do not need rooftops to create high-wage jobs. They depend on state and national supply chains and also to sell their items. So where are they? We were promised that this was going to materialize. Nothing has come down there. We're told, oh, the retail spaces to support the Lake Heavenly development, Del Webb, oh, that's going to be retail jobs. Oh, I know, it's not highway jobs, but it's still jobs. Well, any of the people working in the retail could not afford those homes around there, or even the townhome. When you create a CDD, it's supposed to lower the cost of your home in the beginning. That didn't happen. So they ended up charging higher for those homes. They're keeping that money, and then they're offering that money as incentives when they can't sell their homes. So how is that effective? I'm asking you to reconsider this. And here's a compromise. If they're going to reimburse you for people to to consult down there, why don't you spread all 3 of that money out amongst the other 2 contractors that you've hired to help us? I think that would be a good compromise. I could let this go if that was a thing, not just one particular contractor. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Yes, Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. So Mr. Fumasi already illustrated the low efficacy of this particular interlocal agreement, so I'm not going to delve into that. I am just going to say that, to my understanding, one of the reasons why we entered this is to manage the growth in Wellness Way, to create a place where people could live, work, and play. That has not materialized, and also right now we just hired a director of economic development. We have an urban planner. We are consulting with DPC co-design. We have ABA. So I'm wondering, rather than continue this contract, if we couldn't leverage those resources that we have and actually enact some real change in Wellness Way. That's something that I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, do we have any? Okay. person on the virtual, go ahead and state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Jenny May, 4062 Greystone Drive. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I agree with Anna that just walked up. I don't understand why we are extending a contract for a economic development consultant when we already hired an economic development consultant by the name of Nathan Morris for the city. I believe if the funds were going to be used, I think it should be used for their department. I have not seen anything from this consultant. As a planning and zoning commissioner, I've not seen a report of anything that's happening in Wellness Way coming in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. At the 2.5 years that I've been going to the City Council, I haven't seen any reports from this consultant, so I really don't know what they've done. But I think those funds should be used with the Economic Development Department that we have already, and also with the, and we also have the planners coming, so I think there is no need for extension of this particular consultant. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address the item, come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. We have nobody else on virtual, right? All righty, so I'll close down public comment. Mr. Levy, I see you back there. Would you like to come forward, please, sir?
Well, Mr. Mayor, as he's walking up, I do want to remind the council and the public that this agreement actually isn't between us and Mr. Levy. This agreement is between us and the county, and that the county is reimbursing us for any funds that we spend on a consultant as it relates to Wellness Way area plan. So as much as you're in the crosshairs, sir, I just don't think whatever we decide to do with Mr. Levy, this is an agreement with the county to get funds from the county for us to focus on the economic development in the Wellness Way area plan.
Throughout the county and throughout Clermont.
I mean, I'm just saying it. I'm happy to hear what you have to say, but it really doesn't have to do with you.
Mayor, if I might, I couldn't agree more with the commissioner. However, you know, there were some comments made that I'd be happy to address. One of the things that, you know, people have said they don't see what gets done. I do produce monthly, submitted to the manager's office the list of ongoing activities and things that are get done. There's a lot of the early years in Wellness Way was focused on the city. You're a partner with the county, and I think as city activities have developed, the action is really happening probably south of your utility service area and in the unincorporated area. We certainly have had discussions about long-range objectives for the city. But to be clear, my contract is with the city and the county. I read some of the written statements by the gentleman who got up to speak. I have a specific scope, specific tasks. They're managed by the city and county. Excuse me. Nowhere does it say that I somehow have involvement in the MSTU or the CDDs. CDDs are privately managed financial vehicles. They're done by private developers. The city council, before most of you were here, approved that CDD. Is some implication that I am directly involved in that. I have no involvement. I have no developer clients. My privity is with the city and county. There were references to some planning and zoning meeting I attended to, completely taken out of context. I think that I understand the frustration about job creation. I really do. The expectation of Wellness Way being a mixed-use, multi-use area with high-value, high-wage jobs. The comment that somehow neighborhood centers, each neighborhood has a center where retail services, professional services, those are designed to be smaller. They're not intended to be the high-value, high-wage locations. That doesn't mean there aren't doctors' offices and lawyers' offices and whatever services that may come about. That's the physical structure of the plan. The real game changer is the expressway. and the interchange with County Road 455. That's really where that area, as well as Project Olympus, which I know has been slow to evolve and develop. Those are the two areas where you can expect to have the high-value, high-wage jobs, but the expressway's not in. We had a meeting yesterday with Sunshine Utilities. There are no utilities in the unincorporated area except very close to US 27. You can't have high-value, high-wage jobs without roads and utilities. And if that takes 2 to 3 to 4 years to emerge and get established, that's going to be the driver of high-wage jobs. I agree, rooftops don't create high-wage jobs, but infrastructure does and creates the opportunity for those. And so I understand the frustration. Can only move as fast as the Central Florida Expressway will move to build that, and Sunshine Utilities will move to expand utilities in the area. So I get the frustration, but my role as an advisor to the city and county, I don't vote on any MSTUs. That has been a county initiative. There was some reference to, my involvement with a financial, a CDD manager for the assessment methodology for an MSTU. The county, nobody's hired that person, so there's a lot of misinformation in emails that has been sent to you. Again, I'll come back to, this is about the interlocal agreement, about the county and city cooperating. It's been a great level of cooperation, I would say, between the city and county. This is, in my career, the first place where a county and a city have actually adopted an identical future land use plan and an identical code, land development code and design guidelines. It's the first place I've seen. In fact, I think there's only one standard that's different between the city and county, and I think you guys wanted a bigger, this is before your time, but you wanted a bigger wetland buffer, and so you got that put in the code. That is the only difference between the land use plan and development code in Wellness Way between the city and county. That is a remarkable achievement for intergovernmental cooperation.
Don't forget the landscape code.
What's that?
The landscape code is different too.
Well, and you're head of the county, and if there's some criticism of me for having some private sector background, my firm, I do about 50-50 public and private. I'm very much probably the source of your alternative landscape code from the Sunbridge project, which we developed 5 or 6 years ago, and it has, because your staff came out to look at it, attended conferences and saw the benefit of that. So you get some of the benefit of my private sector involvement in evolving local policy. And your code is probably, I know you're headed in the direction of form-based codes, but if you really look at the Wellness Way code, it's got a lot of form-based stuff in it, more so than anything in your existing codes. And people often say, well, we haven't seen anything unique. Unfortunately, the Lennar development was brought into the city under a development agreement prior to the adoption of the Wellness Way plan, so it doesn't have the neighborhood design principles that you would see, but you've got some great park standards and codes that have been written, and you're gonna get some great neighborhood design. So I've kind of gone well beyond the discussion to here. I don't get a chance to speak to you often. A contract does call for periodic updates to the council. I think your prior leadership and prior management wanted to do that themselves. The prior city manager was very active, took over the monthly meetings with the stakeholder group. I'm happy to come here anytime and give you updates, because you need to hear what's going on in the unincorporated area. And oftentimes you don't get the benefit of that. And the county doesn't necessarily hear some of the benefits that, some of the things that you're doing. So I stand ready to share with you whatever, whenever. There's a lot going on. If you look at my monthly submittal with my, to the manager's office, you'll see enormous number of things that are going on. The creation of the wildlife corridor isn't directly affect the city because it's not in the city, but it's a huge, important environmental policy that we were able to get a dedication of large land holdings from developers to establish and protect the wildlife corridor through Wellness Way. You don't hear that stuff because you might not be directly involved, but it's stuff that's hot and active in the unincorporated area. So I've gone on too long.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer any other
All right.
questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. As Councilperson Strange stated before, this contract isn't between us and Mr. Levy, it's between the county and the city. I will add this, though. When I became mayor, the Wellness Way was dropped in our lap. It was all approved and everything up in the county. Yeah, and prior administration approved pretty much everything that was in there. A couple of things I did get a chance to approve. And previous, when I came in, we didn't have a clue what was going on, okay, with Wellness Way, and we were trying to weed our way through all that. Mr. Levy mentioned the fact that we used to have monthly meetings. The previous city manager, when he came in, we all sit down and looked at all this and said, okay, what are we doing here? We were trying to figure out what was going on because we did not have too much say-so in it. So that's why we started having monthly meetings, which I would love to see us get back to, Mr. Van Wagner. I think it was the second Friday of each month we met in the city center. All the stakeholders met over the city center, and we was able to sit down and figure out what was going on, and that's how we actually got things moving in Wellness Way. At that time, it was at a standstill, and we didn't know what was what, okay?
Mayor, if I might, the county has reinstituted a monthly meeting focused on economic development. I know your staff has been invited. It's about getting the landowners, developers, all the agencies together to talk about strategies for job creation.
Right.
And so they have reconvened. In fact, I think the first time we just met was at your city center. So I think there is momentum to do those monthly meetings.
So who initiated that, the county?
The county did.
Okay. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
did not know that.
We had that last month, and Commissioner Parks has asked us to start that forward. So the staff and I met with him, and we had our first meeting last month, and supposed to have another one in January.
Well, I know I spoke with Commissioner Parks once, a couple months back, and we had said we would love to see it going again. And he thought that's where we were making the most production down in the Wellness Way area when we was having that meeting, because we were bringing all the stakeholders together and 40, 50 people in the room at one time trying to decide and coordinate what's going on down there.
Well, item number 9 reverts back to October 1st, 2025, and I would like us to get those funds from the county, so I'm going to move to approve item number 9.
Okay. Have a motion and a second to approve item number 9. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Item number 11, request for proposal.
I pulled this simply because I would like to see a greater effort from our staff on reaching out to local businesses. I've not been quiet about that. And I would like to see more local businesses aware of what it is that we are putting out for bid, aware of how to apply. And I just don't think that however this proposal was done, it pulled from our community local businesses who should be more than qualified to do commercial real estate brokerage. I'm mindful that as we look to surplus some of the real estate that we have, it's several $1 million worth of real estate, which is several $1 million, or quite a bit of money in the form of commissions. And so I would like to just see this go back for bid, and our staff focus on making sure that we're educating the public on what it is that we're bidding out and not just relying on the email system. So that's it. I just would like to see it go back out for bid.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anybody in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the house, is there anyone online?
No, sir. No one online.
Hold on. Yes, ma'am.
Not to belabor the point made by Councilwoman Strange, but I am curious as to how this list was put together. I know that a lot of people didn't know about it, and a lot of people are questioning how the list was put together, considering it's very valuable city property that we're selling.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I bring it back to council, hold on, before, Freddie. I know we have standard procedures of how we do everything, and of course, I know Ms. Strange, this is one of her big concerns is making sure our local businesses bid on these RFPs when we put them out there. Other than the fact that, I mean, we've always gone through this motion and everything. I don't think anything else we can do except for actually go to our local businesses personally, pay them a personal visit and try to encourage them to submit. But what else can we do?
Last month, we conducted a webinar for local businesses, how to do business with the city of Clermont. It was online. We reached out to all the businesses in the I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. In the local chambers, Southwest chambers, and they in turn reached out to them, let them know about our proposals, our bids are going out right now, and also the webinar as well. And every time we get an opportunity, we reach out to try to dig up vendors in the local area to let them know, hey, this bid is out there. If you're interested, please reply. I will send them information how to raise online with a guide, a step-by-step guide how to do so online. So we try our best to incorporate local businesses all the time for all our bids and proposals.
Okay, but, so we are reaching out, and I must admit, for many, many years, you've won the award for your office, the procurement office, been one of the best procurement offices in the nation, so I think we're doing all we can to reach them, but if they don't submit, I don't know what else we can do, okay? We can't make them submit, all right? And I understand the need of trying, and I support that. That's why I'm very involved with the chamber and everything else. I support local businesses as much as I can and everything, but if they don't want to submit a proposal, I just don't know what else we can do. And of course, one of the other things I have with things like this, which I keep voicing, is the fact that we go out with an RFP, and I always thought an RFP was to try to get the best of the best out there. And when we go through the process and everything, evaluating everything, we still end up here in here like we're doing again and saying we want to take two of them. Why do we need two? Last month, we had one, and I think we had one with five. We wanted all five. Why do we need 5 companies when we send our RFP out? I don't understand that.
The evaluation committee has the option to, once they finish evaluating, who to make a award recommendation to.
Right.
So something that may choose 3, 4, 1. I mean, how
Right.
many as they think the city might need for those services. In this case, they chose the top 3.
The top 3, right?
Yeah.
And of course, we can. My understanding, we're trying to do a contract with all 3. My thing is, why do we need to do a contract with all 3? If we send out an RFP with our scope of work and our requirements and everything, we should be narrowing it down to one company and going with that one company. That's always been my process in all my years of doing these things. So lately here, we doing these RFPs and talking about hiring 3 and 4 of them.
Yes, why don't we just have one?
Yeah. See.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. For example, architectural firms, engineering firms usually hire up to 5 because we switch them around. Which is, you know, we're always busy with different type of services, type of works that's needed for the city. So having multiple vendors is actually helpful for our staff.
Okay, so you're saying it's for if one person isn't available, then you have another one that is approved. That's the thought process.
Also,
Okay.
it also comes down to expertise as well. For example, one company may be an expert on the water utilities.
Okay.
And another engineering firm maybe is an expert in something else, landscaping. So we try to cover all our bases with multiple vendors at different points.
Thank you.
My concern with this one is this is commercial brokerage services, and whoever's trying to sell this real estate is going to benefit from knowing about Clermont and having connections in Clermont and being able to speak to what is Clermont and what is this piece of real estate and why it's important and what is the history. And yes, a good broker can do that anywhere. They can look on the internet just as much as I can look on the internet. But Mr. Bain, I'm curious your thoughts. You're in the real estate business. I mean, I was just shocked. I thought every firm on here would be from Clermont, because I think we have enough brokers here to be able to do the work that needs to be done.
I don't want to speak for the industry, but I think that brokerages cover different specialties, and while our license allows, my license as a real estate agent allows me to work in residential and commercial, I would not accept a commercial client. I would not accept a residential client in Miami. I would not accept a residential client in Panama City, but my license allows me to do that. And so I think when you look at scopes of projects like this, different brokerages are going to look at who do they have on staff, what are their specialties, what is their workload for the coming year, and would they then bid for that? That's at least what I would look at if I were the broker deciding whether or not to submit. I will say that having conversations with colleagues in the field, it is known, at least in the circles of conversations that I've had, that this is every 2 years the city puts this out. We did this 2 years ago and awarded, I think, to 2, if not 3, real estate agencies, brokerages. And I understand the concern with multiple. I think it sometimes doesn't make sense, but where the context comes in of there are specialties. There are folks who, even in the real estate world, we know, or I'm sure in the legal world, attorneys that if you have somebody who says, I really have a specific situation, is there someone specific that I could work with or that you would recommend? And so we try to, I think, bring in a couple more people. I don't have a problem in this realm because it allows us to tap into those because of the uniqueness of property. I hear what Councilmember Strange is saying with regard to process. My concern about holding this award up on process is we should establish the process moving forward. And so I think maybe we found our January workshop topic is if we want to create a different established policy or process by which we say to the procurement department, hey, it's the consensus of the council that we would like you to do X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C on these bids for local vendors. Let's put that out there for them rather than to bring up the procurement staff and say we're not happy with the responses or potential solicitation of responses from local businesses. Let's give them the guidance that they can use to actually put that in place. And so preference-wise for me today, I'd rather approve this and then schedule the workshop to create some parameters for the staff.
Well, I hear what you're saying about bringing up staff, but that's one of the reasons about what else besides, and like I say, I know Freddie's office has been doing a fantastic job year after year after year. They're awarded for that and they're recognized for the work. So I'm just curious what else his office can do.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that there is, and by all means, what I think though is it's always good to look at our practices to see if they align with best practices, and if there are things that we can do that I'm sure that our staff would rather hear from the council. If this is what you want, tell us what you want so we can go implement it. Okay. And I'm just saying maybe we need to have that workshop to set that for them rather than delay decisions without actually providing the guidance.
You want to make a motion on that?
I would make a motion to approve item number 11.
A second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 11 as presented. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Did you want to make a motion to put this on the workshop in January?
I don't know that I need a motion per se, but I
Okay.
think it sounds like if any of the other side, if you agree that we'd like to have that conversation, maybe set some parameters, maybe that would help our staff be in a better position moving
Mr.
forward.
Van Wagner, if you'll add for January workshop, add the procurement office to the workshop, please, sir. Item number 16.
I pulled this one, same concerns. This did not go out for bid. This is a piggyback. The company is based out of California. It's $185,000 of taxpayer dollars that we would be sending to California. And I would like to see this go out for a bid rather than a piggyback.
All right, is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the house, do we have anyone online, sir?
There's no one online.
Okay, so I'm gonna close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question for staff would be, are we aware of anyone locally that could meet the qualifications, and whomever would be most responsible to, or informative to answer that?
Hi, Wayne Fountain, IT Director for the City of Clermont. The project that you're looking at there, the company that's doing the work, the deployment of that, is not a California company. So what we did is we looked at our phone system. It was end of life. We've had a existing vendor that's been supporting our phone system and doing a good job of it since 2009. Our existing phone system is end of life. We can add no more user accounts to it. We can add no more new items to it. It was truly end of life. So they proposed that we upgrade to a pure VoIP system that there are several vendors out there. The California company that was referenced by Councilmember Strange is a national company that provides the VoIP service itself. So Ring Central is the company that we chose to do that, to provide that service for us. They're one of about 4 or 5 services. They're all national or international companies. So the contract was just an extension of the, not contract, the proposal was to bring forward the monies that was set aside last year for this upgrade, and to go ahead and move forward with the upgrade of the phone system and to replace the end-of-life products. Hopefully that clears that up a little bit.
Mr. Freddie. I hate picking on you tonight, Freddie, but did this go out for bid or at all?
No, it did not. It was a
Okay.
piggyback.
You know, so can we put it out for bid?
We could, yeah, it's possible.
If we put it out for bid, how long would that process take?
About the bid will have to be on the street for about 45 days, more or less, about 30 days.
Okay.
And then once we get the results back, I have to bring it to council for approval. And of course, we check the references and make sure the company can do the work before it comes back to the
Okay.
council. So
And once we do the bid and come back, approve the bid, how long I guess we can say have a system in place once we award the bid and everything?
that will determine on the.
Depend upon the company, I know, on the
Yeah,
bid.
on the company, yeah. They'll provide us the timeline for completion.
My curiosity, Mr. Wayne, as our system's so bad, I would say at least 60 days if we go out for bid right now, probably, right?
Yeah, about, yeah.
Yes, sir.
If I could just add one thing, Wayne and I were talking about, the group that we have right now is out of Ocala,
Okay,
and they know our system,
okay,
and that's very important than starting with a brand-new vendor
Okay.
who has to learn the system. So there's some consideration in that that I just want you all to be aware of. So we can do that, but there's something to be said about somebody who understands your services when it comes to police and fire and public works and all these things. And I don't mean that anything other than information, so we all know that.
Thank you for adding that, because that was one of my other questions to Mr. Wayne, is how long we've been working with this company. This is the one we've been had all along for the last how many years?
Yeah, 2009 was when the vendor started. So to expand a little bit, thank you for that. To expand on that just a little bit, the phone system is more than just a phone that we get from a phone vendor. The call routing, the different groups, the voicemails, all the setup that's there, that's what most of the local work is going to this vendor for. And to get that, to go out to bid, that new person would have to do, to get that information, they would have to do discovery. And when they bid that, if I was bidding it, which I used to be in private practice, if I were to bid it, I would have to allow time for that.
Right.
So that's why this was a logical choice for us. Not to say that we can't do it, and certainly if council wishes that to be done, we're here to serve, but that was why the choice was made the way it was made.
But, I'll go back to my other question prior to that, was the inconvenience would it put on the staff if we were to try to send it out for bid, and how long it take, what's your estimate of how long it probably would take if we went out for bid? And much inconvenience and stress would that put on us and the system? I know in this is also not just the phone, but it's also a lot of the
Yeah.
equipment we're using here as well.
Well, as far as the stress on staff, that I don't think it brings a significant stress on staff.
Okay.
The stress comes with knowing that we can't add any new people. We've hired new people here.
Right.
We've robbed from one place to put in others. We've taken extensions from different places at the city in order to facilitate those new people. We don't have any ability to expand on this because they've dropped support for this system.
Okay.
So if we were to engage in this, we would put that off, what did you say, Freddie?
30, 45 days.
30, 45 days to initiate a contract, then they would need to do discovery as well, so however much time that would take, let's say it would take 30 days. We would just be putting ourselves in that zone of, if this died today, where would we be?
Right.
But it won't bring any extra stress on the staff, so whatever you guys would like to do, we're ready to do it.
Okay. Well, all right, that's, okay, anybody else? Yes, sir. You want it? Okay.
I mean, it says in the first statement that you would approve this vendor, so you just approve it as a sole vendor, Freddie? Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead, Fred. This one's yours. Yeah, it's a piggyback contract that's already being bid out before by another entity.
So it was bid out prior to this?
Yeah, so what we're doing is using those prices for the city. I mean,
Well,
a lot of
it's
times, the reason I piggyback on all of those contracts is because we don't have the purchasing power that all the cities or counties have.
Right.
So I take advantage of the bigger counties going out for bid, getting the best price they can, then which is use piggyback the contract to get the price here for Clermont.
Okay. And we actually had this in budget last year, and we just pushed it, right? Okay, okay. I'm okay with it. Is there,
I'll move to approve item number 16.
Second?
okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 16. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And chair vote aye as well.
you.
Motion passes 4-1. Okay, item number 17, I think I pulled that one. Consider purchase purchase approval on the Florida Sheriff Association Cooperative Purchasing Program contract for a bush truck for Fire Station number 5. I pulled that because we're looking at $570,000 here for a bush truck, and I'm not sure if we really need a bush truck in Clermont. Okay, most of the bushes, the bush area, wild area I see in Clermont is mostly in the county.
It's the brush truck for
Brush.
Wellness Way region where the concert to abuts all of the neighborhoods. When we've had fires, our chief has talked about it before. He's here, he can answer.
Brush fires?
Yes, yeah, we almost lost an entire street to a brush fire.
Right. And I believe there was something in Wellness Way in the past that you almost lost homes over there because of the lack of water of the existing brush truck, correct?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Okay.
That is correct. We have had brush fires down in the Wellness Way area. Our biggest concern as we build out down there is the urban interface we have with the conserve. That's about 5,000 acres that will not be built out. Even though that's outside of the incorporated city limits, it borders up on our neighborhoods. It's very similar to what happened a couple of years ago in Heritage Hills where the CMEX plant caught fire. We had about 200 acres there that ended up burning. We came very close to losing at least 20 homes over there. One of the biggest deficiencies that we noted during that operation was that our current brush truck only carries 200 gallons of water. So by the time they had exhausted, they were able to make some headway with the fire with the 200 gallons they had, but then they had to go break off, go back and refuel, and they lost all that ground that they gained with having a limited water supply. The brush truck that we're looking at carries 1,000 gallons of water, so that's 5 times what our current brush truck carries. It's also more water than any other apparatus in our fleet carries, and it actually falls into the category of being a tanker. It's something that's actually going to give us the ability to, if we have a large fire like that that's going on a windy day, we'll actually be able to make a dent in it. And this truck is also more capable in getting into more areas than what our current brush truck is.
Mr. Mayor, I share what I think are your concerns as you express them. I do feel like this is the kind of thing that the county should be contributing towards. I think it's caused by the county space. However, we know what challenges we're having with the county right now with emergency response, and I'm very interested in what the Wellness Way representatives have to say that are out here, because most of the impact fees where this is going to come from were paid by the residents down in Wellness Way. So I'm in support of this because I feel like it's something we do need to do, but I would 100% support a letter going to the county to ask for a contribution to help pay for it, because I do think it's a result of that shared interface in the Wellness Way region.
Well, and Chief mentioned the brush fire over by the cement plant. That's actually in the county. We damaged our truck out there as well, didn't we?
Yep. Yeah, we lost
Yeah.
a truck
And
to it.
who had to pay for that?
Yep, we did.
That
Did
was
the
on us,
county
sir.
reimburse us any for that damage to our vehicle out there, helping them with their fire?
They
What do
did
we
not-
get, $100 a call? Is it 500 for those calls?
See.
It's 500 for fires.
Yeah.
So, but, and that's my concern, Ms. Strange, is the fact that, I'm not saying we probably don't need a brush, but we have one now. Do we need to spend this kind of money on one when most of the brush in the city that we were actually responsible for, not very much? Okay, most of it is in the county.
You're 100% right.
You see, so why are we, and we do have a brush truck right now that's, well, this is a little, I guess you're saying the tank is a little small, but still, we spend a lot of money for a brush truck to really help the county out, and maybe we can go to ask, maybe we need to go to the county and ask them for, okay. So,
Well, I mean, the fires may be in the county, but they are threatening the
Well,
city of Clermont homes.
I know
That's the
and we
reason
have
for
the agreement
proposal.
with the county as well, that we have to respond is when the call go out, the first one there is responsible and everything, which 9 times out of 10, we're gonna be there first and everything. But simply because our location, their locations are stations and all, we're gonna usually be there, be the first responding. Just like I had the concern, I'm still puzzled when we had to respond to a fire all the way on 33 in Groveland, and we was the first unit to respond in Groveland, miles away, okay?
We're
What
just
kind of
that
money-
good, sir.
Huh?
We're just that
Well,
good.
I agree, we're that good, but it's costing us because we're not getting reimbursed for all these things.
I agree.
You know, that's my concern, okay? But this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this issue may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Joe Famasi, Wellness Way. I'm glad that you are sitting in your neighborhood and you're safe and surrounded by several fire departments. I live on the end of the city and I have none down there currently. So there was a huge brush fire that was on the county and the city line. So who responded? Clermont. That's who, the one that we can depend on. And last time I remember, I pay city taxes, pretty high city taxes. What about the $2.1 million that Pulte contributed to get 149 houses towards the fire department, correct? For the Wellness Way area. So I think we have the money. $16 million. Didn't a lot of those impact fees come from the Wellness Way area? I think we're owed something. Last time I went down and checked that fire out, maybe you should go take a look at it. Right there on the 5 mile. We had a huge fire across the street from Southern Hill Farms. No, the county's responsible. Yeah, but guess who came? Clermont, first in, last out. And Orange County. Orange County sent 4 fire trucks. Clermont sent 4 trucks. The farmhouse almost got devoured. The county sent 1 truck. Let's be honest here. Are you worried about the safety of the people of the city of Clermont? Because we are the city. So I really think that you should think twice about that. And because of your bad design, and your consultant was just here, we only have 1 water system that comes down to Wellness Way. If that water system breaks during a fire, we have no water access to the whole areas. Olympus, Parkside, Wellness Ridge. We'll have no water if that line gets damaged during a fire. So I think you should think twice about that. We need a truck to come down there. Where's the nearest water tanker? Well, the county showed me. It's clear up almost to Mount Dora. We'd have to wait. So I think that you owe us a little bit of safety this time. And I think that a lot of my residents are going to agree with this. So please, give us this truck, which is going to be better to help serve our area. We get lightning strikes up there all the time. Do you get lightning strikes in your neighborhood? You got plenty of response time. You're surrounded by a fire department. We're not.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City, or I should say good evening, City Council. My name is Vincent Nemick, Regency Hills. Very intelligent man. He took half of my speech. But see, he lives on the outskirts, the south part of Clermont. Imagine this. He lives on the outside. I live on the inside of Clermont. Or I used to be the outside until we annexed in all those other homes. You know what's between us? Brush fire potential. Okay? Let me refresh your memory for those that haven't been on the board, but Your Honor, you have been on the board, and I'm a little appalled by that comment you made. Okay? And I'm not here to beat you up, sir. St. John's Lake, the big fire we had 3 years ago. How many counties or how many cities came to help us? Okay? He's right. This fire chief deserves more than what he gets. First in, first out. But there's a lot of potential, okay? Clermont is not, there's a woman that comes up here and all she talks about is the city of Clermont. There's over 50,000 residents in Clermont, okay? And it's growing, not from the inside out, but from the outside in. And that's what we have to protect. I'm not here to beat you up, Your Honor, but there's a lot of people watching this that their jaws hit the floor by you saying we don't need a brush truck. Okay, please reconsider your thoughts. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I do not live in the Wellness Way area. However, I have heard time and time again that the response time for emergency services is woefully low. And this is from the county. Our fire department wants to be in there. They want to provide EMT and fire services. However, they cannot because we currently do not have that station. They are now requesting that we provide them with the resources to provide the Wellness Way area with fire suppression and EMT services, and that includes that brush truck. I understand that it is a lot of money, and this tanker has a lot of capacity, which is great because a brush fire doesn't care about the arbitrary lines that we draw on a map. If a brush fire starts there, it can spill over to the city very, very easily. And also, let's be real, the county is not responding well to the crisis that the Wellness Way residents are facing. So I think it is only fair that we provide our citizens with the services that they need in order to stay alive during these types of situations. So I hope that you consider purchasing that brush truck. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Mr. Wayne, we have anybody on? Nobody on. Okay, well then I'm gonna close down public comment. Person online, please state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
This is Kevin Collado, Wellness Way. With the amount of construction going on at Wellness Way, thousands of homes being made, I think naturally the risk of a fire goes up exponentially. So please reconsider. We really need to expand or at least support our fire station, or at least have something, because we're, as we expand, there's always more risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Person in the queue online, go ahead and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
This is Abduzadi. I live in Ridgeview, 779 Trapani Loop. I was actually the one that called in the fire on the 28th on 5 Mile Road that was about to spill over. It was roughly about 4 acres. The first ones to respond within 10 minutes was the Clermont Fire Department. That brush fire was starting to head towards the Wellness Ridge subdevelopment over there, and ultimately would have carried on further. I also used to be a volunteer firefighter up in Kittery, Maine, so I'm very well aware of what brush fires ultimately do based upon the amount of fuel, heat, and winds. So I would definitely reconsider the requirements, essentially for having a brush truck and a backup. So actually having the ability to respond to 2 different areas, because you will need to ultimately flank the fire on each side depending on where the fuel source is. There is the conversation with our subdivision on the 17th to potentially be annexed into the city. We butt up against the Olympus project. So not only does this affect our current status as being unincorporated, but it affects our ability at some point to become part of the city. So we'd like the ability for the reconsideration of this fire truck to actually be put in place in the brush truck to be able to actually have capacity to address these things in the event that one goes down, the other one ultimately is the backup. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close public comment, bring it back to council.
Move to approve item number 17, the brush truck for fire station number 5.
I second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item number 17 for the brush truck. Before I call the motion, let me say this. It's not, as I said before, it's not that I don't think we need a brush truck. I'm just having a problem trying to spend this amount of money for a new brush truck when most of the fires and areas of responsibility is fall on the county. And I guess I'll go back to Councilman Strange and everything. Maybe we need to be talking with the county and see what they would help. Because here's what I feel. We have the equipment here, and the county very seldom respond. We're gonna always be first, and I know that. Okay, I've been around here too many years to know that usually when a alarm fire go off, alarm go off, Clermont gonna usually be the first one there. Just like I've expressed concern with you about Mineola now. They moved a fire station further up on the north side. So what, our responsibility in Mineola is picking up as well. So what kind of reimbursement are we getting from all this?
Would the council support a letter going to the county to request 50% match from the county?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
No problem.
Great.
All right.
You can ask.
We can, well, you know, I just know.
It's cheaper than the 2.6 million they're getting for our EMS, so maybe maybe we'll get something.
And I think this I mean, I don't want to have a whole conversation that's different than this item, but I think this goes to the point of the conversation of services in general, related to public safety, police, fire, EMS, ambulance. You know, I think, I don't want to speak for all 52,000 plus people in Clermont, but the reality is that I don't think really anyone cares whose name is on the side of the truck or car that responds, that when you dial 911, you want lights, sirens, and personnel.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so I get the frustration, but at the end of the day, and folks can unelect me, but I'm going to approve this to protect our citizens, even if the fire starts elsewhere. Because that is the responsibility that we have. And I'm all for asking the county to partner with us and be a player, be a team member, particularly in this area where we have such checkerboard city, county mapping. Again, if you asked most people in that area, I think half of them or more would say they're not sure whether they're city or county. Again, it doesn't matter. If we have a fire, we need to respond and we need to protect. And this was in the budget conversation and approved. I did ask the chief about that. This isn't a new item. This is an item that was discussed during the budget process. So I think, you know, I commend the chief and I commend city staff for talking to us in the middle of the year for when these things come up, that we have some ability to know that these should be coming. And I appreciate that.
That's an excellent point.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval item number 17. Was that part of the motion to go ahead and?
I think so, to have the letter.
Yeah, and then at the end, if they
I'm
don't
not
do
making it
we
contingent.
show up with the fire department and crowbars.
Right, yeah.
And,
Okay. Well, like I said,
No,
I know,
not contingent.
That was sarcasm,
Not
in case
contingent,
the
but
record needs to reflect
yeah, but
it.
we would want it to be included in, but we're still approving it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
My motion is not contingent upon the letter,
No,
or
it's
the
not
response.
contingent with the.
Or did I move? I moved.
Understanding that we
I
will
would
be
just,
submitting.
one recommendation, if we are going to talk to the county about a cost share, which I fully support, I would ask that we make sure that we maintain ownership and control of that resource.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want the money.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we will.
yeah.
All right,
No
any
strings, just the money.
Any further discussions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. 18 and 19, I pulled these two basically, and I'm gonna talk about both of them together because there's some confusion, not that I have it. In 18, we talking about $240,000, then in 19, we're talking $620,000. I guess I need some clarity on this one because it was my understanding that the 619, and the funds for 619 also included the 440,000, so why we got both of them on the agenda?
It's a purchasing process that I went through. Freddie and I went back and forth. I wanted everything in one council agenda item.
Okay.
But because we're doing one as an emergency purchase, the other one is a piggyback, Freddie said we had to have them spread out into two items.
Okay.
But I put all the financials into, I believe, item 19. That's the total amount of the entire project.
So, okay, the total amount of the project is 621, so that's
Correct.
right, so the 240,000 isn't part of it.
The
It's
240 is included in the 621.
See, I guess that's my confusion, why we got the two of them on there?
It's
See,
So what you're
But-
saying is item 18 is an emergency order so that we can get it here in time.
Yes, I
And
need-
then 19 is a summary of all of it. So we're approving 621,000,
No.
Correct.
not 850 or
Not nine,
61,000.
almost 900.
Yeah, item 17
It's a
is.
unified discussion, but there's components to that discussion.
Yeah. Item 17 is just for the building for the crew to live in, and that is only for the purchase of the building. They basically show up and say, here it
Right.
is, do what you want with it. So item 18 is for the company to come in and do all the site work, also build the building for the truck to go in, and get the building for the crews installed, get all the utilities hooked up, get the concrete poured, all the other things that has to be done in order for us to have a turnkey station. So the total project price is that 621 figure.
621.
Correct.
Okay, not the 9, or well, close to 9 that I was looking at, okay. And that's what the main thing I was trying to get clarity on.
I apologize for the
understand why-
confusion. I was expecting we were going to have some of this. We tried to simplify it as best we could. It seemed a little bit awkward to have the financials spread out. I mean, 'cause I can appreciate that you want the total project cost.
Okay, all right.
I have just a clarification for the chief, and I asked this in our meeting, just for the general public, could you inform the timeline for this, if approved tonight, when it would be up and running?
Well, the site is not currently ready.
Right.
I'm having regular conversations with Mike Carroll from Olympus. We actually spoke this morning on this. So our goal, and he's in agreement, is for the site to be ready in March. So a few things have to happen. We got to get the county on board with getting some roadway improvements done. I'm going to be talking with Nathan to kind of get him plugged in on that. There's some other players that Olympus wants to bring into the conversation as far as sharing the costs on it. But that's everybody's aware that is the goal. Other things that are important to this conversation, I told Olympus that we needed to be able to have use of the site through the end of 2027. They are currently working on the temporary agreement. They say we will have it before the end of December. I'll get that over to Mr. Wall, and we'll have that back to council for the January meeting for your review and approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public which addresses this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Joe Famasi, Wellness Way. I support this because it'll bring emergency services closer. The response times will be cut in half. So if somebody in my community, like the unfortunate incident that we had down there, will be cut in half. If my friend's dad falls out again, at least it'll be 3 minutes for a paramedic to get there and not 12 minutes. So I think this is the first half of the pie to accomplish to become more emergency services for us as a whole down there in the city. I think that this is a good step, and I hope you'll support it. It's very important that we have some emergency protection down there. I know that. And not only that, it'll help keep the fire department in the south when they do the revamp of Station 2, right? So it's kind of closed to have them right around the corner instead of up the street. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'll keep this short, Council Vincent Nemec, Regency Hills. Just remember, less than a year ago, there was a councilman that sat up there, and you all saved the city $14 million. This is a drop in the bucket to ask for a temporary firehouse. All right, what are we asking for? A little bit less than 3/4 of a, I'm lost, Brian, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. Compared to $14 million. All right, so this should be an easy vote for all 5 of you. Thank you, have a blessed day.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Council. Mike Kramer, 208 Nautical Mile. I found out one thing coming to these meetings. When Chief needs something, he has his things in order, he has his budgets in order, he doesn't ask for anything more, and he's extremely creative when it comes to figuring out how to get things done. And we all know that there's problem at Wellness Way. You've heard the people speak tonight, you know what you've got to do. We've got to help support our fire department, support our police department, but when Chief asks for it, he doesn't mess around. He gets the point, and he brings a clean budget to you. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public, and anyone in the public wishes to address, I may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes.
Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. Just wanted to say really quick that I approve of this motion, like the idea of having a temporary fire station so that we can provide fire services and EMT services faster to that area. That makes sense to me, and the expense doesn't seem too high compared to the cost of building a brand new fire station. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in the queue? Okay. Though, the first one in the queue waiting, state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. This is Luan, 2659 Runner Circle. I'll just say I couldn't have said better than what Joe said. On top of my head, I can think of 2 huge accidents that we had on Wellness Way where we had to bring helicopters over. And I don't see any downsides of having a fire station and EMT services available for the residents. I can attest that most of my neighbors, including myself, we have children. Elderly is going to be an active community, 55 plus, on Wellness Way as well. And just having that accessibility for fire station and EMT services, I mean, it's essential. That's pretty much what I have to say, and I hope you guys take that in consideration as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person in the queue, state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Felix Mateo, 6086 Peaceful Parkway. I am in support of this measure because this area will experience a lot of growth and emergency services will be needed to accommodate this. So I agree with most of the neighbors that stated their previous statements. So thank you.
Thank you. And next person in the queue, state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Hi, Bob Nuzati, 7779 Trapani Loop. As most of the residents have said, and I won't try to rehash essentially what's been explained about, but as we look at significant residential expansion, single-family communities, multi-units, increased commercial activity, the goal ultimately is, for the residents here to feel comfortable is, the reducing response times for both, EMS, fire suppression. Really, I look at it as the redundant coverage, as I mentioned before, with the brush truck, existing stations in Clermont and Salt Lake, decreasing the strain on busy units. So They improve outcomes for anybody in a cardiac event, trauma, and other structure fires, and minimizing those delays overall. I have a little one, 11 months old. He has certain debilitations that require immediate response in the event that there is an emergency event. And unfortunately, in the current situation that we are in right now, with the county responding, average response time typically sits around 26 minutes to 22 minutes at a minimum. So getting these response times down is certainly a matter of life-saving activities. So I hope you look at this and approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Wayne? That's it? Seeing no one else in the queue?
Mary Cisco. Hi, Mary Cisco, resident 2946 Armstrong Avenue. I 100% would ask and encourage your support for this as a healthcare provider and daughter to 2 aging parents in Wellness Way. These services and quicker response time is so needed, as Joe and many of the other residents have spoken. I've seen it firsthand. The slow response time has been, it's happened to our family, and the delay in care for my father. So I highly encourage and ask you to please consider this and support this decision tonight for Wellness Way in our communities.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'm gonna close public comment. Let me say this. I did not pull this in not in support of it. My concern, as I stated before, was about the prices involved here, okay? In number 18, you were talking $240,000, and then in number 19, you're talking $621,000, okay? That's almost $900,000. However, what I was trying to get clarification, because I was told that number 19 shouldn't be $621,000. And now you clarified with me that actually the 240 is included in the 621. So again, I still try to figure out why the 19 didn't read $380,714.
That's my fault, Mayor.
See, okay. Then that's my concern. When you tell me, I'm being misled here saying 240 is in the 620, because I'm looking at both of these and saying we almost spending $900,000 here.
No, your total project cost is $621,000.
Okay, and that's all I was trying to get clarified here.
Yeah, and there's something else that may be good for the council as well as the public to understand is that these buildings that we're purchasing, even though they're going to be semi-permanent, they can be reused. So we're looking at that with the training facility that we're developing, other sites that we're looking at for potentially delivering services. I mean, there'll be a cost to move them, but it'll be considerably less expensive than going out and buying them again. So just because we're buying them for this location doesn't mean that we've lost that money. So the only thing we're really going to be out is the site development, the concrete, hook up to utilities, some other things like that. So probably about 150, maybe 200,000 in this project. We won't be able to recoup, but the rest of that we'll have a resource that we can reutilize.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 18 and 19, or one at a time.
Let's do 18.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and approval, second for approval of item 18. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passed 5-0. On 19, Mr. Watt, can we change that 621 to 387? I think, if my math is right, 387.
I think you could move to say whatever the remaining amount is under the, from 621 and
Right,
change.
so now I'd like to make a motion to approve item 19, less the 240 from the 6 whatever.
Second.
There you go, second.
Shockingly, I think that would hold up legally.
According to my mathematics.
That math works for me.
Okay, 621,
387,
184.
It's 380,714.
I still second.
Okay, all right. I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 19 in the total amount of $380 and $380,714. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and chair vote aye as well. I think number 20 we already taken care of. Number 21.
Mayor, may I ask for a 5 to 10 minute recess?
Yes, you may. 5 or 10.
Let's do a 10-minute recess,
All right.
please.
Let's compromise and do 7.
Whatever works.
We start, huh? 5:30, okay? We'll be back at 5:30. If I can have everyone find their way back to the seats, we'll go ahead and get started. All right, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. Yes, sir. Item number 21, amendment to resolution number 2023-023R.
So good evening, Christian Watt, City Attorney. I think I'm handling this one, Mayor.
Okay.
I've had an opportunity to speak with some of y'all about it, but just to recap and for the public, what's happened is there's a development that's been approved pursuant to a resolution for a conditional use permit back in 2023. The development's come along. I think that Meredith Nagel is an attorney representing the developer, and they made a lot of progress. And an issue has arisen where the staff requires guidance from the city council. Essentially, on the CUP, one of the terms in section 2 of the CUP regarding land use indicates that the developer will generously dedicate about 1.963 acres in the rear of the property to the city. Now, according to the terms of the CUP itself, it doesn't say how the property will be restricted, if at all. It just says it'll be dedicated to the city. So the city, myself in particular, has taken the position that when the property is deeded to the city, it should come with no strings attached. However, it has come to light through Ms. Nagel and others that there may have been prior discussions that would influence the manner of that dedication. In other words, should there be a restriction? Should it be restricted to public use permanently? And should that be in the deed? Should it be restricted to parks use? Should it be restricted to a specific pickleball court use? Staff, so you know, is agnostic on this. And just wants your guidance and, of course, with the input of Ms. Nagel on how to take the property. There's no argument that the property would be dedicated. No one's saying that it wouldn't be. The question is just how. And so this is now before you.
Okay. So basically what we're looking at is how the property can be used in the future.
Yeah, that's right. Meredith Nagel on behalf
Yes.
of Gunther Motors. Just a quick update. I don't know if you guys have been by there, but we are selling cars, employing people at very high wages. Our average salesperson makes north of $100,000. The sales manager, finance manager, almost $200,000. Technicians can make over $100,000 depending on experience. So these are very high wage jobs that we promised. We're already almost 50% full of employees, so things are going well there. We are operating right now under a temporary certificate of occupancy. The only issue remaining before the final CO is issued is this particular piece. City staff and the city attorney and I have agreed on the other language in the deed dedicating the property. What we have asked for is a restriction on the use for parks and recreation use. This was not part of the CUP in 2023 because that council actually required the dedication for that purpose. So there was not any question, and Kurt can tell you, there was never any question that this property was going to be dedicated for the city's use, whether it would be for pickleball courts, which was very popular at the time. We did not yet have the expansion of the ARC. There had been some talk about a city center, as you heard from Ms. Hoisington, but there was never a question it was going to be for public use. Under the 2024 administration, the issue became, was the property going to in fact be sold to the neighborhood developer or for some other income generating purpose? My client feels strongly that he wants to dedicate it for city use. He's their family, he's the third generation in his family, and they are big parts of the communities where they're involved, and he felt it important that it be maintained for public use. Now, I prefer it as a real estate lawyer in a deed restriction because I don't like ordinances that can go back and be redone. I also have some problems. I haven't had a chance to talk to Christian about it, but I don't know that I want to amend the ordinance and open all of that back up, and some problems that could give us that he could speak more to. But there is no, idea that my client wants it to be a pickleball court or this, that, and the other thing. He just wants it to be for public use. Now, There had been some discussion of a skate park. We would be entirely opposed to that because we're going to have a whole bunch of cars sitting there, nothing separating the skate park and the cars from a fence, but a fence. And I think that as you decide what you're going to put there, I would not, if I were on the council, I wouldn't vote for necessarily a pickleball court right now because we don't know people are going to be playing pickleball 5 or 10 years from now, right? So that's not something we're trying to lock into. We just want you to be, accept it for your use only. And whatever you put there, when you put it there, just be thoughtful to the fact that we've got a car dealership and a lot of cars sitting there ready to be vandalized with nobody watching. Do you guys have any questions of me about the development as it's coming along or the dealership? We're already servicing vehicles all over from Groveland, Clermont. We have 12 Clermont employees there now and more coming, so we're just really excited. You can tell I'm excited about that project.
I don't have any questions. I would ask you, I'll bring you back up again later, but first let me open up to the public and see what anybody in the public has anything to say. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this issue may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I close in-house. Anyone online? We have no one in queue, so I close public comment and bring it back to council. What say council? Ms. Nagel, let me ask you this. I think the facility is fantastic. It's a great addition to the community. I'm glad to see the facility there. I think it adds a lot of life to the to that area over there compared to what it used to be for years. I can still remember the old hotel that used to be there and with ISO for years. But my question is that we'll pass there, the back end that butts up to this piece of property that you all dedicating to, giving to us and everything, deeding to us. You have no fencing or anything to protect anybody from coming over into your property. So if the city were to put up fencing up there and everything, would it be any problem with recreation use then?
No, we wouldn't have an objection to any particular recreational use, obviously, but again, I'd ask you to think about what is the recreation.
Right.
And I don't, to me, I don't think getting a lot of teenagers at that location with the cars nearby would be a great idea. In terms of a skate park, but that would be something that we do have an objection to because we just don't think it's safe for the vehicles.
Right.
But
well,
other than that, honestly, I'd like to see it. I mean, I'm not an engineer, and I don't know if 2 acres is enough, but it'd be nice to see a city center there. The main thing is that it just be dedicated for public use, not to be resold for.
Well, I don't think it's big enough for a city center, community center, city center, but I think when we first started this process and you all came to us, pickleball courts was mentioned. You mentioned the skate park, and that's because I'm probably the only one up here on the dais that knew about this land being given to us, and I got a lot of requests from youth now. We've been promising for 5-6 years to give them a skate park, and I thought that would be a good location for one, along with pickleball courts. And I do understand your concern about damage to the cars, and that's one of the things that jumped out to me. It's no protection between your property and this piece of property. So
Right, you're right. It would be my opinion that a fence probably would not be enough. I feel like it's a true attractive nuisance to have those vehicles there, and we would hate to see that and would vehemently oppose putting a skate park there, but
Let me see if I can help.
What I also asked my council was not only a 10-foot fence and everything we put there, especially if we use recreation, we can put a 10-foot fence there. Also, additionally, landscape buffering.
Well, I don't think that would be something, I don't want to speak for the city attorney, but I don't think that particular use would be something you would have to decide now.
Okay.
I think that the question before you is just the issue of dedicated for parks and recreation use.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's cleaner to go into a deed restriction, and then you guys decide what is right for the city when you're ready to do it. And who knows what the city might need then. Maybe pickleball courts will be even more, I don't know.
Well, we got a lot of requests for pickleball, and I think that's the reason when you first came to us, we mentioned pickleball because that was our biggest request at the time was pickleball.
Right, but, I think there's a piece in Mount Dora I think about all the time where they put in the ordinance that it had to be used for handball. And now nobody plays handball, and it just sits there with this big concrete wall.
Right.
Right, so so that would be my opinion, we'd be better off just with the deed restriction, and then the council can determine as the years go by what the appropriate use is for it.
Well, I understand that by pickleball, well, I said the same thing about pickleball, because in my days, it was racquetball.
Right.
I played racquetball, now nobody, I can't find a racquetball court, can't play racquetball anymore, now it's pickleball. So I somewhat agree with you down the road, yes, but right now, we have a lot of people wanting pickleball, so.
Well, and I think the request from the applicant is to just simply
Yeah.
keep it vague
Vague.
in the deed, which I support, and I don't have any issue with that. I think we should consider including in that arts. I think something like that might be something, if we're saying Parks and Rec, we might get into I don't know where we're gonna go, which is kind of in the realm of what I'd like to point out to council and the public. The very first project that I brought the American Bicycle Association in for was actually McKinney Park, which is just north of this property. And the president of the American Bicycle Association is an urban designer. He's an architect by trade. And he saw the property to the north, which you have referenced, and said, well, what's going on here? What's the master plan for all this? Now, when we met, I didn't know anything about these 2 acres, but I do know that his wheels have already been turning on that whole section of Lincoln Park and what can we do collectively. So I would caution us from getting too far down the road on what specific use we might do, because I think we're going to have the best designers in the world really looking at the parcels all around this and including this. So for tonight, do you have proposed language that you want us to look at?
I think Christian and I were looking for direction from you all, and we can work it out and get it,
Because I'm hearing what you just want to make sure it's going to the public. You want to make sure Parks, Recreation, a community center. I'm going to say arts because that's not always in the realm of.
Right, that's fine. And you
And
really,
we
we
don't
could
sell
look
it.
at
May I
this.
make
We
a
don't
stab?
sell
Yeah.
it. We do not sell it.
If I may make a stab at a
Can I just add one more
recommendation?
thing real quick, and then I'm gonna go away? I see, this isn't my job, but I see this 2 acres as a first part of looking at the acreage that goes beyond. You know, we had talked about, townhomes had been discussed there, but to me, if we could keep this little foothold there,
Well,
then we
remember,
would
we
have
have to the
better
north.
opportunities and be more attractive to the
Yeah.
uses to the further north, so.
Yeah.
And I just want to make a legal point here is I really don't want the council to amend the resolution. I want the council to consider what Meredith has talked about, which is the deed restriction. What do we put in the deed? So as to your point, Councilmember Strange, language, we'll come up with something, but it would probably sound like dedicated to public recreational parks and arts uses, something like that, that's general, vague, and flexible for you all to determine. And I think, Mayor and Councilmember Bain, you mentioned a restriction on us being able to sell it. I mean, we can't tie, we're not going to be able to tie our own hands necessarily, but what we could do is put a reverter in the deed that if we do sell it, it goes back to VW. Does that make sense?
Should we try to sell it, it has to go back.
Correct.
So point of clarification here then. The item on the agenda is to amend the resolution. I'm hearing, I guess for the first time, that we're not actually looking to amend the resolution, that we're wanting to actually place deed restriction language. And those are 2 different things. So can I get some clarification as to what we're actually being asked to do tonight?
It's the latter.
Yeah, we were always asking for a deed restriction.
Okay, that is not what's noticed on this agenda, and that's not what's in our packet. Our packet says to amend the resolution.
That
So,
didn't come from.
yeah, I know. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, in terms of my whole approach to this was very different in terms of what I was looking at doing or suggesting to do, and so help me understand so that I'm more comfortable voting tonight on a deed restriction. What kind of language or how specific of language? Because let me say this: my proposal was going to be to amend in the packet, page 342 at the bottom, section 2, land use, number 8. At the end of the first sentence, that starts with as a condition prior to site plan, as exhibited on Exhibit B, for, instead of ending the sentence, for public arts, parks, and recreation use.
Right, so.
Okay, so that was going to be my proposal, that my motion to amend this resolution to say that. If our goal is to not amend the resolution, but rather add that to the deed, can you add that language? Can I make the motion to say add that language to the deed?
Yes.
That's what Christian and I had wanted, but we're both real estate attorneys. That's where we wanted to go from the beginning, with the reverter language, that if you were going to sell it for profit, it would come back to us.
So, from the city's perspective, yes, too?
Absolutely.
Okay, then my motion will be to add language to the deed that indicates that this 1.963 acres is being dedicated for public arts, parks, and recreation use, and shall the city sell, it reverts back to VW for right of first refusal, I guess, essentially.
That works for the city.
All right, that's my motion.
Well, I must advocate for this. In a standard reverter language, the reverter we would ask for is, if you're going to not use it for those purposes anymore, it needs to come back to us.
And you would have the right of first refusal on that?
No, we would ask for the property to come back to us,
Yeah, she
because
just
we're
wants-
giving
We
it
just
to
give it- we
you
just
as a
give it
matter of
back.
real estate law, under the condition that you're going to use it for these purposes.
So let me play the devil on this. Let's say we're all dead, and my great-grandchild is sitting up here talking to your great-grandchild. What happens then? Like, what if Gunther sold the property? Like, there comes a point in time that nothing we talk about really matters anymore. So there's a piece of property.
That reverter right would stay with the parent parcel.
Yeah. It will still be in there.
Yeah, and see, I that would be my concern, is that I'm willing to give VW the option, but if we don't go to sell it for 50 years and
Right.
VW has moved on and it's just vacant, I don't necessarily want to have to give it to somebody who's just sitting on a vacant property that may or may not have the best interests of what our plans are.
The problem is
I think it
that's
sounds
not-
like your client, VW, it has the concern. I want to work with VW, and if that's the current person there, I'm okay with giving them the option to take it back. But if it's not them, or that your clients don't want it, I'd want the city to have options at that point.
What we don't want to do is have another money-hungry council want to just sell the property
Right.
and then tell us that we have to buy it back. When we're giving it to
You give
you,
it.
the agreement with the 2023 council is that we would give you this very valuable property for the use of that limited purpose for the city. And to make us buy back our property, if a council 4 or 5 years from now wants to sell it, is completely against the agreement that we had with the council in 23. And I don't want to see you guys
Yep.
going back on agreements.
I'm in
I think we're on
agreement.
the same page
Yeah.
then. I would not be in favor of asking VW to buy it back. I'm saying that if we were to sell it, the option to give it back to you would be first. And if VW didn't
Then
want
we're
it,
on the same
then
page.
we would sell it.
Then
I
we're
think
on
we
the
are
same
on the same
page.
page. Maybe I just didn't communicate that
Yeah.
clearly. So
If that's the issue, then that's.
that's what I would like reflected in the motion.
Well, and stay here, because I'm thinking, I'm still worried about the 50 years from now. Because
Well,
we've all dealt with this in
reverters-
Lake County
It'd be-
real estate. When you get in
Reverters
these-
only last 21 years.
And then they're gone as a matter of law.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
See,
Great.
So-
you see,
so
what's
at-
good to have real estate lawyers in
See,
here.
problem solved. Okay, so reverter for the duration allowed by law to VW at no charge unless VW doesn't want it, and then we can sell it.
And then after year 22,
Yeah.
the reverter right goes away as a matter of law.
Fair enough.
Reverter right,
Yeah.
go
Yeah,
away.
my
We
support
don't
on
have to
that.
revisit.
Does that work for our city clerk in terms of records? Okay, and city attorney
It
for
does.
legal? Okay, that's my motion.
So what was your motion? Your motion was?
Okay, the motion is to, instead of amending the resolution, to put language in the deed that indicates that this 1.963 acres is for public arts, parks, and recreation use only. And we would have the reverter language that if the city opted to want to pursue selling, we would offer it to VW free back to them. And if they say, yes, it's theirs, if they say no, then we can proceed forward with our options to surplus if Sally
Christian and I
so
will make
chose.
that language that can go in a deed.
Yes, we will.
I'll second that motion.
Well,
we
once you do
second
the
that,
language, would it come back to us, Kristen?
I'm sorry, Mayor?
Do we need to bring that back to us once you do the language?
You want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if that's a part of the, I don't want to get overly technical on this. I think
they
y'all
need a CO.
have-
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to trusting the language.
attorney.
I'll
Yeah.
share it with y'all.
If you can forward it to
Before
us.
we do it.
Yeah.
Share it with me,
I'll share it
okay?
with you.
Thank you all for
All
your
right,
consideration.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your donation.
Yes.
I have a motion and a second for item number 21. I can't remember all the verbiage, but anyway.
The clerk has it.
As approved, as presented, is there any further question, discussion? None, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well, motion carries 5-0. Item number 22, ordinance number 2025-039, intro transmittal.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, adopting the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Clermont, Florida, pursuant to the Local Government Comprehensive Planning Act, Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, setting forth the authority for adoption of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, setting forth the purpose and intent of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, establishing the legal status of the comprehensive plan amendment, providing for conflict, severability, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Okay, I entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry, this is a transmittal.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests, and Merry Christmas to everyone. This item was tabled at the November 18th City Council meeting. The city, as the applicant, is requesting a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment of the subject property as a follow-up to a staff-initiated annexation request. The property is located southeast of Lake Louisa Road and Hammock Ridge Road intersection and is approximately 57 acres. And on your display, it's outlined in yellow. The property was approved under PUD Ordinance 2020-03 in Lake County for up to 155 single-family dwelling units. The property is currently moving forward and construction activity is starting. The property was annexed prior to building permit issuance to capture $1.8 million worth of impact fees for the city of Clermont. The current future land use within Lake County is urban low density. The compatible future land use designation within the city would be low density residential. The abutting future land use adjacent to the east within the city is low density residential, which is compatible, which is the established Fox Chase subdivision. The change in the future land use to the city's low density residential does not propose a conflict between the existing uses and land uses within the area. The proposed future land use is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan due to the use being consistent with the remainder of the plan and its goals, objectives, and policies. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 5-0. Staff recommends transmittal of large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, ordinance 2025-039. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, sir. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I close down. Anyone on? Okay, well, I'll close public comment entirely. Bring it back to council. What say council?
I'm going to move to approve ordinance number 2025-039, and then I have a couple of comments.
I second.
This is
Intro/transmittal, yes, thank you.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 22. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I received some communications about this, and I think all of us have, from residents about this project. And really what's before us right now is that the city council in June, I believe it was, June or July, annexed this property in. And so what we have before us is this item and the next item, whether or not we're going to give it City of Clermont future land use and City of Clermont zoning. And by doing so, we then capture the impact fees that are associated with the project. If we don't, It doesn't, what it does is it stays county future land use, it stays county zoning, and the county gets the impact fees. But the project proceeds forward because essentially we've agreed to do the utilities for the project. That's my understanding, by and large, where we stand with this intro transmittal. I seek any clarification if I'm wrong on that, or if there's a piece of it that's wrong with that.
Well, we'll go ahead.
Let me just clarify, since it's annexed, we will get the impact fees. That's
Okay.
the only reason why we annexed
Okay,
it in June.
so we get the impact fee. So everything else about that's the same. The project still moves forward if we don't change to our future land use and our zoning.
Correct.
It just creates a potential problem down the road if using the same scenario that Councilmember Strange was talking about when the grandkids are sitting up here and dealing with this. If this project, they want to do something different, it would have county zoning and county future land use, but be annexed into the city.
Correct. If a resident came in and wanted to pull, a building permit through us.
Yeah.
We would have to pull the county's PUD.
Yeah.
And reference the county's PUD.
Okay.
It's just more of the finishing the process and putting it in our format.
Yeah.
Packaging it all up with the annexation, the comp plan, and rezoning all into
And-
cohesion.
And I just want to be clear because I know that this has caused a lot of concern for residents about this project. And even not us, but this council voted against this proposal initially, and then they went to the county and got approval. And so I get where the frustration lies, but I certainly, I don't want to create more problems for our staff and more problems for our residents by not giving it our future land use and zoning.
So, John, let me ask this question for the record. What's the difference between Lake County urban low and the city of Clermont low density?
So in Lake County, there is 4 dwelling units per acre, and in the city of Clermont, it's actually 3, so we are lowering it. They're actively out there doing construction now, but if they wanted to stop and go back to the county and say, I want 4 units per acre, they would have the possibility of doing that because of the 4 dwelling units per acre under Lake County.
So by going ahead and rezone it, we're reducing the density of it.
We're putting a cap on the future land use from 4 to 3.
So it behooves us if that's what we want to try
Right.
to do to keep it, go ahead and float. I just want to clarify for the
No.
record, okay? Any other concern?
So, look, quick question, you're saying like, right now, they're allowed to do 4 units per acre as opposed to 3?
Under the county.
Why would they then come to us, and, I mean, this is a huge loss of money then, correct?
So if you look on display outlined in yellow is what's currently out there undergoing now.
Right.
They actually came to the city for a utility agreement for sewer services from the city several years ago. And as part of that utility agreement, we have the ability to somewhat limit their density.
Okay.
And that's my understanding what we did in this case. They started out with a lot higher number when they approached the city, and we said no.
Yes.
No, and then we ended up at, I believe, the 155 was the point where the county, the city, and the applicant agreed to.
Right.
So again, it's under construction right now. We bring it in, then it's capped at 3 units per acre under our future land use, and then with the zoning, which is the next one, it's just introduction. We're taking the county's zoning ordinance that's already approved that they're operating on, and we're bringing it into our template. And then if there's any references to the county code, we've changed it to city code, but we're keeping it as similar as possible, which in this case, I don't think there was any major differences. I know one thing that was brought up at the planning and zoning meeting was the landscaping, but in the PUD ordinance, it talks about as amended. So we felt we were fine with that. So to answer your question, it completes the puzzle if we do the future land use and the zoning and bring it into our jurisdiction
Right.
completely.
And let me add this for Mr. Peterson. The thing is, you have to look at, one of the things I look at in these situations is our infrastructure was only built upon our codes at 3 units per acre, not the 4 units. I think when it came to us, I think they was a lot higher, and that's why we refused it. I guess I was the only one up here, but we refused it before because they refused to go down to our codes and everything, but they took it back to the county, which they knew they can get it through and get a higher density. But see that, by doing that, they're putting a lot of stress on our infrastructure. Okay, so that's why it behooves us to go ahead and change this and get it back down to our standards so we can have less stress, hopefully, in the future on our infrastructure. Okay. All right, any other? If not, I have a motion and a second for approval and transmittal of item number 22, ordinance number 2025-039. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Chair vote aye as well. Item number 23, I'm sorry, motion carries 5-0.
No, actually.
4-1.
Yeah,
4-1, 'cause she said
4-1.
nay.
Oh.
I was a nay.
I'm sorry, 4-1. I didn't hear it. Item number 23, ordinance number 2025-040, intro.
An ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Clermont referred to in Chapter 122 of Ordinance Number 289C Code of Ordinances, rezoning the real properties described herein as shown below, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
Okay, yes, sir.
Again, this is just the introduction. This item was tabled at November 18th City Council meeting. The city, as the applicant, is requesting rezoning of the subject property. Again, as I briefly mentioned before, this is a transfer of Lake County's PUD into our PUD ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 5-0 with the additional condition that the development builds to the city landscape code. But if you look at section 6 in the ordinance or proposed ordinance entitled landscape requirements is already captured. And staff recommends introduction of the rezoning ordinance 2025-040. And you will see both of these come back to you for the final adoption hearing. Since the previous agenda item was a large-scale comp plan amendment, we have to send it off for comments to state agencies and local agencies, and normally it's a 60-day process till it comes back to you for final approval.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in-house, yes, sir, no one online, I close public comment. What say council?
I'll move to approve ordinance number 2025-040 intro for the same reasons as before.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 2025-040 for intro. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. New business, variance item number 24. Variance. Yes, sir.
Mayor, council members, I just want to introduce the next staff member that will be presenting tonight. This is
Okay.
Justine Day.
Okay.
She's a planner with our department that will be presenting from time to time.
Okay, new, eh? All right, welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Here to present agenda item 24, variance request 462 West Osceola Street. The applicant, Michael Waitman, is requesting 2 variances to the Land Development Code to replace a detached garage on his property located at 462 West Osceola Street. The property is designated within the R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District and is adjacent to the Community Redevelopment Area to the west. Currently, the property consists of an existing single-family residence and a detached garage. The property owner would like to remove the existing garage and replace it with a new garage structure in the same location. In doing so, the need for the variances arises out of this replacement, along with an increase to the garage structure. The first variance request is to allow for a side yard setback to be less than the minimum 7.5-foot requirement. The second variance request is to allow for a rear yard setback to be less than the minimum 25-foot requirement. These requests would allow for a proposed detached garage to encroach into the side yard setback at 0 feet from the west property line and encroach into the rear yard setback at 23 feet from the north property line. The rear encroachment request is to incorporate a 6-foot by 18 deck, with the actual building being estimated at 29 feet from the north property line and the balcony 23 feet from the property line. In keeping the surrounding area in mind, the applicant is renovating the property in hopes of keeping the original architectural elevations. In doing so, the proposed detached garage would also be designed to complement the neighboring properties within the downtown and community redevelopment areas. The applicant has indicated the detached garage is best suited in this location due to the shape and size of the lot. If it was to be located within the backyard, the applicant would have complications when trying to back in and out of the garage. If approved, the applicant is willing to add gutters and address any stormwater runoff to the neighboring properties. Upon review of the applicant's request, staff is unable to support the reduction to the side setback of 0 feet. The variance requested is not the minimum that would make reasonable use of the land due to the structure being able to be located elsewhere and meet the applicable land development codes. Section 101-246 of the Land Development Code requires a positive finding on the review criteria in order to grant a variance. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted and finds the application does not meet a positive finding on one of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming you're the applicant, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, please come.
Oh,
Because I just don't have any information about them.
Okay, okay. Basically, again, it's because there is location for it to still be placed.
You mean
In the
because there
back.
is enough room in the backyard?
In the back, yes.
Okay,
So
well,
we're just
yeah,
gonna be
okay.
justifying that.
Perfect, yeah. Awesome. Hi, I'm Jacob Waitman, 462 West Osceola Street, representing my mother and father, Jimmy and Michelle. Michael Waitman, he goes by Jimmy, that's his real name. But yeah, basically with the 0 foot side yard setback, that is the original location for this shed, and the shed and the home are 100 years old. We're trying to keep the integrity of the home. You know, we're doing with the windows, we're stripping the paint, trying to keep all that original, as well as the shed. If we do move that shed into the 7.5 feet setback, that goes into our backyard, and it completely blocks the view from the lake that we have. So now it's kind of messing with that, as well as we wouldn't even be able to do much with the backyard. It's a small backyard, and I know we want to do some stuff with the garden, and whatnot, and I know it will make it that difficult, as well as the placement of it. If it's sideways, if our neighbors were to put a fence or anything like that, it would make the getting into it rather difficult with that area. As well as I know the 25 rear setback, I feel like that was only for the because we were adding a back porch and whatnot, and I feel like that's the less necessary one, but the more necessary one is the 7.5 side yard, because that kind of blocks the view from the lake of why we got the house. It's a beautiful view, it's got a backyard, it's got garden, we can do some stuff with it. I also have a letter from the neighbors, the David and Autumn Macon. I believe it was provided to you. That is our neighbors with the second-story house next door. It used to be property combining the two, and then it was split at one point, and so that's why that is where it is. And they do not mind if we keep it where it is with the 0-foot setback. And yeah, if you'd like me to provide that for any of you, I have it here. And thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have some questions before it goes to the public. It's for the property owner.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
With a 0 lot line, is it the wall of the structure that will be on the 0 line, or is it the overhang of the roof that would be on the 0 line?
So I believe it was the overhang for the side, the rear. Yeah, so for the rear yard setback from 25 feet to 23 feet, 23 feet, that was because of the, so it's on a 25, and then the overhang is 0. So there's like, potentially like, less than a foot.
So you could squeeze through if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
Or if your neighbor asked to build a
Yes.
20-foot wall, it wouldn't
Yes.
hit your roof.
It'd be possible.
It'd be
yeah.
right up against it.
Okay,
With the
yes.
overhang. That's what I'm trying to make sure we're not doing this.
Not overhanging into
Yeah.
there. I get that. Oh gosh, I know that he was basically saying we can put gutters, the proper drainage needed. The soffits will be minimal overhang on the property, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, yeah. Basically, we can make that not happen at all.
So they wouldn't be crossing your neighbor's
It wouldn't be
property.
crossing at all.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, no, that's it. I'm sorry, I'm a little.
It's okay.
I
It's
hate public
nerve-wracking up
speaking.
there. I
Yeah,
get it.
Yeah.
The last time I did it was in high school, so.
I always
it's
talked
a
really
little-
fast when I was up there. It was annoying.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Okay, sir, if we have any more questions, we will call you back at a later time, but in the meantime, we're gonna open this up to the public. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in, no one on the line, so I'm gonna close public comment and bring it back to council. Kirk,
Yes, sir.
did we find out where the present one is sitting? Get a
It is
verification?
on the property line, yes.
It is on the property
When you look
line?
at the aerial on the Lake County GIS, it does appear that the property line's approximately 4 or 5 feet over, but it is in fact on the property line. The current shed is on the property line.
Okay. All right. Well, I know, looking at the pictures wasn't quite clear, so I'd ask Kirk to verify that for me.
Quick question, Kurt. If you were to build and keep that one wall, can you get the grandfather exception to this?
In this particular case, no. If something happened to the shed and they were to build, once more than 50% of it needs to be rebuilt, it has to conform to the new section of the code. If it's less than, if they're just repairing a roof maybe, or one wall, it's not an issue. They could stay there. They wouldn't be in front of us.
And 7.5 feet is the setback that's required on the side, correct?
Yes, it is.
So then, the only reason you don't want to do that is because you don't want to obstruct the view from your house.
It'd be taking into our whole backyard, you know, and then it
Right.
would obstruct the view of the lake.
Wayne, could you bend overhead?
Yeah, Bill, this property, how wide is the property?
I believe it's 50,
50 by 100, if I'm not mistaken.
the other one was 50 by 100. This one is a little larger.
A little larger, okay.
Yes, 60 by 140 is this one.
So it's only 60 wide, so once you start putting 7.5 feet into that, you're cutting into a big chunk of that percentage in the back.
Well,
I don't think I
let me
said
say
this.
this, all the
It's
properties
in there.
in Clermont used to be 50 by 135 and had the 7.5 feet setback. Okay, they've always had 7.5. I wish it was 10, but 7.5. I have a problem with putting things on the property line. I wouldn't have no problem if you go 5 feet, do the 5 foot. But putting things on the property line, that put a lot of responsibility and onus on your neighbor to maintain that side of the building and all these kind of things, okay? So that's why I've always, I actually used to push to say, hey, we can't put anything no closer than 5 feet. So they have to maintain all the yard and everything on that side between the property owner and the structure. And I ran into that when we built the new post office up there. They made us put the fence 5 feet off the property line, and next thing I knew, I was being cited for not maintaining the property on the other side. But-
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
but the
this
neighbors
is-
didn't want to have to deal with the fencing.
This is part of historic Clermont. This is
Right.
a 100-year-old piece of property. This is
Right.
how communities were built. This is a walkable town center. This is the residential that's going to be close to a walkable town center. There's nothing about this that I don't like. I think that our current code is designed for suburbs, not for walkable towns. And I'm going to move to approve item number 24.
I second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number, what are we on, 23?
Yeah.
24.
24.
24. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
Hearing
I
none,
have a question.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the applicant or staff. So the current, thank you, Mr. Henschel, for the clarification on where the current structure is, that it's actually on the 0 lot line, because the
Right.
overhead is deceiving in that way. There's language in here about the new structure being wider and longer. Is that correct?
If you look on the screen here, the smaller box here
Right.
is the existing shed. The enlarged structure is what's around it here.
Do we know how
That
much
includes
larger
walkways. That's
that
including
structure
patios.
is compared to the current structure?
Bear with me.
I guess my question is that, you know, would potentially the 0 lot line be alleviated some if it were not enlarged so dramatically, or is it's an indistinguishable number and it really is not something that is a concern?
Well, I think the way
Yeah,
I
there
read
is
this is
some.
it's the wraparound, it's the porches that are causing
Extending it into our
the extension.
area,
Yeah.
not extending it to them.
This area is approximately, this dimension around here is approximately 4 feet that they were agreeing to.
That's
On-
4
on-
feet essentially on each side of
On the
that?
3 sides.
On the 3 sides, yeah, sorry, yeah, 3 sides, okay. That's what I was curious, how much is it, how much more larger is it compared to the current structure? And I agree with Councilmember Strange, given the unique nature of and historic value in terms of the age and location of the property, I think we have to be cognizant of that and willing to accommodate that. If this were in a newer section of Clermont where, you know, maybe the codes were different when it was developed, we would probably be having a different conversation. But I think we can work with them. I don't know if we need to. This is a question for the attorney or for city staff. Do we need to make sure that we include language that says no overhang on the neighbor's property? Because I heard that, and I certainly don't want the approval to insinuate that we gave you permission to do that, and we don't have the authority to do that.
Thank you for bringing that up. That's what I was going to bring up.
Okay.
Because I wasn't sure from the discussion whether part of the plans is to have part of the overhang actually over the property line or the soffit. No portion of the structure should, and the city cannot and will not approve any kind of
Yeah.
variance that allows the structural part to go over a
Yeah.
property line.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure
We're all-
we're clear on that to the applicants too, and to the neighbors, that we didn't approve something that allowed soffits or anything for that matter to go over the
But I
property
thought I
line.
heard something about that.
We did, and that's why I wanted to
did.
ask.
I was just saying it'll be minimal, like we'll make it work in a sense.
It won't happen.
Yeah.
Like it won't happen.
In
Yeah,
other words,
right.
it would be a
Okay.
minimal, it would be a minimal change on your part
Yeah.
to make that work.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
he wrote it down and I rewrote it and then it.
You're
I
doing
mean,
a great thing for
the
your
warning,
parents.
of course, for an applicant is that, like, you know, when you plant a tree and it goes over the property, they have the right to trim that tree back to the property.
right.
Same way with the edge of a house,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
so just, okay,
Absolutely.
all right.
We should do it first thing. Again, thank you again, Lord.
I don't have anything else,
With,
Mayor.
Aren't here.
You're fine.
With the soffit not going over, that mean they have to, the wall of the structure will have to be a foot or so off, 18, well, the soffit's gonna be about 18 inches anyway.
Okay.
So the walls have to be about 18 inches from the property line, so.
Make it work.
Right, I think what you're saying is no portion of the house can cross the property line.
No. Right.
So you can't
Nothing.
build it up to the property line and have the soffit extend
No.
past. You'll have to move the structure over. Also, you're building a two-level structure. Is this gonna have utilities in there?
No.
Like water and?
No, it'd be
So
more
it's
a
not gonna be an
storage,
accessory
kind of
dwelling.
just put stuff, we don't have a lot of storage already in the other house that we, have basically. So that's what we're trying to keep to, fit everything that we have, basically.
Well, I mean, it looks like it's, it's gonna have sliding doors on the top level.
I think that was more for like, say like we can put a chair or something up there to see the view from there. But I'm unsure.
gonna be a
I know it's main,
It's not gonna be a secondary dwelling.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it'd
Item
be
11.
okay with me if it
Yeah.
was.
I was gonna say, thank you for investing in your property
Yeah.
and thank you for improving the property.
I have a second, a motion and a second for approval of item number 24. With no further discussion, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 25, good luck, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Variance request. Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 26, number 25 was tabled earlier. Variance request, 582 East DeSoto Street. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Nick Gonzalez, Development Services. This is agenda item number 26, variance request for 582 East DeSoto Street. The applicant, Alex Newsom, is requesting two variances to the Land Development Code. One, to allow for a secondary residential driveway access within 100 linear feet, and two, to allow a driveway to encroach into the rear yard setback to be less than the minimum requirements of the special setback as required by the Land Development Code. The property, 582 East DeSoto Street, is a corner lot located at the intersection of East DeSoto Street and Scott Street in the R1 zoning district. It is developed as a single-family home and currently has an existing driveway on the east side of the property that provides access to an attached garage. The applicant is proposing to construct a second driveway, also on the east side, to provide access to the backyard for the purpose of parking a boat. The property has an existing fence with two gate openings along the east side, which currently allows access to the backyard. The applicant has aligned the proposed driveway with these existing gates, which results in a 5-foot rear yard setback for the proposed concrete pad where the boat would be parked, less than the required 7.5-foot special setback, according to section 125-520. While staff acknowledges that the property currently does not have a rear neighbor, the Land Development Code is intended to apply consistently across all properties regardless of current site conditions. The restriction on multiple driveway access within 100 feet is in place to limit unnecessary curb cuts, preserve the visual character of residential streets, and minimize potential traffic and safety concerns. In this case, the proposed second driveway would be located in close proximity to the existing one, which is not consistent with the intent of the code. Section 101-246 of the Land Development Code requires a positive finding on the review criteria in order to grant a variance. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted and finds that application does not meet a positive finding on 2 of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. 1827.
How you all doing?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Questions for me?
Yes, sir. It's you applying for this, right?
Yes,
Name and
I'm
address,
applying.
please,
Well,
sir.
I built my house in order to put my boat in my backyard.
Mr. Alex, can I get your name and address, please?
My name is Alex Smith from 582 East DeSoto Street.
Okay. State your case, please.
Yes. I owned the property for many years, and I came home to build my house to accommodate my toys, and that's what I'm asking for. Simple.
Okay,
It's
simple,
not
okay. Well,
complicated.
that's fine.
I don't
This-
have a lot of room back there. That's the only place I got to park the boat.
If we have any other questions, we will call you back at a later time, but right now, I'm opening up to the public. Anyone in the public wish to address this may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. No one online, so we're gonna call online. We're gonna call public comment altogether, bring it back to council. What say council?
I didn't notice was there a neighbor letter in this packet?
Don't need a neighbor letter. I'm the neighbor.
You're the neighbor? Are you okay with it?
Well, I look at it this way. Basically, he can park the boat back there right now without asking for a variance, and the only variance he's asking for is to cut the curb in the driveway, put another driveway in there, which he can jump the curb right now. Of course, if he damaged the curb, and he have to pay for that to be repaired. But,
Well, it's already damaged.
and it's and most of the curbing.
Now you're just telling on yourself.
No,
Well, he didn't do
I just
it.
built the house there.
He didn't do it.
It was
All the
damaged there when I
curbing.
built my home.
Most of the curbings along them streets
Right.
are all damaged up and everything anyway, so it kind of be an improvement as far as I'm concerned. I don't see any other neighbors in here that has anything to say about it, so I have no problem with it. At least it's no restriction for parking the boat in the backyard right now. It's mainly the driveway, so.
And
I
there's
have
no issue with the surface area of the concrete?
No.
Staff?
Well, I'm cold.
We would have to consult with Public Works, but that's usually why there isn't many curb cuts within the 100 feet. But yeah, that would have to be a Public Works question.
We didn't anticipate it being a problem based on the square foot.
Square foot, and this is only a 10-foot wide drive, right, instead of a 20?
The driveway apron would be a total 18 feet. So
Okay.
it would be 18 feet. The concrete pad which would be in his backyard, would be 12 feet.
Well, he can.
But the apron would be an 18-foot apron.
Like I say, right now, he can go back there and put a pad back
He
there
could.
anyway.
He would have to meet the 7.5 setback for special setbacks, but
I don't think he
can
have to have it.
he could put the boat back there right now. Yeah.
Right now, so.
Now, would it solve your problem with the setbacks if you did, can you go back in the slide to where you have the overview of the property? The aerial? Okay, with this one. So the house, 1, 2, 3 west, see how it has 2 driveways? The one on the right is a Hollywood driveway. It's called a Hollywood Drive, where it's got grass in the middle.
That's a duplex.
Well, that may be, but that's a Hollywood Drive where.
She's talking about this one right here.
So I'll play Vanna White. This one right here.
Yeah, she's talking about
No,
this.
that's not a Hollywood curve.
It's not a Hollywood Drive?
No, no.
That's a duplex.
Now, if you go east on that street to the, on the other east side of Scott, that's Hollywood.
Okay, well, I can't see that one.
Yeah, see, on the corner there.
But the point
and-
is, if you're not going the full width of the driveway and you just do a Hollywood Drive,
I don't know
so
what
that you
Hollywood
could,
Drive is.
it's 2 rows of concrete instead of
okay,
a
those 2
huge.
rows, like the duplex there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'd be able to just drive up, back up, move on it, and then you might not need to go the full width. And so that might help with the variance as well.
I never looked at it that way.
Is that an option?
Well, the way it's designed and the way everything in there now, he's gonna basically have to have another whole apron because the present driveway, and if you look at the corner of the house and where he's trying to go, if you go back and look at the fence, the gate is right on the property line, on the back property line. So I think it's about, 30 feet in between, the present driveway and the other one would be about 10, 15 feet in between.
Between the driveways?
Yeah, between the driveways.
Oh, that's more than 10 or 15.
Is it
It's
more than
probably
10?
20,
Yeah,
25 feet.
If you go back and look at the picture where he had the fence and the gate, and you'll see that the gate is actually on the back side, back end. So it's if you were to pour the concrete and go through the either to utilize that gate, it's about I thought it was about 15 feet, maybe more between that one and the other driveway.
back?
So no, you can't cut across them.
No.
And like I say, right now, he can go back there, he can park his boat, there's no restriction against everything. Main thing we look in here is the curbing. It'll be an improvement, as you can see in that picture right there with the fencing, the curb is already broken, and I guarantee he did not break it. Because he doesn't even have a photo on the property yet. But most of the curbing in that area has already been destroyed, and we've been getting the city to come through and try to address them, so.
Well, I know we've talked about encouraging backyard cottages, and so you need to be able to access those. I'm generally not I don't have a problem with somebody storing their toys, as you called them, you know, in the backyard. I worry a little bit about having 2 driveways per house. That's why I tend to kind of go towards a Hollywood Drive as like a secondary drive. That other couple that came in here who needed to park on the side, you know, it just kind of creates more of a green space look. But we don't have policy, to my knowledge, on how we handle a secondary driveway in a home and what we want to do. And I think we're starting to establish a precedence. This is a part of the historic downtown. This is going to be part of the new comp plan with DPZ. So, I mean, what are our thoughts?
Well, like I say, I have no problem, because then when I sit down and think about it, and I can recall, I know it's one right up the road from me, where you have two cuts in the curve for one driveway, and granted, they don't exceed 20 feet, but you basically got one round driveway, and we got plenty of them. So that's kind of like saying you got 2 driveways.
Yeah, that's
Except
true.
the only problem we have here, his present driveway is 20 feet, which is the city limit. And then he asking for a second one. So I don't have any problem with 2 driveways, as long as it's not interfering with neighbors and anything on that thing.
Yeah, and that's where it comes down for me. It's not the matter of, and I asked about this in my meeting, it's not a matter of the second driveway per se. It's that the first driveway is 20 feet and the second driveway would exceed. We currently would allow, without any variance, 2 driveways if they were 10 foot and 10 foot.
10 foot, right.
So it's not the 2 driveway piece, it's the additional curb cut. Because the original curb cut is already 20 feet, and we only allow 20 feet max, 1 or 2.
So now we're looking at 40.
So now we're potentially looking at 40 for 2 instead of 20 for 2.
Well, no, I think this one's
That's
gonna be,
really
you
what-
say 15 or 18?
Well,
18.
38.
Well,
38.
Yeah.
Tomato,
For me,
tomato.
that's really what it boils down to. It's a matter, I mean, we would allow a second driveway without a variance, if his first one was only 10 feet.
10 and 10, yeah.
And this one was only 10.
What is the plan, if any, for the property immediately to the north?
To the north,
Yeah.
nothing.
I've been trying to buy it, they
Yeah,
won't
we've
sell
all
it.
tried to buy it.
It's a vacant property.
It's vacant.
It's, the owner has no, well, they keep telling me he may put a duplex out there, okay, you know.
Don't force it.
Was
Like I
he
said-
noticed of this request, staff?
No.
He got notice?
And like I say, none of the neighbors I know of, I know I had a couple of the neighbors come and talk to me about it, and they had no problem with it. And like I say,
Everybody wanted to know what the yellow sign was.
Yeah. What'd you do?
Yeah, well, they read it and then they come and ask me, what's the yellow sign for? You
so,
read it.
I have more of a problem, which I think I've expressed to Kirk, if I go on the next street down. I got a couple houses with their boat parked in the front yard. I have a problem with that
And
more
see,
so than
that's
anything. And it's
my other option,
nothing
to
wrong
put it in my
against it.
driveway.
See, so, I mean, you can't even hardly see the front door of the house because they got big boats parked in the front yard. That's more of a nuisance to me, and I don't know what we can do about our codes that doesn't address that. So, I commend him for taking the step to try to, you know, do things, do things the right way, and that's why we're here with the variance and everything. So, if he wants to park it back there again, like I say, we can disapprove it, and he can still park the boat back there. He just has to go over the curb, and nothing we can do about it. Okay? And I'm gonna be honest, and should I say this? But I gave him more trouble about his fence, like I said before, because he got a fence on the other side next to my property, and it's right on the fence line, on the property line. So I feel like I have to maintain that fence line, just like my other neighbor got a fence on the other side. I'm constantly out there cutting down trees and branches on my side of the fence. So, but that's why like I said in the previous thing, I would like to see where we don't allow people to put things right on the property line and everything. Okay, but in this case, that's not what we're here for. We're here for the boat.
So can I make a motion for
Sure.
us to approve item number 26?
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 26. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0.
Good luck with your boat.
Good luck, sir. And we'll be going fishing, I guess. Variance request, item number 27.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Kurt Henschel, Development Services Director. Before you is a variance request for Walmart. The applicant is requesting 2 variances from the Land Development Code to support the implementation of a new drone delivery service at the existing Walmart Supercenter located at 1450 Johns Lake Road. The variances requested are as follows. 1 is to allow for a fence to be more than the 6 feet tall in a commercial district under section 125-521, and 2 for fences and walls. And to allow for a shipping container to be used for a drone delivery service for a longer period of time allowed under a temporary structure permit, which is under section 125-530. The subject property is currently zoned as a planned unit development and is being operated as the Walmart Supercenter. The applicant is proposing to expand the services at this location by introducing a drone-based delivery system, which would be the first fully operational Walmart drone delivery hub in the state of Florida. The proposed drone delivery system will consist of 2 distinct operational areas on the property. Let me go back one slide here just to demonstrate those. You see the 2 red boxes, one on each side of the store there, and I'll go over those. The autoloader station, which is at the northwest corner, that's in the left side of your screen.
This here, right?
Will be where the drones pick up the packages prepared to deliver. It will be enclosed by an 8-foot high fence and will occupy approximately 525 square feet. The other location on the right side of your screen, called the drone nest area, again the southeast corner, will be a hub where the drones will be stored, maintained, and launched. The area will be enclosed by an 8-foot tall fence and will include a shipping container used to securely store and manage the drone equipment. The total area of this zone is approximately 4,560 square feet. The applicant shall ensure all drone operations comply with applicable FAA regulations and local safety protocols. The 2 areas will result in the removal of approximately 38 existing parking spaces. However, based on the overall site plan and the surplus of parking spaces beyond the minimum code requirement, this reduction does not present a concern for the site functionality of the or for customer service. Staff has reviewed the application and understands that the increased fence height is a necessity to ensure the security and safety of the drone equipment and operations. The 8-foot tall fencing will provide a physical barrier to unauthorized access and help mitigate potential safety risk associated with the drone technology. Also, the shipping container service serves as a secure and weather-resistant facility for the drone storage operations. The applicant is requesting relief from the temporary use time limits to allow the container to remain on site for an extended period, potentially as a semi-permanent fixture due to the long-term nature of the drone program. Under section 101-246 of the Land Development Code, requires a positive finding on the review criteria in order to grant a variance. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted and finds the application does meet a positive finding on 5 of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff does recommend approval of the variance request. And that's staff's report.
Okay. Applicant present.
Hello, council. Hello, mayor. Eric Vaughn with Wing, and I have
Reginald Reed with CPH, the engineering firm, doing the plans.
Okay. No presentation?
No presentation. We're just super excited to get this started here in Clermont. We are underway and want to really bring this innovative service and make it accessible to your residents. I have been launching sites throughout, in my short tenure with Wing, we've been launching sites throughout the Southeast region and really excited to get started here in Florida. And if you have any questions for me about the service, about the accessibility, please feel free to ask.
thank you. Well, in that case, if we have any questions, we will call you back up at a later time. But in the meantime, this is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. No one. Do we have anyone? No one? Okay, well, we're gonna close public comment, bring it back to council.
Is there like any kind of noise situation for, you know, if it's traveling over people's homes? Is there like a 9 to 5 delivery window, or can deliveries be done anytime, 24 hours?
No, so currently we operate only in daylight hours, and that is adjusted during daylight savings time. So it's typically 7 to 7, but right now probably a lot earlier, as it's getting really dark pretty soon,
Right.
pretty earlier. So yeah,
So only daylight hours, it doesn't have navigation?
we're working on that. We're in the next few months. We're hoping to do some tests with the FAA to be able to operate later on in night hours, past 9 o'clock.
And you can only go up to 400 feet?
Yes, due to our FAA guidelines, we're only flying up to 400 feet. Typically, with our drones, it's around 150 to around 200 feet.
And is there like liability that you have to carry in the event of, you know, hitting somebody's house?
Yeah, so we fortunately have not had any of those incidents yet, but we are insured through our ownership company as well as through the FAA.
And you said you've already done these in other areas here?
Not in Florida. This will hopefully be our first
Where have
site.
you done it before?
We have about 15 locations in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We just launched last weekend in Atlanta, and we're in Charlotte as well.
Okay,
Do you have any recording capacity on these drones where you can record over the areas that they're flying?
So it does not. So we do have cameras, and they're used as more as sensors than anything. They're not sending any live images to anyone, not even the pilots that are monitoring the plane. They're just a sensor so that the drone knows where to land. If there's like a car or something in the way where it's gonna, it will like move. The drone will move over to deliver to a safe location.
Do they record any images while they're flying that are stored for later review?
So it does get recorded, but the recording just gets sent to our. It's just stored later for later review, for enhancing our drones for the future.
And you're a private entity?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
my understanding recording is, in case, go back to Mr. Peterson, in case they have crashed, they have a record of what happened, okay, so they do have a recording.
And all data's for sale these days.
Huh?
All data's for sale these days.
Yeah, well, I don't have it, and this is different from the drone program they had down there before. This is new.
This is new. This is a different company.
So one of the questions I had with staff when I met with them was, are you still restricted from flying across 27 and Highway 50?
I can get that answer back to you, but I do believe so.
Okay, because I know the other drone program, when I went down for that one and introduced, they did that one, it was a restriction that you couldn't cross 27 and you couldn't cross 50.
Yeah.
And a half, I think we had what was it, Kirk, a half-mile radius or whatever?
I think it was 3 miles or before.
3 miles, okay. So,
Yeah, we can send those flight maps and those restricted zones typically change pretty frequently. So I can check into the latest one. But I know as of when they chose the location, that was a no-fly zone for a 3 mile radius.
okay, and these drones look a lot different than what they used to have down there, so they look a lot bigger.
They're getting better and better, and they're a lot quicker too. So you can get your things a lot faster.
Do you have pictures of the drones? That you could let us see what one looks like?
Yeah, I thought there was some pictures in the presentation, wasn't it? Yeah.
And sir, did you
Is
say
that the
make?
drone, or I thought that was just.
Oh no, that is the actual
I thought it was
drone.
an airplane.
No, that is the actual location in Dallas.
Dallas, yeah.
Now, do they make a lot of noise?
They do not actually. So our drones are made to mimic sounds like neighborhood sounds.
Okay.
So at that nest where there's about 12 to 16 drones flying, it sounds like a lawnmower, the same decibel as a lawnmower going at 100%. When they're delivering to a home, it will come down to about 25 feet. The drone will never come down completely. It will just come down to about 25 feet, and the package will get lowered down, and that sound is about the sound of a car going at 40 miles per hour, the same decibel. So we have worked over the last decade to make sure that the drones are as quiet as they could be.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, very exciting.
So how much weight would these carry?
So these, the ones that you're seeing right now, they're carrying a little bit over a little under 2.5 pounds. So it's not going to be a big delivery. It's going to be those last minute things. You go grocery shopping and then you realize you forgot something to make a recipe, or like me, I'm a single dad and the other day I had a sick kid at home and I did not want to get him in the car, so I could have just got on the drone service, ordered some Tylenol, got it sent to me. So yeah. So
That's neat.
Even though the size increased, the weight limit is still only 2.5 pounds or so. Okay.
for this drone, we're working on one that's going to be a little bit bigger, and we're hoping to launch that mid-year.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll do double the size, double the package.
Is this fence an example of what we would expect
I'm
to
sorry.
see? Is this image of a fence the type of fence we would expect to see?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there video recordings that the drone is doing? And is that invasion of privacy involved that, drones flying over and somebody's sunbathing?
Yeah. So our drones are the cameras on them. They're treated more like sensors. They're super low resolution. Think of like that first camera phone. It's very grainy footage. So we're not going to be capturing anybody's sunbathing. They won't even be able to make it out. It's just more like figures and static.
Okay.
I have some questions,
Yes, sir.
please. With relation to delivery zone, so we're not clear on what the actual delivery zone is for these,
I'm sorry, the clear.
whether or not you can go over 27 or 50. We're not clear on the, you don't know the delivery zone of these?
I'll have to check back to see
Okay,
the
so we
exact
don't
delivery
know
zone.
that at this point. How once it arrives at a property, how is the product delivered to the client?
So the client, from start to finish, a client will get onto the Wing app or to the Walmart app. They'll select their products that they want. They'll put in their address, and just like Uber Eats or DoorDash, the drone will find it's autonomous or highly autonomous, so we'll find the quickest location to them, typically in under 10 minutes to get to the location. It delivers within from the locations about a 6-mile radius from each Walmart location. It will then lower it down. You'll be able to select using on the map, using your location, you'll be able to select where in your property you want it to be delivered. So we have people who get it delivered in their backyard, front yard, driveway. A lot of people ordering their coffee in the morning, get it right next to their car so they can just get in their car and go.
So are people able to select the middle of the street out front?
No. It has to be on their property.
So how does the app know that that's their property that they're selecting?
Through LiDAR data, and then like we do our engineers do a lot of testing in the area. So once we are able to determine a location, they'll do all the mapping out for the areas and the locations that are eligible for service.
Okay. So it doesn't actually. What is the size of the drone?
It is. I should have brought mine. It's in my car. It's probably around this big. It's 11 pounds. It's not huge at all, and it's very lightweight compared to considering drones.
6 feet, 8 feet wide.
About
8 by 8, 6.
I'm so bad at about 6 feet.
I understand that, and I
Yeah.
am too. But I think in order for me to feel more comfortable with what you're asking here, we have some neighborhoods that are very small lots.
Yeah.
And if this is a 10-foot by 10-foot drone
No,
or an
it's
8-foot by 8-foot, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
we
about a
don't
6-foot
have that
drone.
information available to us. And so I think it's a little concerning about where this would actually go on the property. I thought that this would be like a product would be lowered down.
That's what I think.
Yeah. The drone will never lower down. It lowers to about 25 feet in the sky. It drops a cord down, so it's not going to lower into the
Then I
neighborhood.
misunderstood what you said, and maybe
Sorry
I'm the only
about
one
that.
who
Oh, sorry about that.
misunderstood it. But I thought you said it lands. The client picks where it lands, so it's
Where
the
the package will
product that
be
lands. Okay. And so the sound, I think you raised some maybe unintentional or inadvertent points there about the sound. So if this is, let's call it a lawnmower, well, we don't allow folks to mow their lawn at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And so if this is going to be operational at 2 a.m. at some point, but this variance has no restrictions on time. So right now they're saying daylight hours, but you also are testing technology that would allow for additional things. My concern is that, and maybe for the city attorney or for Mr. Henschel, how do we address that through this process so that we don't have 14 or 10, whatever the number is, lawnmowers running at 2 a.m. at Walmart loading deliveries?
They would be subject to our noise ordinance. So if they were flying at night and we thought that they might exceed our ordinance, we'd be out there with a decibel meter.
Okay.
From 10 to 7.
Okay. Okay.
But is that data available now since it's being operated in Dallas, right? So somebody must have data on what the sound levels are, et cetera. If it's, it's 1 makes a certain sound, 2 makes, what does 6 make? Is it a multiplier? Is it exponential? Or what?
Yeah, and I guess that's where where I'm coming from it, because I feel like it's a wow presentation that lacks specifics, in all honesty, about some of these items, and that's concerning to me. The other question I have about the shipping containers. So what are we talking about in terms of shipping containers? Are we talking about just gray boxes? Are these painted boxes? Are these colorful boxes? What do they look like? Because if these are going to be out there, and typically shipping containers are are temporary, these are going to be semi-permanent, meaning they could be out there for the duration of this program. What are we going to be doing for our aesthetics? It may not matter in the grand scheme of things with Walmart specifically because of how it's configured and set up and surrounded, but I guarantee you we're going to be seeing this for other entities like other commercial entities, Amazons, Targets, Walgreens, CVS's that aren't Costco's, BJ's, that aren't as secluded as the property here, and they're going to be looking at an 8-foot fence and shipping containers, and I'm concerned about what that looks like overall for our community.
I'm worried about the beauty of this or the lack thereof as well.
Right, there's probably, this is a whole new thing where, what is the legality? Is there rules, regulations, restrictions? Where you drop things, you drop it on your neighbor's house,
As far as the shipping, to answer your question,
Are we just like allowing something to happen without any regulations in place?
Well, first of all, the flying regulation is done by FAA.
FAA is over 500 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
Lower than 400, and I know they had the restriction, you couldn't go across 50 and 27.
Why wouldn't you have, I don't understand why they would have.
Well, I don't know why, but the
So we
current
have
drone
certain-
program they had down there, that was the restriction. They already, Walmart used to have, are they still operating their drone down there now?
The previous one?
Yeah.
No, that one went away. This is a new company.
This is a new company, yeah. But one of the things I like about this one, though, I don't have no problem with the drone, but the good thing I like about this one, they took and moved their operation into a corner out of the way where the other operation right in the middle of the parking lot where everybody can see and you had to go by.
And just also keep in mind that if they were in here with just a 6-foot tall fence and they did something other than a shipping container, the use can still happen.
Right.
So right now, your issue is the 8-foot tall fence and the shipping container.
And you're saying these are like 3 feet wide or 3 feet around?
The
So
I was able to text our engineers. The drones are about 4 feet by 5 feet wingspan. Yeah.
4 feet by 5 feet.
And the drones never touches the ground. They have a cable that they actually fly over the property wherever you tell them to drop it, and they lower the product down.
There'll be no interaction between non-wing employee and a drone, hence the need for that 8-foot fence.
Maybe if this get approved, maybe you need to set up a demonstration, something like that, maybe.
We can. We're actually hosting a demonstration soon. I'll send you an invitation in Florida, so I'll let you know about that very soon.
Yeah. Please do.
And I would feel, just to conclude my remarks, I do have some question about why 2 locations and why this isn't being proposed in one location closer to the store. In terms of the storage, it looks like there may be some space there by where the loading zone is, if for lack of a better word.
In the garden center.
Yeah, in the garden center. Why why aren't we taking out all of those spots and putting this all in one location rather than having drones operate and fly out of two locations, and having it sparsed out throughout the property?
So the idea here is to separate the interaction between the customers and the drones themselves. Though that nest, it isn't normally, there's not people in that area often. That autoloader, that is, they accompany, that area is put next to the online pickup delivery area that's already there. That merchandise is dispensed to that autoloader area by the same people who bring out your groceries for your pickup. So that is how the merchandise gets out. They'll put it on there. That autoloader has what we call like bunny ears that the merchandise is attached to. The drone flies from the desk, which is where it's stored and charged. It'll take off from that desk, go to the autoloader, drop down its line, pick up that merchandise, and then fly off, right? So there's no real interaction with, that's the reason why they kind of keep it separate. That nest, you can see that does take about roughly 30 parking spots. And so we like to put those in places where, you know, it's not frequently parked. There's no real use going in that area. We try to find a nice empty area that's not going to impact operation.
And the nest is where the shipping containers would be,
Correct.
which is on this map where we're seeing here, kind of over by the intersection of Cross Ridge and Citrus Tower.
Yes, out of the way. Yes, sir.
The loading area is the area that's closer to Highway 27 and the building in the upper left of the picture. But that's also, so that's where the drone was going to leave the nest and go to the loading.
It's not going to land. It'll hover just about the same height as it would when it delivers to drop down and pick up.
And staff will come out, attach it, and it takes off. And
Well, they don't even have to. So before the drone even comes, the merchandise is dropped down into the autoloader, and then like there doesn't have to be an employee in that area when that line is deployed.
Okay. So automated loading of the drone.
Correct.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
So I commend the creativity and the industriousness of it. It's an interesting world we're all living in. My concern with the fence and the crate is, crazy as it might sound when we're talking about a Walmart, is the beautification of the space. And when I look at that picture, I just see industrial. I mean, frankly, it looks like an imprisonment camp is what it looks like when I look at it. And I have parked basically right immediately next to where that red box is on the far right that you're calling the nest. I think that if what I would categorize as an industrial use was more where the industrial business was done, where the trucks load, you know, not where the people are, but actually where the big trucks are, I would be less concerned. I'm not going to be able to support this with the presentation as requested, but I think you've got some opportunities actually up in the Walmart building that you could get me to yes on, if it even matters. I might be counting to 3 here. But I just feel like it's too much of an industrial use, kind of out in the middle of, I do think it's in the public space. I don't think it's in the industrial section of, I understand you're saying maybe people aren't normally parked there. In this picture, it doesn't look like people are parked there, but I guarantee you next week, there's gonna be a lot of people parking out in those spots.
So one thing I do want you guys to consider is the fact that there are certain restrictions on those drones. We want to limit anything that can restrict the movement of those zones, right, or those drones. So if there's trees, if there's tall buildings, if there's light poles, those are things, trucks that move, big semi truck, we don't really want any of that around when those drones are coming in or taking off. So that's the whole point of trying to get it to a remote area within the footprint that, you know, would seem to be less impactful. But I can understand your point there, yes.
Well, as I said, I kind of like the fact that they moved it off into the corner where it used to be right in the drone program they had was right in the center. I mean, right in the center of the parking lot and everything. You couldn't miss it and everything. So it's that. And I very seldom see anybody on that side other than big trucks, maybe once in a while park over there. I can understand why you don't back in your auto loader. That's because of the truck and being an ex-truck driver. I'd be happy to keep you away from me too with that drone, especially when in that area where I'm trying to back and maneuver trucks and get in the loading docks. Less distraction for me, the better. As an ex-truck driver, anyway. So I have no problem with it, but I still have some concern with it. Are we still have a restriction of going, being able to go across 27 and 50.
I'm going to share in the sentiment of my colleague to my left, Councilmember Strange. Aesthetically, sound delivery zone. I don't know that whomever at Walmart, I guess, worked with staff to prepare you all and provided us information. I don't think they set you up for good success in the information, because there's just too many unknowns for me at this point to support it. I used to work with a supervisor who used to say to the staff, "Be the example, not the example." And in this case, I would love to be the first. I would love to be the example, but I'm worried that we're going to be the example. And that's concerning to me, and this is a situation where I'm comfortable Clermont not being the first, and until we have more information and I'm more comfortable with a lot of the nuances and the aesthetics that are associated with this, I can't support the variance at this time. I'm sorry.
Did I have a motion?
I will move it to vote it down, so I'll move for approval.
Is there an opportunity? I mean, we do have some, like, you can see it in operation. That this isn't. It's new to Florida, but it's not new, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, if you would like to, like, I guess, set up a time where we can go over some of the material, you can see how it operates, works, flows. What see how. Would that help?
I think
possibly. I mean, I don't.
We sit down with the
I'm willing to. I would be willing to table rather than approve this, but I can't guarantee you that I'm going to get to yes on that. So I don't want to give a false sense of, showing me something's going to get me to say yes. But I guess. Council, do you feel like, are there questions? Am I alone in the questions that I have? And if I am, and you all are comfortable, then let's move forward.
Well, I'm comfortable with it. Like I said, I've seen the operation, not you all, but the other operation they did. I went down there and I witnessed it. They had a demonstration for us, and I was very impressed with it.
Oh, you saw the demonstration?
Not theirs, but Walmart used to have a drone program before.
Walmart used to operate drones.
Yeah, they operated drones out of the parking lot down there before. And I went down at Kirkwood, was it 2-3 years ago? We went down and had the demonstration, and I was very impressed. That's one of the concerns. Like I said, here, your drone's a lot larger than what Walmart was using before, but the weight limit, of course, that was always one of my concerns about the weight. You're carrying around 10, 15 pounds, it release and fall on somebody.
So
if it's only
they're about
2.4
pounds.
Yeah.
So we're not carrying the larger packages because we want to make sure that they're safe.
Right.
We know that we possibly could carry larger packages, but right now we're really comfortable with that 2.4 pound weight limit.
Of course, if FAA say you can go across 27 and 50, I can't do anything about it. But for right now, last I know, FAA say you can't go across 27 and 50,
No,
which I had a concern.
FAA, these types of commercial drones under Part 135 of FAA regulations do allow them to cross highways if they obtain certain certifications.
Okay.
And I don't know if they have them, but actually, just according to my limited research here, Wing has done it before. So it is possible.
Okay, but they have to go through FFA with certifications for safety. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a right. It's not a right.
That's my concern. We flying over the.
And I think all we're really doing is a variance for the height. Of the
I would like.
I'd like to make a motion to. I lost it here. The variance request item number 27.
I second.
The two variances.
Yes.
Approval for both of them?
Approval, yes.
Okay. Which is the 6-foot fence and I forget the other, shipping containers. Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval, item number 27, variance request. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor?
I just want to state for the record that I don't understand how staff recommended approval on items number 2 and 5. This is not out of character with other properties in the same zoning category. This isn't even done in Florida. So it's completely out of character with everything else that goes on in this city. And the minimum variance that would make reasonable use of the land, they could have put this somewhere else We just had a property owner that was up here who wanted to restore a 100-year-old garage, and staff recommended denial because they could have moved their garage to another location. So I'm going to be opposed to this, but I just wanted to state the reasons why.
Okay, all right.
We're only approving a height restriction on a fence.
Fence.
We're not
Right.
approving drones. or
It's
anything
my
else.
understanding, Kirk, if I'm not right, if, they can go out there and operate the drone without the parking lot, without the fence, right?
And my objection
That's
has nothing to
correct.
do with the drone operation. It's the fence and the container, which both, like I said, they're industrial in nature. I mean, just the image of them is industrial. This is a retail
But
center.
I think that we're not even concerned with the container. This is only talking about the fence.
Fence.
height.
And
No,
the fence-
there's two items, Mr.
Yeah.
Peterson.
And the
There's a
container.
second item that says to allow a shipping container to be used for a delivery drone service for a longer
all right.
period allowed under the temporary structure permit. So we're actually giving two variances. One is for the fence to go
One
from
is for the
6 to 8, and then also to allow for shipping containers to be longer than temporary. So these shipping containers could be out there for 20 years, 5 years, 20 days.
There was a question asked about the beautification of the shipping containers and how that would look if they're out there for longer. We have had cities in Dallas, Fort Worth that have requested, or we've done like screening around the fences or did wraps to make it a little bit more beautiful, make it look a little bit blend in with the community a little bit more. So we're able to do that as well.
So
And-
can we
Meaning
include
you
that?
can apply conditions.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
we can
how about
apply
as conditions, we limit it, what's your company name?
Wing
Wing.
Wing LLC, Wing Inc.
Wing LLC.
Wing LLC, so it's tied to the operator, and let's have them put a screen around it so that it doesn't look like,
Okay.
a prison, sorry. And so if the container's inside, I don't really care, but if the container's visible, maybe an art installation, we've got a lot of art folks in Clermont who might be interested.
And let me say this, you're talking about the container, Mr. Bain, you wasn't here, but I think everybody else on this council, I think we approved, a project one time using containers in our downtown.
We did.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that was a retail face of a company, not a storage for
So
industrial
can we
use.
just
Well,
have
it's
that
still-
added
it's still
to
a
the
container.
amendment? Can we
Okay.
just have that added to the amendment and take it to a vote, because we have
Yes.
other people
We
that we
have,
have to get to.
I have a motion and a second on the floor for approval of item number 27. Any further discussion?
Yeah, would Bill
Here.
consider amending the motion to limit the the variance to this
To a
company?
specific period of time that, and how it's gonna be aesthetically pleasing to the.
Wing LLC, a wrap around the
Right.
fence, and if the storage container is visible to the public, that it have an art installation on it.
Would you consider wrap or decorative feature on the storage container itself over the fence? As an engineer, I am a little bit concerned on limiting visibility around that.
Just a
Yeah,
shipping
the
container.
shed stuff. She was saying screening the fence,
Oh, yeah.
and so you can't see the container.
They can't see
So I-
inside the
They can't
fence.
see inside it,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would ask that we could do something with the container and not screen in the fence
Yeah.
itself.
To be able to see, so you can still see
So you can
inside the
still see,
fence.
correct.
Okay. Now,
Can we run that by staff for approval before it happens? I can compromise on that, but I'd like it to come by our staff before it goes out.
any further discussion? Hearing none,
I
all
can
in
amend
favor?
that then,
Oh,
to have that additional language put in. That you had said,
okay,
Ms. Strange.
So a wrap around the container that's approved by Clermont staff.
okay.
Does the second accept the amendment?
Oh, I second, yeah, I second. I agree with it, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and second, on approval of variance number, request.
27.
And item number 27, with the approved addiction, addressing the container. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 4-1. Item number 28, ordinance number 2026-001, intro accessory dwelling units.
An ordinance of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 6, Financial Matters, Division 2, Impact Fees, amending Section 264 Impact Fee Schedule, providing for a new impact fee schedule adjusting and reducing impact fees for accessory dwelling units, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance to the extent of such conflict, providing for conflict severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to give a little intro to this if you want. This is an introduction
Yes.
only to the ordinance, but if you want a small presentation, I'm happy to give one. No? Okay.
Not, come.
Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I'm sorry, it's getting late. So I am in full support of this. It doesn't make sense that we do not have a section in our code to address specifically accessory dwelling units when it comes to impact fees. A reduction to 25% of the current impact fees perhaps is not ideal, as in perhaps not exact, but it makes sense to me. This is something that we should be encouraging, especially downtown. We do need more gentle density, and accessory dwelling units can serve as a way to provide housing for lower cost. In fact, I have one. I converted my garage to an accessory dwelling unit, and my uncle is living there for way below market rate. So that is something that can help families like mine to, stay in a beautiful place like Clermont. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Hsu at 931 West Montrose. I know this is an intro, so how much do I need to make a case for this right now? I mean, I'll keep it short either way, because it's late. Okay, I do like it. I know I kind of tripped the system on this one, as I seem to do, but yeah, I support it. I hope you'll consider it. A couple high-level context, I can go into more detail another time, but we'll still pay some impact fees to, obviously, the city. It's a reduction, but then there's also county impact fees. So that's just big context when you're taking that into play. We're still paying a good amount there. Thank you so much also to the staff who have worked on this and brought this forth. I know it's a small thing, but it's very much leaning in the direction that we're heading with a lot of good development and DPZ and the form-based code in downtown. We need to incentivize housing like this. We need diversity of dwelling. In the next 10 years on a macro point, we're going to have boomers downsizing and millennials and Gen Z that can't afford, nor do they want, their independent spread out homes. So we need to do everything we can, even these little things, to incentivize that. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public proceeding. Anyone in the public who wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else. Anyone online, Mr. Wayne? No one online. I close public comment. What say staff?
I would like to make a motion for us to accept this.
I have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 2026-001 for intro. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, reports. Mr. Van Wagner.
Just want to make you aware that December 24th and December 25th and January 1st, the city offices will be closed, and our next scheduled council meeting will be January 13th of 2026. A couple events that we're going to be having is the PD on December 10th has PD's Heroes and Helpers at Target beginning at 5 p.m. And then Friday, December 12th is Battle of the Badges. That's a basketball between CPD and the LSSO at Aurelio Academy at 6:30. And everybody's encouraged to bring unwrapped toy for free admission. And then December 17th, PDA's Holidays and Heroes will be at Walmart beginning at 6 p.m. That ends my report.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Waugh.
Thank you, Mayor. We are going to appeal the adverse decision of the Code Board from last month. We're receiving the written order that we can appeal, so that's a precondition to us doing it. That regards the access from the Encompass Health property.
Okay.
And other than that, I don't think I have a report except to say Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, and I wish you all a happy holidays.
Live long and prosper.
I think I heard that comment earlier today, but somebody made the comment they was at home last night watching the Christmas movie Die Hard, and I've been complex trying to figure out which Die Hard are they talking about. It didn't seem like a Christmas movie to me. Councilmember Strange.
A couple things that have come up at recent public hearings. One happened today. There was a reference by a member of the public that the Wellness Way fire money in some way related to our general fund reserves. And I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware that the funds for the fire department that we've been spending all relate actually to impact fees, and that 100% of those were paid by the residents of Wellness Way that we have been spending. So I just want anybody who even feels like it's a gift or it's not. The folks down there actually made those payments, and that's important to me, just to make sure that that's clear. So also another thing that came up tonight had to do with parking during events. When I met with staff, one of the things that they said they would start doing is when they have events scheduled, whether it's their events or a member of the public, that they will include a parking plan with that specific event, so that each event has a clearly published parking plan, which I think is great resolution to that challenge, and I commend staff for coming up with it. On the tourism front, Lake County will be sending up its capital plan processes to the Board of County Commissioners in the January meeting. We meet again on January 6th to approve that, and then it will go to the Board of County Commissioners. And I already met with staff on this, but I want to make sure you all are aware as well that we are expecting immediately to be able to apply for capital funds. So I don't yet know what that process will be. I just know that it will be very fast. So the application deadline might be as late as the end of January or sometime in February, and then it won't open up again until 2027. So I met with staff, asked them to get with the ABA to make sure that they're looking at, hey, what properties might we want to make capital improvements on? There's about $4 million in the capital fund at the county right now for tourism. There's another about $500,000 to $1 million each year that'll hit that fund. So we want to get in early on that. I'd like a 5-year plan. And then the last thing I have is Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And if anybody wonders, Miss Myers is the nicest of all of us because she's the only one who gave a card. So thank you for that. It's the 2nd year in a row. I should have known better. So my apologies, but I hope everyone has a happy holiday. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, whatever you do celebrate, I hope goes great for you and no family drama.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in agreement with our attorney. Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. I, as I alluded to earlier, plan on bringing forward in January a resolution or some discussion to our documents related to times of meetings. And I obviously, as I said before, didn't want to do that tonight to add to that conversation and length of the meeting. So just to be in the spirit of transparency, letting folks know that that's coming forward, and obviously welcome any feedback from the residents of Clermont on that. In addition to that, I'd like to also start having some conversations about consent agenda and how we create the consent agenda, and do we want to have any guidelines. I think all of us at some point have either heard from residents, well, is it a dollar amount? Is it a not viewed controversial? And I think we've all kind of expressed some frustrations at some point, either as council members or as residents, and residents have come forward certainly up here. And I think it just behooves us to set city staff up for success if we provided that guideline for them or that feedback for them. And so I don't know that needs to be something that, as an individual council member, I would propose something that I would like to see, and then we all vote on it. I think we can maybe try to come to some resolution on that. So I'd like to just put that out there, that I'd like to have some conversation relative to that. And then finally, just a question relative to our appointments that we make to our external entities. boards and commissions and whatnot that we represent. When, Mr. City Manager, when will that occur, and what is the process for that for council or city clerk on how do we do that when we make those conversations about, because we have a new council member and we have boards and commissions and out there that are not being represented by the city?
It will be on the January agenda along with the Mayor Pro Tem.
So that's first meeting in January?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everyone.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Please be safe.
Let me verify, the question you just asked about the, boards. What was that?
Well, we all decide who's going to represent the city at, say, the chamber, Main Street, TDC, all those entities and appointments we make.
Yeah.
Well, so we have a new council. I just was asking when we were going to be doing that and what the process was for that.
All right. I guess I was thinking about code boards and all these kind of things, okay. But yeah, usually that's January. We make that determination in January, along with other things. Where are we? Councilmember Peterson and Myers, I'm sorry.
Good evening. This is a question let me just say this. With sunshine laws, we're not allowed to talk to each other. So when we have questions, we have to do it up here. So my question is toward Ms. Strange. I watched the video from last time because I was not there. And I watched it again and again, and I didn't get what you were seeing. So this is what I wanted to ask you. What is the gap that you're seeing in regards to hiring a branding consultant?
You mean for tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I did not anticipate that we would be hiring a branding consultant. I don't think that we even know where we want to go yet, and so branding wouldn't make sense. When we went through the workshop in the summer, we terminated one
Ms.
position.
Strange, hold on a minute. I understand your point, but since we'll be talking about that on the next item, can we hold that until we go to, because they're gonna be doing presentations, so we can talk about that before the presentation, and let's get finished with reports, please.
Well, see, my point was do we even need that? That's my point. That's why I was bringing that up.
Got it.
Because
I don't see it as branding. I see it
Yeah.
as public communication management.
So your thought was we needed someone else to do that instead of Melinda.
In addition to.
In addition to
Yeah,
Melinda.
because we used to have 2 people in that role.
Right.
And we defunded 1.
Right.
And it was my understanding that the purpose of that was to put in someone to work with her, another group, a private group, so she would have resources across multiple different disciplines. So you don't have to hire 4 or 5 different people to do data analytics and graphic design.
So you didn't think we needed to hire just a second person? You think we needed to have a whole consultant to do that? That's
Oh, yeah.
right.
Yeah.
To do what though?
Well, anytime you deal with public communication, and especially when you involve social media, you have the issue of what is the message we want to get out? What does that message look like? Who does it need to go to? And
Right.
how do we get it to them? And then the evaluation of did they get it?
Right.
And typically, at least in my experience, those individuals are not the same person. So a lot of times you might have one person on your team that's really good at graphics.
Mm-hmm.
And then you might have another person on your team that's really good at the data, which can be both sides of the data, both getting the data out as well as getting it back and digesting it and figuring out what that means. Then you have the social media piece, which is actually managing the tech of all the different types of social media.
So my question is why not hire a person to do that instead of spending $40,000 plus an invoice that this company will send a nickel and dime us then? Why not just hire somebody to do that then?
Because usually one person does not have all of
No,
those
but I'm
skills.
saying another person. So
Yeah.
she'll have 2 people, so it'll be a team of 2 people. And that way we can control the narrative and we can control the spending on that. Because right now what you're proposing, in my opinion, is giving an open checkbook to one of these people that come to present. And I don't think that's being a good steward over our money, because we don't still even know what our vision is, what is it that we're going to have them do. Well, I think we can hire an individual to help Melinda to do those things that you just said without necessarily having a company. Because that, again, I watched it again and again, and I just wasn't getting like, why do we need to spend this type of money on that when we can just hire a person who can assist Melinda in doing that?
And I'll repeat that that's what we'd agreed on at the workshops, and that I do think it's beyond the skill set of two people. So when I'm saying one person, I mean, there's what Melinda does, which is public information, and then some social media. But then there's the other professional marketing and communications pieces of it. Yeah.
Okay, I see it different.
Okay.
And then my other part of my report is I wanted to thank the staff for what a wonderful job they did with the light up and the Christmas parade. You did a wonderful job. Everyone seemed to enjoy themselves, and I just wanted to extend my deep appreciation for all the city and staff employees. I want to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah to those who celebrate it, as well as a happy Kwanzaa to those who celebrate that. And last but not least, those that celebrate the birth of Christ, Merry Christmas. And I pray that everyone has a healthy and prosperous new year.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Peterson.
Second on the parade, I thought the parade was phenomenal that we were in. I couldn't believe the amount of people that were there on such an overcast, cloudy day, you know, possible rain, and yet people, you know, it was just amazing. It was a great time. People were saying hi, you know, people I didn't even know were saying hi, Bill. I didn't know who they were. Secondly, we went to that Florida League of Cities, that legislative conference. You know, as a new member, you know, only a year, I'm still a fledgling here, but it was great to be able to meet other people that are in council in different cities, to get information, share information with them, and it was one of the things that that impressed me the most. I met somebody from Venice who, in a similar situation that we're doing now, you know, trying to get out from under the county and go independent, and he was able to do it, and he's saying how much they're flourishing now, how they're totally not in the red but green, and he's saying how they have like a 6 to 8 to 10 minute response time, which is what we want to look forward to, especially as we grow larger, and we really owe this to the people. That being said, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Festivus to the rest of us. Okay?
Thank you. Mr. Mathis.
I'll keep it real short just because I know it's late and we've got more to come. So just wanted to wish everybody a happy holidays. I too was in the parade, my first parade. I really enjoyed it. I'm very jealous that Councilmember Bain got to throw little teddy bears out, so he got all the...
For clarification, that was the driver's teddy bears, not mine. I did not provide those.
Yeah. You're definitely the most popular car in the front.
Yes,
front
you
cars.
were. Yes, you were.
Although you had to compete with Ronald McDonald. It was pretty close.
He was.
But it was a great time, and I appreciate it. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. For now, my report. I too was at the legislative conference last week, along with Mr. Peterson. A lot of good information in there, and I'm gonna say this again, people, and please keep your eye out on what's coming out of Tallahassee, because this property tax issue isn't going to die. Okay, basically we went over one of the things. We went over all 8 proposals. My understanding is just about every one of them have somewhat died except for one. And I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ward, you can check into this. I heard it was 701, which is the main one, which do away with property tax altogether. The one thing I did not get from the conference, which I was hoping I could obtain, if they get rid of property taxes, what they were going to replace it with. Is there a proposal to replace it with? There is nothing being said about what they're going, what we can do to replace property taxes. But there's talk about sales tax, increasing sales taxes and all this, but I think the governor has already said that if anything come to him with an increase in sales tax, he vetoing it. So that's one of the dilemmas we gonna have to worry about. I still feel worried about Clermont, even though we have a large commercial commercial segment in the city compared to other cities that just has residential, depend upon residential. Some of these cities gonna probably end up having to fold under or they have to go under the state, however they gonna handle them, because, well, we only depend upon about what, just under 50% of our revenue for, from ad valorem tax. We may be okay, but if they get rid of it, I still think there'll be a lot of cuts. So please, one of the things to ask us in the conference was to contact your legislators and your senators and your representatives and tell them to vote no, and not to get this thing put on the agenda, okay? So that's one of the biggest things I got out of it. Mr. Van Wagner spoke about Battle of the Badges. I will be there Friday night, and I appreciate the Clermont Police Department and the Lake County Sheriff. This will be year 14. They've been doing this Battle of the Badges, and basically you come in with unwrapped gear, unwrapped gift, toys. The toys actually come to my nonprofit organization, which I turn around on Christmas Eve and distribute them to less fortunate kids in the community and everything. So this has been going on for about 14 years now, and I look forward to this battle. But I need support out there this year for our Clermont Police Department to encourage them and cheer them on the victory this year, because last year we lost and we're behind in the count, okay? They got a couple of games up on us, you know. So there is a trophy that we present each year to the winning team, so we need some support out there this year. Earlier, we appointed some members to the Code Enforcement Board. And I know I spoke to Mr. Van Wagner and Mr. Mathis about this, Mr. Warr. I would like for you to get to them and set up training as soon as possible, okay? I'm getting a lot of complaints about the Code Enforcement Board and everything else, and I know we've offered training to them before, but I would like to see that done again, especially with the new members and everything, so we can hopefully get some of the comments and everything settled down from Code Enforcement. E-bikes, it was brought up earlier about e-bikes. I would like for you to, Mr. Warr, get with Mr. Van Wagner, get with the chief and see there. I know in Tallahassee there's a lot of legislation talking about e-bikes coming out. They're talking about e-bikes. I know it's a serious problem, not just here in Clermont, but it's all over. And I know Orlando is taking a lot of drastic steps. Orange County taking a lot of drastic steps and trying to control it, because a lot of people are getting killed on these e-bikes out here. Okay, they actually get killed because they're not abiding by the laws and everything. So they're putting in a lot of different steps, you know. And I know Chief has mentioned to me, a couple of officers have mentioned to me, we having a problem here in Clermont as well. People not paying attention. So please, let's get with them, you know, and see what we can do. Golf carts, I'm getting complaints about golf carts on the south side of 50. I know the ordinance we did only supposed to be for this coordinates from west 27 and north of 50 and Quadrant, but people starting to call me and complain about they've seen a lot of golf carts on the other side of 50, on the south side of 50. So I don't know what we can do, Mr. Van Wagner. Maybe get with the chief and see what we can do with that as well. I thank everybody for coming out to my luncheon on Tuesday. Last Tuesday, I had about 20-something people attend the luncheon on Tuesday, so I appreciate them coming out and continue to look forward to doing those. Ms. Ford talked about the parking earlier, and I looked at the map, okay? I guess the real issue was anything towards Highway 50 from west to Soto. There has never been roadblocks put up there before, okay? I mean, we went through the same issue a couple of years ago with roadblocks. All the roadblocks have always been put from DeSoto down to Montrose and everything. Now, if, I don't know if we got with Chief or anything, but let's get with him and see what we can do to help solve that for sure. I don't think there's a problem up in that area, because most of the things up from DeSoto back to 50 is mostly businesses and not residents, not too many residents up in there. Yeah, that's the area she was concerned with. But see, I think she was fussing about no roadblocks, barriers up there blocking the road off, but where years past, we never blocked off the street up there. It's just the signs, yeah, but yeah, we've always had signs up there. But anyway, if we need to look at it again. If we need to put roadblocks up there, go ahead, but, because it's always been for the residents. Again, I'll be looking at bringing the, 4-year, extending the 4-year term, Mr. Peterson. Hopefully, we can bring that forward sometime here in the first part of the year and everything else. But I think, Mr. Watt, I need you to probably look at our ordinance and everything, because I would like to, I don't want to extend I want the term limits to stay at 8 years. I don't want to extend this term, just make sure the limit's there. But I think one of the decisions the council need to make, when we start looking at it and maybe come up with the language, once we go to the 4-year term, 4-year terms, that we extend the 8-year term limit. Everybody, if you're sitting on the council, do your 8-year term, start over with the next election. So look at the language, and maybe we may have to put that on the ballot and let the people decide that as well, okay?
Mr. Mayor, I want you to know I would not support 4-year terms.
Okay, well, that's fine. But it's a lot of people requesting for 4-year terms, and I know some council members, I mean, it's getting to be very treacherous, time-consuming and stressful to do 2-year terms. And the inconsistency on the council is getting to be too much, and the cost of running elections, I don't think we got the cost in yet for this last election. Did we get it?
It was $68,000.
$68,000 for 5,800 people to vote in this off election. And that was a low cost. That was low because we have spent a lot more than that on election on off years. Okay, and we go to the 4-year terms and get everything set up right. The state will end up running with the state election. State pick up the cost, and we eliminate that kind of thing. I think 2 years ago, what was it we did? Tracy, it was almost 120 something thousand with the 2 elections we did that we had to cost us an election for another 50 something thousand, 5,800 people to vote. So that's yeah, they did for the primary and then the general. Between the two, you had about 50-some-hundred people to vote, and it was actually over 100,000, if I'm not mistaken, at that time. Okay, so I'll still be looking to bring that forward. So I want council to give that some consideration as well. All right, Merry Christmas. I want to say Merry Christmas again. I was at Light Up. I want to, it was very entertaining to see Mr. Noah Lau here. The kids went crazy, and he was able to, flip the switch for us at Light Up on Friday night. A lot of kids was able to come up and talk to him and get pictures taken and everything. It was very, very nice for him to be out here, and he's looking to do more in the community. So I asked the staff to probably keep in touch with him and see if we can't set up some kind of autograph signing or something like this in the near future as well. And again, I was very impressed with the parade. Again, it was another great parade, so hats off to the staff and everybody for everything they did in the parade and setting up the Light Up and parade. People were very impressed on both of them. So last thing I got, I was hoping that either Mr. Waugh or Mr. Van Wagner would give me a rundown on this trip I heard about that went to Seaside. And basically, if I can get a report on that, who authorized the trip, who went on the trip, what was the purpose of the trip, how was the trip paid for, why wasn't the council, or at least I wasn't informed of the trip, okay? If I can get a report on all that, I would appreciate it. Huh? Oh, you don't know either. But my understanding, there was a contingency that went to Seaside here last week or week before last, but I knew nothing about it. No council members attended the trip, was on the trip or anything, and I'm just curious how all that happened without council even knowing about it and none of the council members being present on the trip and everything. So if I can get a report on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Other than that, Merry Christmas to everyone, and stay safe out there, please, and hopefully we'll be seeing everybody over the upcoming holidays. Anything else that need to come before the council? Anything else that need to come before the council? Hearing none, I can't adjourn the meeting.
Not adjourned yet. Not adjourned yet.
Let's take.
Yeah, we can take at least a 5 or 10 minute break.
We're gonna have to take a 10-minute. We're gonna take a 10-minute break so we can set up for the presentations and everything. Okay, so I got 7:42, so 7:52. Oh, 7:42. Yeah, wow. 7:52. Thank you. So. If I can get everyone to take their seat, we will go ahead and, into our second part of the agenda for the night. What'd I do with mine? Item number 29, presentation, the request for proposal award. Okay.
Yes. This is the presentation for the public communications, social media, and brand management services. This is a result of a request for proposals, RFP. The evaluation committee selected 3 companies, and tonight going to be hearing for all 3 presentations. So the first one up is going to be Appleton Creative.
Hello. How is everyone? Thank you so much for having us this evening. I am Diana LaRue. I am CEO of Appleton Creative, and this is...
And then I am Alexi Kim. I'm an account strategist at Appleton Creative.
So we're here today to fill you in a little bit more, fill you in further on our company and have open-ended answers and questions. So Appleton Creative has been in business for over 30 years, back when there were facsimile machines and pages before even web. And we've built to a full-service agency. We have video in-house. We have our own web programmers, SEO, social, copywriting, designers, and so forth. We're working towards employee-owned. We have 5 partners in the company. We have 17 in total. We like to serve as an extension of your team and as a partner. So with that said, we work with a lot of our clients in part. So you may have an internal team that you have already in place, such as larger companies like Hilton or the universities, for example. They have multiple agencies they work with. We might come in and just do certain parts and pieces, and then we have other clients where we do full service, everything from branding or even brand management. They might already have a brand and a family, but we can come in and help them organize, expand, update, and so on and so forth. And then we would, of course, help with whatever areas they would need expansion on. One of the things that our team does, we stay highly relevant. We're high learners. We are one of the few teams or companies that are Gallup strength-based, so we work with everybody's strengths, and the duration of our team members is pretty long for an agency especially. It's like 10 to 12 years. We have people that have been with us for 17 years plus, and they're experts at the field. We like staying tight and having the ability to branch out where needed with contractors or other support help as we go. I'm sorry. I'm going to look here if you don't mind, because I just realized I can't see as well as I thought. And then building, of course, helping our clients, such as yourself, in just the areas that you need help with as we go along. And of course, everything's goal-oriented, so we always try to work with you to find out through discovery sessions and so on where you need the most help you create a plan, what your goal is, whether it's to grow in certain areas, have certain events, get more coverage, pull your SEO rankings up on your website, maybe update your website. We have all these great tools that do audits on the back end of all these different channels that you're out there on. And then also proven public sector partnerships. So we do a lot of work for various municipalities, the airport. I know you all saw our RFP, so it's quite extensive. We'll go through some high point ones, and then of course, staying strategic. This is the core team that would be working with you. We have, like I mentioned, 17. This is the team that would be working with you specifically. That we have more team members that are like video. You wouldn't necessarily need the whole video department or anything of that nature. We are, of course, certified in a lot of areas. I'm proud to say we're best places to work, running like 7 years in a row, I think. We are WBE, whether that matters, I don't know. And then we belong to, of course, all the relevant agencies. We also like to win awards for our clients and such. So it's not just for the quality of work we do, but of course for the different industries. So if it's healthcare or sports or anything of that nature, we have select industry agencies that we work with. This is just some of our client base here. As far as Clermont goes, Hilton, Cruiser, Central Florida. We were just here actually filming the fire department. I know they were up earlier. UCF, I know you have a campus here. Orlando Health, many different companies that, of course, cover the range of Central Florida. Let me look at this. And then branding, I have to say, everything really stems from the core brand. So whatever your core brand is, your messaging, your logo, your imagery, your brand voice, whether it's something that's you're completely happy with or you need help with maybe modifying or expanding it for different areas that you want to launch, everything is brand centric. So we figure that out, who your target audience is for maybe a particular event, maybe a particular area that you need to increase, and those are the avenues that we can take it to. Were you gonna talk about anything? I don't remember. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so to continue walking you guys through our core services, our areas of expertise, digital and social marketing is a large part of what we do. Everything ranging from digital campaigns, finding the right target audience to address, figuring out the targeting parameters we need to use to reach them. That goes for organic social media as well. And then, as you can see, a wide range of other digital marketing services.
Yeah.
And we'll just continue through traditional, both public relations and media. So we have the full spectrum of those services, everything from influencer marketing, so reaching out to, those local influencers that would resonate with the residents, businesses, potential visitors of Clermont, and public relations. We are well connected to media outlets in the Central Florida region and can use those relationships to help gain coverage for different events occurring in Clermont. And then continuing with our digital services, Diana mentioned earlier that we can assist you guys with updating your website, refreshing it, optimizing it for search engines, and even as we move into AI becoming much larger generative engines. And then we also extend these services to gaming, interactive touchscreens, and even app development.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. So for the one of the new campuses of UCF, they asked us to create a touch screen, for example. So we had a game created. It was for the Dr. Phillips campus that they partnered. It's 50-50 Valencia and then UCF, to where someone can come in, find out if they're an entrepreneur, philanthropist, or a philanthropreneur, which is a word I didn't realize until the game happened. But then it can connect to all their channels. So I know we'd visited, oh gosh, it seems like a year ago, I think, the recreational, Clermont Arts and Rec. And you have all these amazing screens. We were talking about that. And actually, we're in the process now of creating a game for Hilton and possibly USF, where it can be sent out to your residents, and it's almost a questionnaire. It's like a fun, interactive way to get information, should you have online newsletters, things of that nature. It might be overkill, but it's very interesting to know. And, I forgot to mention, too, on the brand page, we also do environmental branding, so that's something that's unique to our area, with some interior design experience coming into a space and helping brand it. So you might be working with your design team with maybe images or information that you already have, and pulling it into a three-dimensional software package and working with the vendors to maybe fill a space, whether it's projecting walls or creating 3D. I think we have some samples of that. And,
So all of that to say, and video and animation, we have a full in-house video suite in our office, but I think that all of this goes to show that we really are full spectrum, and it, once we go through this discovery with your team and find out the key areas that you guys need support in and where we can help you, we can be a partner to your team and fill the gaps wherever those are.
yes.
Okay. So
Well, from our understanding, rapid growth, strong community, rising communication needs was the reason for this RFP, and we pulled some case studies for you as well. And these were fine points that we pulled out, gleaned from your information in terms of being, which we know already about you, family-focused culture, you have a distinct civic character. I love this fact that the sports are here. You have so many sports outlets here. And actually, that's another exciting thing. We've done work gratis over the years for the Special Olympics Florida, but this next year, 2026, we actually got the account to do some marketing videos and other outbound work, so that'll be exciting. And then, of course, we resonate with community pride, growing diverse population. Outdoor lifestyle, of course, is always key in almost every avenue we work with. And
yes. So
and
yeah, the key audiences that we, defined as we were going through our initial RFP response process and reviewing more about you guys is obviously the residents, the businesses, the civic partners, but also marketing to those prospective audiences, such as the visitors that may be coming, or even people who are looking to move to Clermont or move their business to Clermont, open a business here. So these are the 3 to 5 main audience groups that we identified and would be speaking to throughout. So our goal for those audiences is to build a communication ecosystem that can scale and grow with you guys, strengthen the city's connection to the community, and meet the public's evolving expectations, because as more people move here, more communication occurs, and there's going to be a need for clear information coming from the city.
multiple channels. I'm thinking maybe we pop over to some methodology and approach, and which we have some case studies here we can show you after our process, discovery, research, define target audience, pretty much everything we just went over, aligning your brand, strategic planning, implementation, and launch and measurement. So any full spectrum or full service we create for you, we always start off with the discovery and then the research, and then defining the goals so we can make sure we reach them for you.
Yep. And this is the process you'll see outlined for each of the different facets of the communication strategy. So we're always going to start with the research and analysis, identify those goals, develop the plan, implement, and make sure we're using your brand voice, but customizing that to the different target audience segments. And the same would go for media relations, of course, researching, finding the relevant outlets, contacts, topic selection, writing, distributing, but also monitoring the coverage, making sure that we're reporting that, being transparent, and providing that information to you. Similar processes for all of these. So for social media, we definitely are sure to audit what currently exists, optimize those profiles as needed, and then make sure we're coming up with strategic plans aligned with anything that's happening in the city, any events, and then also being on top of any trends that we can engage with to further engage the residents and businesses. And then always monitoring and providing analytics so we can track the performance and optimize as needed.
And then brand management, of course, audit evaluation. I think we'll skip ahead to the case studies, since we know where these are all things. Oh, budget and costs. I believe we put that in the back of the handouts that we gave you. If you wanted to review those in question and answer period, that might be beneficial. We, of course, we can work in any structure or fashion. We can work with retainer, we can work per project, we can work, you know, across the board, large scale, and we could do mix. We do mix for a lot of clients as well. And then some of the case studies that we pulled, 3 of them for you, that Bella Collina, which some of you may be familiar with, right up the road. Do you wanna?
Yep. And so we did a full spectrum campaign for Bella Collina, promoting to people to buy the homes and build their lives in this beautiful community. So with this full spectrum from conversion optimized landing pages to social media campaigns, digital marketing campaigns, traditional, including billboards, the website, and then also video, which we have here.
And a lot of research and development went into that in terms of all the locale. Nationally, we promoted digital marketing in certain sectors that they wanted to pull people in from for the real estate market.
Yep, so this brought in a 284% increase in qualified leads, over 9 million impressions, but and a 3.2% click-through rate, which is 2 to 3 times the industry average for these platforms that the campaign ran on. Next, going into Pet Alliance. So we, when they renamed from the SPCA of Greater Orlando to the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando, they came to us to launch that brand to the public. So we did a full spectrum campaign for them as well, including traditional, social media.
Yeah, and in this case too, they're a nonprofit, so we did a lot of it gratis as well, but they needed our help to launch the campaign across the board. So we would set up maybe I think it was like a 3-month social calendar, suggested events. You know, we created the assets initially, and then we kind of set them on their way to go. We also worked with them quite a bit on their fundraising efforts. So we have Paws in the Park. We do everything from the flags to invites to all the different public relations events to kind of bring the folks in. We do direct mail. We have Humane Heroes Luncheon was another very heart-wrenching one. Every year we do a video that will make you cry. So that's like one of our specialties. And we won't show you this video because of time, but you could watch it afterwards. It's yeah, everywhere from our little blind dog Lucy to Daisy, who had a prosthetic leg, 2 legs. And then the third case study we were going to show you was Orlando Realtors.
Yes, this was a full spectrum campaign as well that we ran to increase brand awareness, but invite people and encourage people to see the value in realtors and use the Aura services. So a key part of this campaign was the target audience segmentation. So we had various different segments similar to how we do for you guys, right? And all of the creative you'll see is tailored to custom messaging that we crafted for each of those different segments.
Yeah.
So we have downsizers, first-time home buyers, and then upsizers. Upsizers here again, but this is just to demonstrate our ability to craft that messaging that resonates with the target audience segments while still making sure it resonates with the larger brand voice.
Right, and finding ways they can advertise. We'll pass on this commercial too, but I think, well, we could show it. Yeah, we could show it. You're not gonna make the focus on.
Where's it go?
Oh, the video.
Yeah.
Oh, and save on money, we did it in our house.
This is what happens when your realtor sells above the asking price. Find your realtor at OrlandoRealtors.com and start your happy dance today.
Yeah, that was just something fun we put together. Our house actually is an old historic home right off the expressway, and we actually have an awareness gallery in our bottom floor, and so we will host a nonprofit. We'll create artwork for them, and then host a fundraiser for them. We also have a community garden in our backyard that we give to our Kenneret Tower next door, which is elderly and Section 8 housing. And then these were just quick little videos of, or we won't show the video either on this one, but just to kind of give you an idea of Career Source and yeah, some of the other ones. So we will, and again, these are areas that I think you probably know many of these folks here too, and we will leave that with you. And what you have there actually in the packet is just a little, a shorter overview and then a video book with that general. But we're open for questions, if you have any in particular.
All right, open for questions. Anyone have any questions?
I have one.
Yeah.
Have you represented any other cities besides the ones, you know, I know you did Orlando Health is close to us.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, well, we've done a lot of municipalities. So, I mean, we've done work for the city of Orlando, OUC. So as far as municipalities go, the firefighters, you know, Orange County firefighters, and we just actually, like I mentioned, we just shot, video shot, still shot, for Career Source for the Clermont firefighters. We, yeah, we have a whole, I think we have a broader list in the proposal. So, yeah, in terms of covering kind of the spectrum of everybody, a lot of homes, the builders, what is a builder? You know how it is when you're so old and you can't remember all your clients. Taylor Morrison, hello, my son actually works there. So, yeah, their developments here. So yeah, so quite a range of clients that we've had that are right around the corner. Disney, if that counts, but
Okay.
everybody's done Disney, right?
Any other?
Do you have, okay. What makes Clermont unique?
Oh my God.
And how does that differentiate us or set apart your work with us from previous work?
Right. Well, I think you have such a unique ecosystem here, and I feel like I've experienced your growth over the past 30 years. I think it's 5 times since the mid-90s to now. I think your reputation in the sports arena is definitely big. Very impressed. I think there's so much potential too with the Clermont Arts and Recreational Center in terms of having that as a venue. Well, it is a venue, excuse me, but expanding that reach across the board. Your downtown district, love it. My favorite boba tea place is there now. There's a lot of unique qualities. You have a good balance of the historic. And then, of course, the water, the whole lifestyle waterfront you have, that I think plays a big part. So it's a really good balance of residential, lifestyle. It's really lifestyle is a huge part. You're perfect. You're right off, you know, all the major interstates. You can get anywhere quickly. You're peaceful. Your reputation is really impeccable. I think just there's so many different facets that could be expanded upon in a campaign if you wanted to do a campaign outreach, but depending on what it was and the target market you wanted to reach.
If I may, as a follow-up, how would you how would what you just described as unique factors of Clermont drive or motivate the strategy that you would implement for our community?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the first things that we would do is really uncover the areas of growth that you want to move in specifically. And then it's really about doing the research and building a direction and the channels that it would be most seen on. So you might do certain things really well now, but you want to expand in a certain area. So that's a matter of creating a very interesting campaign. Maybe it's a funny campaign. Maybe it's a draw new folks in campaign. Maybe it's sharing with the world what you have going on now campaign, and really just figuring out which channels we would perceive would be the best. Of course, we present it to you. And of course, you know, so much of what we do, whether it's, you know, the press releases or media coverage, you know, everything's in the digital world. And so it's a matter of knowing where that outreach goes. So I couldn't say specifically until we knew what the parameters were.
As you were preparing for this application, were there any city initiatives, milestones, or success stories that you felt were particularly interesting that probably should be told to the world?
Yeah, like, oh, well, of course, I think the sports arena and the Special Olympics and everything. And I'm not the sports person in my company, the big one, but of course I have a real passion for that and what you do here. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't really know, that you're such a hub for so much of those activities. You have several things going on. And then again, your landscape, you know, your venues, your old town, there's so many things in terms of storytelling that can be, you could be your own TED Talk. I think it's about storytelling. Really, that's one of the main drivers of any brand, is really getting testimonials. It's getting, you know, people, you know, in town who've experienced it, or who run things, or that are advocates for certain your strong areas, and really getting those stories out to the different markets. So it's a broader reach. It's you all, interviews with you. I mean, everybody wants to know what's going on behind the scenes, and why is everybody so interested in, you know, living here, visiting here. And I think there's opportunities for you to reach out to a wider audience. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So,
I think we're at time. No? 2 minutes. Oh. Well, I have a follow-up then, since we're doing it. Your proposal said that you would help build authentic two-way communication between the city and its diverse neighborhoods. In your preparation for this, can you name some of the diverse neighborhoods that you think we should work on our communications with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Gary, can you repeat that?
Can you identify any of the diverse neighborhoods of Clermont?
There you have us. No. I mean, we of course focused on well, you have a diverse demographic, you have diverse pockets of, you know, communities, and then you have your main thoroughfare areas, but, yeah, no, I can't really
It's okay, I'm putting you on the spot.
speak to that, yeah. I know, actually, I'm not normally the presenter, as you could tell. That's not my but.
That's okay, I'll give you another one that might be easier. Which social media platforms do you think that Clermont should have a presence on, and why?
Yeah. Well, you can speak to that too, but definitely some of the main ones, of course. I think Facebook, YouTube is also one of the fastest growing ones. Instagram, definitely, I mean, it's Meta, so they're 2-in-1 right now, but.
And then LinkedIn, I would say.
LinkedIn for a city?
Yeah, I
Really?
think that research shows that LinkedIn is the most trusted for information coming from authoritative entities because it's viewed as a business platform more than a social platform.
And how would you evaluate our current strategy on those 4 platforms that you just identified?
So we always conduct a very thorough audit of all of the platforms, not only your platforms, but against comparable competitors. So we would take a look at your guys' platforms, your followings, who you're following, your post structure, the times of days you guys are posting, what type of content mix you guys have, and then comparing that to other successful competitors or peers in the state or even outside of the state, because we're, like we've said, big researchers. We like to see what works for people and see if it will work for, based on the other research that we have conducted. So we would conduct that audit for your platforms, any competitors, and then our digital team would analyze and then come back to you with recommendations for optimizing them.
And that's looking at it on the back end too. So, I mean, when we create reports for, to show you in terms of auditing, it's a little different. So now I would say, your Facebook, the numbers are there, but not necessarily. It's all about engagement. So that's an area that could grow in, most certainly. So, when I say Meta, it's Facebook and Instagram. And then the other thing would be, YouTube is another channel that I think you could spread. It would really reflect throughout, because wherever you're posting, whether it's a LinkedIn, that's going to go to all the different reaches, because LinkedIn is on the expensive side for digital media buys, but anything is free organic. It's just a matter of planning and seeing what areas you want to grow in and who you want to engage. So, for example, with the Facebook, there's definitely different types of posts you can grow to get more engagement, I believe. But yes,
Thank
the
you.
exact numbers, we'd have to do a little back-end search, but we did look cursory.
So we have time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all
Thank
very
you,
much.
ladies.
I think we're gonna take 5 minutes for you to set up for the next one. Thank you. What's that? Well, we can have our own people do that, Yeah, we got people that do that.
thing since I'm not paying for it. I don't have to go in the parking lot, you know. Yeah, it just the time. Yeah, I get it. Well, we'll see. You know, I'm not an arm twister, so to me it's like.
Are we ready? Okay.
Yes, sir.
You got a clock on me, Freddie? I got it. Okay, thank you.
Are you going to tell me when to go?
Okay, what did she give me here?
Okay, I'll let him get in his seat. All right. So hello. So the city of Clermont was all set to throw a community-wide pep rally. I thought about it when I heard this evening about Noah Lyles. That was kind of exactly what we were getting ready to do. We had the athletes lined up. We had little medals for the kids. They were going to get to take pictures, sign autographs. We had invited the media. And 2 days before the event, I was notified that a media organization reportedly associated with terrorist organization was planning to attend. What would you do? And I say, what would you do? Because the PIO and whoever you might choose to be your communications consultant is really speaking on your behalf. You're the one that they catch in the Kingsridge Pro Shop or the grocery store. They don't know me. So it's really a matter of trust. In fact, if you look at most org charts, including the one here in Clermont, the attorney and the PIO are these dotted lines directly out, because that's the level of trust that you really have to have. So I hope to show you by the end of this why you should trust me. I certainly trust you, or I wouldn't be here this evening. And we're going to go through this. I hope I cover everything. If not, you're welcome to ask me at the end. So my company is called Crosswords Communications. I am based here in Clermont, live here in Clermont, and my message is creating messages that connect. So introductions first. I am the only president. This is the only name of the company. And next month I'll be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the company. It was founded originally in Orlando, although my family moved here when I was 8 years old. My first dog was named Duchess of Clermont. And so my husband and I were high school sweethearts. We've been married over 50 years. We have 2 children. After serving in Vietnam, he finished at the University of Florida, and his job was in Orlando, so we raised our family there. But all of our other family members were here, and we were here almost every weekend. So I have deep roots in the area. And eventually, once I did start the company, we moved here to Clermont, and I moved the company here as well. You can see here is my experience, and then don't know why the education part isn't showing up, but I have worked as a communications director here in Clermont. I was the first one when the position was created. I also was asked to come back as a consultant during a time when there was a need for crisis communications, and they did not have a communications person at that time. I led the marketing effort for the Choice of Champions brand, and also helped brand the Performing Arts Center. And I've written 3 books on the history of Clermont. So I know the city really well, know the culture and the people here. Learned to swim at what we call J.C. Beach. Mayor Murray probably knows back in the day when it was called that. I've also worked as a reporter and as an editor. You can't see my education, but I graduated with highest honors at the University of Florida with a major in journalism and a minor in English. So there's just a recap. I also spun off another company when I was still in Orlando. I spun off a satellite office here in Clermont, and with 3 partners, our graphic designer and a young man who ended up being on the city council, as a matter of fact, Robert Thompson. He's the one that proposed the 3-minute rule. And that we called that company TW Squared, and I actually hired Lori Shaban to help manage the business part. You'll get to meet Lori in the next session, and she's a great closer, so you've got a treat in store for you. But again, 20 years old, same president, same name, same mission. And let me go back a moment. Names are important. That's why we're here. Names and images are all a part of marketing. I named my company Crosswords as an homage to my mother. It was a small inheritance from her that I started it with. And also because I wanted it to remind me and others of crosswords as in Christ-like, that people would know that my business ethics were the same as my personal ethics. There is my team, and one of the things I decided to do, I work for small and large PR firms in Orlando, and I just found things that I didn't agree with sometimes. There was a lot of churn. There was the billing. I felt there was a better way to do billing, but all of these people are at the top of their game, and I have what are called channel partnerships with them. So when you hire me, you're not paying for brick and mortar, you're not paying for a building and utilities, you're paying strictly for service. My protocol is to offer flat fees, which means there's no surprises. It's all set out at the beginning. And these people, all have connections. Not only are they at the top of their game, but they all have connections to Clermont. Here's how it would be organized, and each of these people, many of them cover all the areas of PR communications and strategic communications. I would be the person you'd be dealing with, and I'm available 24/7. I think I just told you the story last time about how I got a call on a Sunday night because Dwayne, is his name Johnson, The Rock, his mother was in a car accident here. On a 4th of July when we had company, by 9 a.m. there had been 3 major incidents in the city. That's just what you buy into when you are going to be in PR or media. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I feel I'm a good fit for all of these reasons. Things that the other 2 companies are certainly qualified, but these are ways that I feel like I am maybe uniquely qualified. There we go. So I feel like I have a great understanding of Clermont and the culture here. I've been here at the beginning of, I was here when Project Olympus was unveiled and so many other things here. These are, anyone could go online and check with AI and pull these up. I just happen to know them firsthand, and these are the ways that people generally see Clermont, which we're lucky that we have such a great reputation. You ask about growth. And I've lived it. I've been in the traffic here, and I understand that. And so I have highlighted some of the things that are especially important to know about the growth. You've certainly heard a lot from the Wellness Way people. And I think that, why do you have, I'm glad that you asked some of those questions. I was an investigative reporter, so I'm a born skeptic, so I'm with you on that. But things like the lumberyard district, if you don't get in front of those, then it's reactive. But there are ways to deal with the businesses. You're already hearing from the local residents, so you want them to be excited and go along with it. Again, not going to go over each and every one of these. Growth causes tension, and the Horrible 100, which just took place, if you go online, like Nextdoor or Facebook, you'll see there were people excited about it, but there were people that complained, and that's something that has to be mitigated. A few years ago, people started putting tax out where the triathlons were, and we almost lost it. The National Triathlon Organization was going to pull it. Think about what that would have done to the city's reputation. So I worked with Fred, and the city did as well to again, try and mitigate that. Here are some things that I see. I do not know your PIO. She seems very hardworking, but when I see it from a professional standpoint, knowing best practices across the board, it just doesn't seem like there is a strategic plan in place. Best practices are not being observed. And I'm not trying to pick on anyone, but I will just use this as an example. You would be hard-placed to find the city's logo on this. It's up here, teeny tiny, with a dark background on newsprint, which usually you wouldn't do. And if you go to the intersection of Steve's Road and Citrus Tower, you'll see the city sign, which is very hard to read, and you'll see real life sign, which is very easy to read, because in a car you just have a few seconds. You don't have a lot of time to do that, and that's just one example. There's a great book, it's called From Good to Great. And the enemy, I wonder if that's sometimes what's going on. The enemy of great, the reason people, organizations, cities don't become great sometimes is not because they're bad. You know, when something's bad, you're uncomfortable, you'll want to change. It's because they're good. So good is good enough, and you're never really motivated to be great. But there are principles in place that if you follow them, that you can achieve even higher levels than we have here. Communication challenges, again, you can't just take things for granted how they are. And I know of 2 other cities that want to claim to be the middle of the coast-to-coast trail. And I kept looking on the city's Facebook page because I follow all of the track athletes. At the Nationals and World in recent months, Clermont athletes were cleaning up, and I didn't see any of that on Facebook. But you know who did notice was Lake County. They sent their tourism director, they flew him to the Nationals, and they were posting banners with the athletes that train here in Clermont. When I look at the trail, there are Christmas banners up now, but it has to be confusing to people. And we know from past studies there are at least 10,000 or more people that come on the trail from West Orange. And the downtown, what is it called, Main Street, they chose 2 different logos, which is confusing in itself, neither one of them having anything to do with the city's choice of champion. And then, I mean, there's just opportunities all over, like the garden and like the clock that's at the trailhead at 8th and Mineola. I don't know what happened to this because it worked perfectly at home. But this is one of the most important things. If you don't think of anything else, I hope you'll remember, and that is I get who the audiences are here. And it's everything. The Clermont has some unique situations, enviable. Most cities would love to have both elite athletes and wellness. And then on the other hand, 1 out of 4 people that live here are in the 55-plus retirement age. We have great retirement communities, and they vote. So we want to make sure that we are for sure keeping up with them. But there's athletes. There's the 55-plus. There's the business community. There's civic organizations like the South Lake Black Achievers. They have been honoring hometown heroes for years in the different, the arts, sports, education. We have great churches. We should be hooking up with the faith community, families, tourism. I mean, when I was here, sometimes it felt like Councilmember Strange was having to beg, and it should be the other way around. We should be proactive. This is millions of dollars in economic engine that's being brought here. And then our new community, Wellness Way, those people, our schools, and our social influencers. One of the things I would do would be to call for a media mashup and have one for the traditional media, one for social media, because they are certainly out there. If you don't control the message, they certainly will. I'm going to go through this part fast, and I just want to emphasize, this was a full page out of a recent PR, our national PR magazine that says your brand story is being written with or without you. And if you're not familiar with AI, where does it get its information? It literally scrapes the internet. So now if you look at some of the real estate YouTube videos, it's mentioning that you may want to think about moving to Clermont because the traffic is really bad. Well, where did it get that? Someone just used AI or just a search engine, and now that's what's popping up. And so, again, if you don't control the message, someone else will. These are wonky, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I have an 8-week course that I did in Groveland for their communications people. But there are theories, methods. I imagine the other 2 companies do something very similar. Research, planning, implementation, evaluation. For something like Meet Us in the Middle, this could take months, but it can only take a few minutes. If I get a call from the Clermont Police and there is a hostage situation, I'm going to find out what information are we releasing to the public? Where is this? Where do you want the media to stage? I'll see you in a few minutes. But you always want to go through something like that. Also, the new model, people used to want to hire me to get them on the front page of the Sentinel. I had worked there, and I think they thought I had a magic key or something. But the new model is PESO, P-E-S-O. So for you business owners, you may be familiar with this. You can't just, it's a small real estate anyway, and not everyone reads the newspaper these days. It's very scattered. So paid. Let's say if you want to reach the Kings Ridge community, you probably want to buy space in Royal Times, earned. That's like traditional media, social. I think you know that. And then there's owned. And owned is the one place that you can actually really control the message. And that would be like e-newsletters. There again is like the strategy, goals, how you reach goals. You set goals, then you develop a strategy, then you build the tactics that make those happen. So it's not just happenstance. Whoever you hire, I hope they're a good storyteller, because that's how we connect. If you think about those caves in France where some of the oldest communication was going on, we can tell what story they were trying to tell. There's pictures of hunters and horses. And so this is just how we're wired. If you think about in the Bible, when Jesus wanted to make a point, they call them the parables. He would tell a story. So knowing how to tell a story is real important. So this is the bottom line. Keep it simple, avoid jargon, include compelling images, and you want to make people feel something. So here is, if you have to just boil it all down, what is strategic communications? It's the right message to the right audience, using the right medium at the right time. Easy, right? Media relations, why do we care about that? Because no one reads a newspaper anymore, right? Well, it adds to credibility, but I'll tell you who does care, and that's Google. And that's the way they set up the algorithm, which is another word for formula. And so good stories or bad stories, Google heavily weights those. So when someone searches for Clermont, one of the things that Google does is to see if you've had any stories in traditional news, if you will. A little bit about my media background. I was an award-winning journalist, reporter, and editor. I worked at the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, Orlando Sentinel. I was nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. I was editor of a national magazine for seniors called, if you've ever watched on TV, Growing Bolder. They also have a radio program. So there's just sort of a recap of all of that. I've also had advanced training in social media, which is evolving all the time. And that in communications is the one area that it's running faster than laws and ethics can really catch up to it. But there are ways that we should be, this is something you can measure, and we should be constantly auditing it. When I was here, when I got up, it was the first thing I did. What's out there being said about Clermont or our officials or our city manager? Community engagement, I think it was Mr. Peterson who brought up when I was, the city of Groveland also hired me for a while. And one of the things I did while I was over there was not only set up a newsletter, an e-newsletter, but also the same company allowed us for a very small amount of money to add on reverse texting. So if there was boil water alerts, you could even segment it so that not everyone was thinking there was boil water, but you could make it the area where it was really happening. Hurricanes, all kind of ways you can use that. Budget. If you read my RFP, that was 5 months ago, a quarter of your term ago. And so at that time, there was not a full-time PIO, and I was having to factor that in. As I said, I have flat rates. I think the role of the consultant should be to basically work themselves out of the role, and that is to see what resources are here and what training might need to happen, and then maybe stay on ongoing as a consultant still for the same reason that the police and fire have joint agreements with other law enforcement agencies. But it's difficult to say. I know others might bring you a menu, but for me, I don't believe in guesswork where it comes to the taxpayer dollars. And I would want to do the research, see what you wanted to do, and then I'm happy to provide that roadmap. As for context, this is what the city of Groveland and city of Winter Garden think it's worth. And I can understand why it may seem, why do we need marketing? It's a rather new concept for cities. We're used to providing police and fire and garbage pickup. Marketing is a new concept, so I get how the value of that may not seem apparent right now. But ask Ferguson, Missouri. They did not have a PIO for their police department, and they paid dearly. They have one today because I've talked to him. He came to Orlando he's sounding the alarm that everyone should have one. This is just kind of recap. You asked for local government experience, and as I said, I've worked here twice at the city of Clermont. Also worked, and I these awards are just some of the awards while I was here that we were able to bring to the city. I've also worked for the city of Groveland, helped them as well get front page coverage, and also helped them with one of their state awards. I not only worked there once, but they asked me back as a consultant. I've also worked for some of the local nonprofits, Pig on the Pond, which is probably the city's largest signature event. The person that had done that for 20 years sadly had suddenly got a terminal diagnosis, and so all of the people on the board have full-time jobs, so they asked me to come on board and really kind of save that very worthwhile charity. I worked at the South Lake Chamber as their marketing director. These are logos that I had something to do with. There was a group of Groveland businessmen, and I helped them come up with some innovative things. And we start with what is the problem, and they needed workers, particular kind of workers. So I partnered with the Hispanics of Lake County. Is that my 20 or is that my? Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll stop there. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to do that. If I can just have 10 more seconds and eat into your time. How did Tim Tebow decide? He had always planned to go to Alabama, but he wasn't sure. He was being heavily recruited, and as he's walking up to the microphone, he says, "Dad, I can't decide between Florida and Alabama." And he said, "Well, what's important?" And he said, "The people." And he said, "Well, if you had to pick one, who would that be?" And he said, "Urban Meyer. The others are talking about what they hope to do. He's talking about a plan." So I would say that with you is it's about the people. All right? I'm happy to answer any questions.
I would like to ask you one. How would you tell a story about telling the public of the importance of keeping property tax?
Well, I think you want to do a couple of things. First is get the facts. I think most of us, I think that when people really know what it means, that it's an easy, you can't even believe that someone would come up with that. My former daughter-in-law was from Alabama, and they relied on sales tax, and that went up and down, was very volatile. So I think get the facts, and then make sure, again, look at the audience. Where do they get their information? Because where the Kingsridger gets it and where my niece, who's a single teacher, gets hers are different, and you want everyone to get it. Because of our utility bill, we have a really inexpensive way to get to people. And then, of course, on social media, bring in the media and do stories. I think the Orlando Sentinel, some people would say is liberal. They're always going after their governor, so they would probably be very happy to do a story.
That's a great perspective.
More questions?
I think you talked about some unique qualities of Clermont. I'm curious, how do you utilize those unique features and factors of Clermont to lead or drive your strategy in working with us?
When I was here before, I worked really closely not only with the city manager, obviously, but with the economic development director. He and I are the ones, we kept talking about, we're in the middle and we're in the middle. And I said, where is the middle exactly? So he went and measured it, and it was the bridge that was just getting ready to be dedicated over where Palatka comes into Lake Mineola. Now it's shifted probably because they keep changing where the trail is going to be. And I said, "Oh, that's cool." So if you know James Kinsler, he's a wise guy, and he said, "Oh, meet us in the middle." And I said, "Hey, that really is a good marketing term. I got it trademarked." So I think I'm thinking someday about writing a book called Affinity Marketing, because I think you start with the people that will care about it, the people that care about wellness, for instance. And I brought the Bike Florida State Conference here. It happened to be the person that ran it was a former editor of mine at the Gainesville Sun. So I think that's one way to do it. Is I think that there have been some talks here with the biking people. One of the people that's one of my channel partners, her biggest customer is the Central Florida Expressway, but she's also done bike safety campaigns. So, I mean, there's just, you're only limited by your imagination for how to do those kind of things. But I think you start with the people that care. In fact, Facebook, one of the, I think Mr. Peterson said, "Why can't we just put it on Facebook?" And you all probably know this, but their algorithm so that they can make money is you may have 31,000 followers like the city does. But if you just post it, only 1% see it. And so, but it does have the ability to go and boost it, and you can even segment, okay, who is this? People with the interest of this or that. So today's tools really allow us to be pretty sophisticated about how we market these things.
What are some recent city initiatives, milestones, or success stories that you think should be told to the world?
Well, I was thrilled to see the Christmas parade and something like that happen, because we do have, when the last Olympics happened, a DJ in Orlando said, "What is happening in Clermont?" Because it was being announced, but nothing was going on here. You know, we weren't utilizing that ability. So I think that we look for those kind of opportunities. And one of the things you have to be careful about is I looked, and there were several news stories where like major Orlando outlets came over and probably spent several hours, and then it would get 84 views on social media. And that usually happens when it's very siloed. And what you should do when I build up to getting the double spread in Florida Trend was we built up to that, and we had plans after that. When that broke, we also planned a fam tour of investors from the Orlando area to come here. So not one-offing things, but I would say you want to choose things. You also want to be ready, like Wellness Way. You know, when people are expecting, oh boy, you know, Project Olympus is getting ready to open, it's going to be a while. Then you've set yourself up for some of the complaints I've seen happen. But I probably, if I attended the director's meeting, I could probably find a news story every week. And the local media is very eager for those, you know.
I heard you mention about the logos for Main Street downtown, and not too good. What, they got two different logos for Main Street?
Yeah.
So what would be the problem with that?
Well, the problem is, one of them, for instance, Jim of the Hills, I kind of feel conflicted about that because, you know, I was here when the orange trees, the perfume in the air, all of that have sentimental feelings. But there was certainly a dedicated, and there always is, a dedicated old guard that did not want the choice of champions, and they wanted to keep Jim of the Hills as the brand. So now you have the downtown people reinforcing that. But then they also chose Lure of the Lakes. So I think you either have to, you know, if you can't let them join them, you either find a way to, you know, say, yes, this was a part of our sentimental past and give it some context, but here's where we are today. You know, the title of my book, the way we solved that was from Jim of the Hills to Choice of Champions is tie them together. But if you walk through downtown Clermont, I don't see a lot of our brand, and I think the most glaring part is the art walk, the beautiful art walk, and it has all kind of art, but you don't see things that are reflective of the Choice of Champions.
Okay, I think we have quite a bit of things downtown, but you know, it's been some time since I took marketing class, but one of the things about Choice of Champion, I was one of them, didn't too particular care for Choice of Champion at the time, but I like Jim of the Hill, but I was always under the impression that when you rebrand, you got to keep some history there of your past. You don't just get rid of everything. And that's one of the reasons I kind of like Main Street, trying to preserve some of the history of where we come from and not totally get rid of it. Choice of Champions, I look at that and I constantly ask myself, Choice of Champion, what's there in that logo and what we're doing now that reflect upon where we used to be? See, when we rebrand, I was always taught in marketing, when you rebrand, you don't totally get rid of your history. You got to keep some parts of your past in there.
Well, Fred Summer, who you might know, who was born here, raised here,
right.
He's been doing the triathlons for 40 years. The night that the council approved it, he came to me and he said, can we put that on our T-shirts? He went out the next day and put it on his T-shirt and put it on their banner and so forth. I don't think you want to get rid of it. I mean, not only have I written these books, been involved in this historical museum, I started the Groveland Historical Museum. So I love history, but the reason that the city did it and the reason Ocala or any number of other cities do it is can you market Jim of the Hills we were no longer a citrus producing city, and that's what the logo was, a sideways orange, and that had more to do with the days of when it was growth. So yeah, just like we have a family photo album when our kids were little that we treasure and sentimental about, but we're looking forward. And I can tell you, if I'm here, I don't want to be talking about the glory days in the past. I want to be like ever notice a jet plane doesn't have rear view mirrors? It's going forward, right, one way. So that's how I think the city has to look.
Well, you're right. I'm one of those that was born and raised here. As a matter of fact, I even graduated with Fred Summers. We was in the same graduating class. And, but I still remember them Gem of the Hills, and I still think we can't totally forget about our history. I believe in history. So I commend Main Street for trying to keep some capture of it and keep some reminiscent of it. So,
well, I don't think I said to get rid of it. I just said if you look at the benches that are downtown, for instance, and you look at Art Walk, the one place I do see it where it combines both of them is West. What is that called? Right off of 8th Street. It's like a plaza, so it has Citrus Tower, it has the locomotive train, but it also has the athletes. It has logos for those.
Don't get me. I love Choice of Champ has grown on me and everything, and I do agree with you. And one of the other things to say, the marketing, I think we can do a better job of marketing. There's some areas where we can beef up some of our signs.
Just to show you that, I mean, if you look up there, what did I put as the number? These are just some ideas.
Yep.
I mean, I think one of the ones I didn't put on there is we have a couple of real opportunities that will only be next year, and that is the 250th celebration, and also falls for Citrus Tower's 70th anniversary. So if you see, my first one is they're designating Lincoln Park as a historical community and working with the people there to see how we can really honor that. So I gather my time is up.
Yeah.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Thank you.
evening and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Another 5 minutes for changeover. Okay. Thank you.
What? Oh, 5 minutes for, I thought he was gonna
No.
say, all right.
We got it. Let me know when you're ready.
Should I give you this or put it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's Find Your True North is kind of what our little slogan is, so. Well, Mayor Murray and council members, thank you so much for having us tonight. We were really excited to be last about 4 hours ago, and then we realized you all would be very fatigued, so I'm just gonna ask you for the next 30 minutes to, bear with us, and we're going to try to be a little animated and enthuse some energy and really excitement into the room. So I'm Lori Shaban, and I'm the president of True North Marketing and Public Relations, and this is my colleague Lindsay. And we have a lot that we want to cover tonight, so I will be speaking quickly, but it's not because of nerves, Councilwoman Strange. It's more because there's so much to get through. First, I want to tell you what we're going to do tonight. We're going to try to fit in everything, and if we don't get to some of it, that's okay. We can, you can ask questions, and we can always go back to a lot of it if we go too quickly. But we're going to tell you a little bit about ourselves. We're going to talk about our approach, and so that's kind of where we're going to spend a lot of our time, because it's really important that we share how we approach projects and clients like this. We're going to get down to some brass tacks when it comes to estimates for you. Show you some relatable projects to the extent that we have have time, and then we look forward to answering your questions. So we're going to start with a firm overview. Now, this is a list of some of our clients, certainly not all, but we have had the great fortune over the last 30, 35 years, or that's for me, that's not for Lindsay, of working with some amazing companies and really some amazing teams within those companies, because that is what we pride ourselves on. We don't work for you, we work with you, and that's a really important distinction that we bring to the table. We are not industry focused. We do a lot of travel and tourism. You cannot be in Orlando without doing that, but we have been intentionally diverse in building our client portfolio, because there's a lot of cross-pollination and great ideas that we can take from one industry and apply it to another industry. We talk about our firm roots too, and I've got more than this on my resume, but I start with, in 2000, my husband and I moved to, we got married, and then we moved to Clermont. So we've been here for about 25 years. Lots of things in between here, had just great success along the way, thanks to a lot of different people. But in 2023, my firm was acquired. And so now we are part of a portfolio of companies. We're all under single ownership, and we're not just partners, we're under single ownership. And we have companies all across the United States. And so in addition to us being here in Orlando, we have a partner firm here that builds theme park rides and builds museums and attractions and aquariums. We also have a marketeering group, which is a digital and web development firm up in Seattle that I work with all the time. And then we have a film and post-production facility out in Houston. What I think I want you to take away from this slide, though, is that there are a lot of different people that are part of our sisterhood and brotherhood that we can call to bear should priorities change and should we need something additional. Probably these two faces that you see are the ones that you're going to see almost all the time, but that doesn't mean that we're, it's a two-woman band. There's a lot of people that we are able to kind of tap into. These four I pulled out primarily because they've got some I think they've got some relatability to what we would be trying to do here, including from a branding perspective. If we decide to go down that route, we've got an art direction and design folk, we've got people in video production section, and then Jared is the owner of all of our firms. You know, you also asked us in this section to talk about why we're a good fit, and we could tell you that, but we prefer to have other people tell you for us. I'm just going to read a few of these things. They just get how to tell a story. They think big and execute flawlessly. They expertly guided us through a major crisis, and they are collaborative and partnership driven. And we're really glad that every single one of these folks have been clients and that we still call them friends. Excuse me. I wanted to say that with a big ta-da. Hang on just a second. All right. So here we go. Clermont, we get you because we are you. So I am so proud to be part of this community, and it is such a dynamic community. It is very vibrant. It has changed so much since my family got here in 2000. And I think a lot of those ways are for the better. You know, having 50,000 people, more than 50,000 people in our community now, wow, that's a big, big number. And so that means that other people think that this is a great place to work and to live as well. However, with growth comes challenges, right? And so we know from working with other governments and municipalities that traffic and congestion happen to be the thing that people have to interact with on a daily basis. And so that's what they see, and that's what they complain about the most. What we will say is that we get it. You don't control the roads, right? And not a lot of people know that. So state, county, they control the roads, but you're the one that often gets blamed. And so it's a tightrope. We've got to walk, right? And it's important for us to kind of, in a way, make sure that folks really do understand that, but also that we're engaged in the solutions with our partners. On the communications challenges, you know, we haven't had the benefit of speaking with any of you or with the communications team, but there's just a couple things I want to bring to your attention. The first one is how much we've changed from demographics perspective. We've got new languages and growing languages here. Can you believe we have a micro-community, an Indian micro-community, which I happen to be part of, not because I'm Indian, but because I've got friends that are part of that, and they're just, you know, it's just so much fun hanging out with this, with my friends and their families. But and in 2 years, 25% of us are going to be over 65. No one in this room, of course, but others will be over 65. And that is really incredibly important for us to understand and plan for, because the way that we talk and communicate and interact and engage with people that are 65 and over is going to be very different with our Alpha, right, and our Gen Z. So we do understand kind of that, and we do make sure that we're really focused in on that. The other thing on the end of this slide is the communications team bandwidth. We understand that there's one person that is on staff. Talk about maybe adding a second person. But even with, and forgive me, but I have been doing this for a really long time, with a second person, that's going to double the capacity in-house. At the same time, though, I mean, with a city of your size, anytime an issue happens, that everything stops for that team. And anytime a crisis happens, it stops for that team. And so, and having all different departments asking for different things, because all the different departments need communications vehicles. They need to be able to communicate about what they're doing that's impacting the residents and the businesses. And so, quite frankly, I think that we are all seeing the communications challenges on that end. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about audiences, but I do want to share with you that a very big part of our process, in fact, potentially the biggest part of our process, the most important, is our audience identification. And so there's a couple big buckets here, right? There's residents and there's businesses. However, that's not where they start. They're not one size fits all. And so we make it a point of taking that resident bucket and start peeling back the layers, because we want to know, what are their age differences? What are their family makeup? How long have they lived here? Because I can guarantee you somebody that has been here and been a resident of Clermont for 50 years, is going to have a whole different set of priorities than someone who just moved here. And we live that every single day. So that's what we do with the residents, and it's called audience profiling. And I'll show you just a minute, but it's exactly the same process with businesses. And because they're very diverse, and not just from a size perspective, but also, are they headquartered here? What industries are they in? What's happening in their industries? Are they on a growth? Are they declining? And are there synergies that they're just not getting yet? So, and then this is just an example real quickly of an audience profile that we do, and we will do this for all of the ones that bubble up for Clermont. So this is an opportunity for us to kind of get on paper what it is that we feel, and that this includes you all. This is not just us, but this includes all of us coming together and having discussions around, what types of residents do we have, and also what are they thinking about? What are they seeing when they drive down the road? What are they feeling? What are they worried about, and what are they delighted about, right? We don't always want to just focus on the negative. We want to know what they really love about working or about living here, so that we can amplify some of those messages, because a lot of times that doesn't get amplified. So I want to spend some time on approach, and Lindsay will speak, I promise. But we're trying to get through 20 minutes. We don't do cookie cutter plans, but we do have a very proven approach when it comes to starting with a new client. And it's discovery, strategy, and activation. You'll probably see some form of that. You've probably heard some of that earlier tonight from the other two firms. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but if you want me to break it down real simple, it's learn, plan, and do. And that's exactly what we do, and it is a full circle, and it continues to build on itself. So let me give you a little bit more information on discovery. We're going to read everything that you will give us, and we're going to go out and we're going to look at not only your communications externally, but we're also going to look at other cities, communications and their brands and their slogans and all of that stuff. The one thing I want to call your attention is stakeholder engagement. We learned early on that if we just go into a client and we have a big kickoff session and we spend 3 or 4 hours with them, we leave with only half the story. And so what we do is we do that discovery piece internally, but we also bring in, for one-on-one conversations with us, business leaders and community leaders. And, so these are all going to be identified as a working group with you guys, but we feel like that gives us such a much stronger foundation for the work that's to come. And speaking of that, that is the strategy piece. So this is how we build our strategies, and it is a lot of people probably do some of the same things, but we do it in a little bit different way. We actually start with outcomes, not objectives. Outcomes are what you want to accomplish. Now, if I'm sitting in front of a Fortune 500 company, I'm saying the same exact thing to them. I'm saying, where's your business plan? Because I don't want to start doing anything for you until I read and understand your business plan. And so that's what those outcomes are. And so what do you want? What's your vision for Clermont? What do you want the residents that are here? What do you want them to think, feel, and know about Clermont? And do you want them to become ambassadors for Clermont? I certainly would. But so we start there and we take it all the way through, and each step builds upon one another. The timeline is really interesting, and Lindsay's going to talk a little bit more about that. But the timeline is kind of our tool to tie all of this together, because we've got social, we've got other content, we might have newsletters, there's a lot of, you've got presentations, all kinds of things that we're communicating out in the community, but we've got to make sure that it's all integrated and that it's all hitting at the same time. Because if we just hit, if I throw a ball at that door over there, it's just a single ball hitting a single door one time. If I have a Nerf gun and I've got balls and I'm hitting them over and over and over and over, I'm communicating, right? And I'm doing it in different ways, and I'm doing it maybe through different channels, but I've got to hit you several times in order for you to really get the message that I'm trying to get you to. This is such a boring slide. It is so boring, but it is so much fun. I love messaging because when we do all of this, we come away with a messaging platform that will inform and feed every single piece of communication that we do from then on. It's that powerful. And so I actually love this. It's part creative, it's part data driven, and it's all a whole bunch of fun. So hopefully you all will join me in this lovely exercise at some point. I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay for social media and content.
All right, my turn. So Lori was explaining to you our strategy. What she's talking about is our holistic strategy, and we felt it really important to hone in on one piece of how that strategy comes to life today about social media. We know it's pretty critical and important to what we're doing here. So from an ethos standpoint, there are three really important things of how we approach social media. First is going from transactional to emotional. We need to make people feel something. You could scroll all day, but if people don't stop and actually feel something, even as niche or small as like, ooh, that looks cool. Like cool can be a feeling. That's okay. It doesn't have to be this big emotional thing, but it needs to make them stop and feel something. Secondly, we have to stop talking to people. This is a community. This is a city. We have to talk with them. We have to be part of the conversation, and you can't just get after that by just speaking to people. Social media, when it began and still today, is inherently social media. It's not a marketing channel. It's a place where people come together with the intention to connect. And it got lost a little bit, but if you understand that concept, you can really create something powerful. And then lastly, no vanity metrics, no reporting on, oh, this post got 30 likes and 20 views. Full data-driven storytelling on how every component of what we're going to do with social media impacts those outcomes. So you can see how the social media aspect of what we're doing fully comes back full circle to the top line goals, objectives, and of course the outcomes of what we're doing here. And we found, I have 20 years experience doing this, I found that when you do these three things and you approach social this way, you build loyalty. And you can't buy it. We want to turn fans and residents and non-residents and future residents into advocates that turn into being able to champion our city and our cause. This is a semicircle that shows you a deep dive into how do we do that, right? Of course, it starts with strategy, specifically around content, moves into content planning, and actually moves into content creation, where every piece of content that we create has a role and a purpose. There's no fluff, there's no filler. There's a reason for everything that we do. I want to talk about publishing for a brief moment and discuss publishing is often overlooked, but social media is part art and part science. This is the science part. You could have the most perfect video, and it could be everything, it could be super tight. If it doesn't get published in the right specifications, with the right tags, with the right sound, with the right music, if you just do it one thing wrong when you're publishing, the algorithms will not push it out for people to see. It's just not how it works. So understanding those nuances is so critical. Moving into community management. So once content is published, we start to listen. I do want to mention today that on the city's Instagram account, all the comments are turned off. So I couldn't even leave a comment if I wanted to. It is really important to be, again, part of that conversation, responding, answering questions, sometimes maybe not answering questions and knowing when to not answer them. And then once we've been a part of that conversation, we go even deeper and we mine that conversation. We listen to what people are saying, but also think about what are the insights behind what they're saying and how should that impact what we do next? Should it inspire some content or an event that we want to come together and create for the city? Or is there like a little bubble of a crisis that comes up that it starts super small at a single comment on Instagram, but your team and our collaboration is smart enough to get ahead of it at that juncture is really, really critical. And then lastly, when appropriate, we pour gasoline on the fire. We get our influencers involved, right? Influencers can be a dirty word, but I'm not talking about influencers that are like mega celebrities on Instagram. Maybe that's the case, but I'm talking about people that have influence, from bloggers to business owners, those stakeholders, people that can truly champion what you're talking about, what you want them to talk about in your narrative. We get them behind our cause, and not just one time, multiple times. So we want to build these long-lasting relationships that are going to help spread our narrative even longer. And then the last thing I want to say here is that analytics and insights sits in the center, because we don't measure just the content arm. We measure every single piece around the semicircle, and we make sure we're doing it efficiently, effectively, being great stewards of the budget, and we come back and tell you this holistic story of how this all supported our outcomes. Okay, and then this slide is really just to tell you that we understand exactly what tools to use. We're professionals at this, and so I'll kick it back over to Lori.
Yeah, all right. I don't even know what where to go from here. We're great storytellers. There you go, on media relations. We've been doing this forever, and we are really good at it. These are people I've trained in the media, but I don't just work with CEOs and celebrities. I work with a lot of folks. Brand management, because I have gotten the sense that from the RFP and also from some comments that I've heard here and there, that you're potentially unsure whether this brand still has legs. And if, to be honest, we're unsure too, because we don't have any information yet about your brand awareness, and we don't have any information yet about your brand equity. We do have a way, though, to find that out. We partner with a company called Flashvote. Some of you may already know them. And they're a research company, and they have a whole polling platform that we use. We do all the questions in the front end. We post it, and then everything is available within 48 hours, and then we've got insights from them. So this is a tool we would use to measure that brand awareness and brand equity, and with all of that information, we'll be able to make some better recommendations to you on what the path forward is.
I think we're at time.
All right, I think we're at time, so, okay.
Any questions?
Yeah. Please ask lots of questions about things we didn't cover, because there's so much to cover.
I would like to ask you, how would you tell the story to people about the importance of you needing property tax for the city?
That's an interesting one, and every municipality faces that, right? So one of the other municipalities that we work with right now, they have increased their water rates. And by a lot, and it's a one-time 40% increase, and then in additional years it's 10, 10, and 10. Nobody likes that, right? And so that the city did not get out ahead of it properly by being able to talk about why they were doing it. They raised the rates because their infrastructure was getting ready to crumble before their eyes. And so it was incredibly important that they found it. Now, we did a pie chart, and we said, your residents are being asked to pay for 2% of this whole nut of $278 million, 2%. Now, we know it's a lot, but we also went out and we got grants, and we got low interest loans, and we got all this stuff. So whenever we can use visuals to tell that story, we're in a much better place, because people understand visuals. So I think when it comes to raising their taxes and why, we got to start early. And we also have to understand and get a pulse on what people are really thinking about. So we can use this tool as well for that, because what this tool will allow us to do is give them some options.
I want to follow up with that, because you may not be aware, but there are legislators that want to do away with property tax. So that's why I was asking that, because we have some people who don't fully understand what property tax does for their city.
Right.
So I was just wanting to see how you would educate the people on that. How would you tell the story for that?
Yeah, I think it starts with that awareness of the situation through some type of polling. And then it is a very strategic, very narrowly targeted plan that takes into consideration where the city is, because I imagine you're going to have a place that you want to be, and then where the residents are and how many of them and what are they paying, and how over the last 20 years, what's happened to property taxes, and where have those property taxes gone? What have they funded? What are they using right now? What facilities are they using? What healthcare? You know, I don't know where all of that has gone, but that's how we tell that story, is the things that you are using day to day have been paid for by property taxes. And so this is what you give up if you don't pay property taxes anymore. It's a great idea, sure. No one wants to pay them, but this is the cost of not paying them. So, hope that answered that question.
What recent city milestones, initiatives, or successes do you think should be told to the world?
For Clermont, recent? Well, I think that the fact that we are still having Noah Wiles of the world and those Olympic athletes that are still coming down to train. They're not all coming down like they were 15 years ago, but they're still coming down to train. And so there are definitely those stories there. And if we're going to continue with the Choice of Champions, and we're going to continue our focus on sports and training here, because it's well past sports, you know, our niche is in training these really fabulous athletes into, you know, college level and beyond. So I think that that's one of the most important things that if we're going to keep that brand, and if we find out that the community knows about it and loves it, then we want to continue to tell that story. But we also may want to spread that out a little bit too. You know, Lindsay and I were talking a little bit about some creative ways we could take the Choice of Champions and make it more relatable to people, because not everybody's an athlete and not everybody's raising an athlete. And so we were talking about, okay, what do we do at back to school? You know, what if at back to school we showcase a librarian who reads to her pupils and helps people after school, and she's a champion for reading, right? And what do we, you know, there are all kinds of different. We really could. I mean, we could sit here forever and talk about those ways. So that's the kind of creativity that we will bring. But we do want to make sure that we understand kind of what the direction the city wants to go in before we make any of those calls. I also think it's funny that you had Walmart here and they were talking about the drones. I thought that those drones were the size of 747s from that photo. I'm like, oh my God, those things are huge. And it turns out they weren't. But I think that Wellness Way is as a success, and it can be positioned as a huge success for Clermont, right? So it's our evolution, it's where we're expanding. A lot of interesting and great economic development opportunities are going to happen there. A lot of workforce opportunities are going to happen there. And so Wellness Way isn't the only story, but I think it is certainly a story that we should be embracing when it makes sense for us. With other residents, it may not make sense, right? That's the whole point of, okay, where do you live? Because where you live in our community has an impact on what we're going to talk about to you. So I do like the idea of maybe looking at different newsletters for different communities and all of that. But I think that there is some very intrinsic and inherent value there too. And then I think downtown. Downtown, up and down. But remember, I was here when the only restaurant in town was Crispers. I'm telling you, that dark days indeed. And so the fact that we have this incredible, vibrant downtown, that's something that I also think we want to be talking about, because you continue to invest in the downtown area. You know, I sat in a couple months ago, on a workshop, a joint workshop you all did with the planning and zoning, and I think there was somebody from county there, and you were talking about, you know, meet me in the middle park and all of that stuff. And I learned a lot that day, and I really appreciated being there. But just the fact that you're investing more money into downtown to not only make it a resident and business point of pride and a place where they will go and gather and recreate, but it's also a place where, you know, other folks will come. So I don't want to talk about tourism yet because we're not ready, right? We've got to get our house in order on the residents and the businesses before we ever start to talk about tourism. That's just my opinion. And I could be persuaded, I guess, but that's where I'm coming from on this. But sometime in the future, when all of this starts to coalesce together and we've got that great story to tell, then yes, we're gonna attract more, right? We're attracting some now, but I think we're gonna be in a position to attract many, many more, and have even bigger and better events and have better spending in the community.
How do you feel about our different city departments having their own Facebook page?
Would you like to? I do have an opinion. Would you like to answer that?
Yeah, so with social media, you know, I led Darden Restaurant social media globally for all of their 9 restaurant brands. And everybody wants to have a social, they have to have their own page. You are less successful when there is no scale. There is an opportunity to tell unique stories without alienating other people. Social is big enough to have everybody kind of in one place contributing toward one big outcome. I've always found that when you start slicing and dicing and segmenting, you got 200 people over here, you got 20 people over there. One, not only does it explode the bandwidth that it takes to actually manage those accounts, so just from an operation standpoint, doesn't work. It makes sense to have everybody all together. And that's a hard conversation. I have spent years talking to franchisees, restaurant owners, restaurant general managers, explaining to them, you know, compassionately, I understand you want to have a part in this business. You want to contribute, but here's ways that you can do it that will be more successful, and then also showcasing the data and the insights with them so they can see how their successes are contributing to our bigger cause and making them feel like they're a part of it, and still giving them ownership, but not having them off their own piece of the pie.
What else could we answer for you?
Anyone else?
We didn't get a chance to talk about budget. Does anybody have questions about budget? Happy to go through it.
Well, if no one else has questions, I'll do it. So we are currently working with DPZ for our comprehensive plan, and included in that is some sort of public relations. How do you envision your firm working in collaboration with DPZ's public relations firm?
Oh, we are very collaborative, and we work with different PR firms all the time. Some of our clients are really large, and they already have folks that are there, and they also have people that come in for different things. The most important part of that, though, is that we're all talking to one another, and that we all know exactly what one group is doing and what we're doing, so that we're working together. Because when you bring big minds together, everything that you do is going to get better. Honestly. So we don't have any ego in that at all. We actually welcome working with folks, especially since I work out of my home, and I like other people. So I would welcome the chance to work with others.
Thanks.
Time's up. Okay.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank
Of
you.
course. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Does the council want to take a break, or you want to continue?
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
I mean, as far as,
I have to leave
So
at
do-
5:30 tomorrow,
Huh?
so.
Do we, Mr. Brady, we make a decision tonight? We take any actions tonight?
If we don't, we have to wait for another month.
it's a council meeting, so you can.
Huh?
It's a council meeting, so you can make a decision tonight.
We
can
we
postpone it
postpone-
too.
Well, I don't have any, none of the public is here to get feedback from the public on anything, but of course, they wasn't here to.
There's 2 members of the public here.
We may
Yeah,
have some
you're right,
stragglers
you're a member
online
of the public,
too.
and you're welcome to give some feedback. Of course, nobody else from the public.
I
is
like
here.
you.
Here.
So
You've been here for 7
last
hours?
week-
I know. Hello, everyone. My name is Destiny Myers, 1040 Glen Raven Lane. First, I wanted to say thank you all for serving the city of Clermont so well this last year. Everyone, fire, EMTs, emergency services. I was really impressed with the presentations. However, I do believe the council should table this and enjoy the holiday. Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, before
Just point of order, I think the deputy city manager has a point he'd like to make.
Yeah, before we open up to the public, we need all the groups that were in here presenting, so they can all hear what the comments are.
Oh.
Just to be fair to the rest of the presenters as well.
Well, somewhat what I'm thinking, they're not here, and because a lot of the public isn't here either, so I don't know if the public was here to hear the presentation, but the other, I don't see anybody else in here.
Well, I'm saying the other presenters.
They're here.
Are they
They're here.
still out?
Yes. Yeah, they're still out there. So if we can bring them in here so they can hear the comments. I don't know if we have any online commenters or not.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. But that was when you gave us direction last meeting to do the presentations, it was that you wanted to have public input also after
Right.
the presentation. So I would like to have the other groups in here that presented.
There's no real public.
No, but
so-
we've had one public and we got a second public comment.
Can we, is there anybody getting the other folks before we proceed?
One's here.
Okay.
Don't have to.
Oof, I don't think you're gonna be able to see that.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, sorry. My phone. Is everybody in here? Yes. Okay, Valerie Shu at 931 West Montrose Street. Just putting that up there as a resource, credit due to Ken Meyer from Chem & Co. for this resource. This is the conversation we're having tonight. When we talk about, the city communications and the brand identity, what I've heard, and this is very normal, is everybody on this dais has a different definition of what we're talking about in a lot of ways when it comes to communications. Some are more in the tactics, or it's social media, or it's a graphic, or it is our big picture vision, or whatever. This is a broad scope. Hi, Phil. Let's film it. You guys granted him a
Phil made
variance
the
for,
mistake.
yeah. You granted him a variance for his pool. Don't know if you remember that. And so just to bring this into perspective, this is about how you connect with humans, your brand identity. It's then comms is the planning. It's how you're going to focus attention. It's the shared talking points. It's the change management. And then there's the marketing. So this is making it shareable, your lead generation, your tailored campaigns, things like that. So that's just good context for you all to have. I will say from the three different companies I presented tonight, they have different strengths in each one of these areas. I don't know these people, by the way. This is just me as a citizen. This is my professional background, and I want to offer an objective perspective too. So I will say there seems to be some discussion about I don't really know how we're coming at this problem, to be honest. There seems to be some discussion still about, do we need to hire outside help? And frankly, I do think the city communications needs help. I agree with a lot of what was shared by Doris and True North about just some of the vulnerabilities and the weak points, and that is not an attack on anybody. This is a huge job. It would be too much for any one person. It's too much for two people. It requires a wide range of skills to do. So just to share that, frankly, I do think it's important, but there are many ways you could work it. It doesn't have to be, you're not signing everything away to an outside company. It could be a temporary kind of injection in with your internal team, training and setting up an internal team. A good company is going to excavate your story and your vision, and I feel like I especially heard that today from both Crosswords and True North when it comes to brand story, knowing Clermont, knowing your audience. They're not going to take control of the narrative and run off with it. It's their job to excavate it, to clarify it, to bring it forth. We often need an outside perspective. It's just like how we can go nose blind to the smells in our own house. When it comes to communications, we can think we're communicating something, especially with communications, and we're not. We need that outside perspective and lens. We need that accountability, and that's why outside professional help can be so helpful. I'm just going to go a little longer because I've been here for 7 hours. Hopefully that's okay. I would just encourage you, if you need to think creatively about how to hire, I do think you have to have an internal component. And hopefully we can bring some training and things like that. But I do think having a season of outside help, I think the city needs help clarifying their story, their brand, their systems. I do see a lack of strategy. Someone's right now is just trying to keep up with the tactics and the tasks, and there's a lot, and it's an immense thing to manage when you're also fielding things from all city departments. I have seen that over and over again. And so hopefully the outside help would enable then our internal team to be freed up to run in their strengths, because our internal team does have strengths. There's a lot more I could say. I'm not going to say it all. I do think I was really impressed with what Doris had to say. I feel like she understood our city and our brand and our story. It was a masterclass in public communications. I do have some concerns about I think some of the visuals and aesthetics are a little bit dated and a little bit crowded, so that would be one thing there. And then True North, I feel like that's another masterclass. I think they show, in that graphic I showed earlier, they have a very comprehensive, they're gonna hit all those buckets: brand, comms, marketing. There's a lot of decisions ahead of you. How you structure it, not just who you hire, how you structure it, how you set up your internal. There are many ways that it could go south, even if you hire the right company. Are we giving them the right inputs? Right. Do we have unity there? So this is a lot to communicate, and I'm a little all over the place. I understand that. It's really late. But I think this is a bit of a harrowing decision for you all, but that's the input I'll offer you right now.
Thank you. All right. What say council?
I think that our staff needs help. I think that we need to consider hiring a firm to do an assessment and make recommendations for us as step one. I do think that the comments made by Valerie are wise, in that if we just go and hire somebody and say, okay, take the reins, it could end up being chaotic, versus saying, okay, we want someone to come in and do that assessment and suggested strategies. I think it's worth spending the money to do it. And I think we should do that, right? And I think we should do it now, because it's December, what's today? The 9th, and we don't meet again until January 13th. Mm-hmm. And so the soonest that we could engage anybody is going to be 6 weeks from now, and that's 6 weeks of nothing being done on this front. So I would ask that we hire a firm tonight to do an assessment, not necessarily taking on full-time project, because we don't really know what the full-time looks like right now.
I mean, I agree with you in a certain respect that we need to get more help in our PIO department. But I think it's important that we also focus on maybe getting people within. I don't think one person is sufficient to do everything we need to do. We need a videographer. We need somebody that can do Instagram. We need somebody that can go out there and get the stories. You know, it's beyond my knowledge of what we need, but I know that we do need. And I know, like, maybe our department isn't big enough, but I think it would be good to get a consultant firm to do projects like when we have the Jazz Festival, things like that, so we can grab them, and then we could actually then test the water, see, how good are they? Like the question you would ask, you know, a big thing right now is the governor's saying, you know, property tax. You know, you buy a car once and you pay tax once. Why are you paying tax every year on a house? It's a great selling point. He's got a great firm that's working his point. So we need to have a good firm that can work our point. Like you said, I mean, the opposite would be then, you're absolutely right, let's get rid of property tax. But do you like police? Do you like fire?
Do you like water?
Do you like your garbage picked up weekly?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, we're gonna have to get another tax on you now to cover that.
Right.
And then people, whoa, what do you mean another tax? things like that. And, a visual, almost like we saw, in that first presentation with the video. That was a great video. I mean, that's what stirs people. But then we have like a broad base. We have the 55 and over. They still read magazines like the Royal Times. I read the Royal Times. But I also look at Facebook. I look at Instagram. You watch a little bit of TV, so you watch the local news, maybe throw things in there. I think there's a lot of value, but I think, I would love to have somebody in-house so we can then direct them too. Like, I think it's important that we get our messages out on a consistent basis. As things are happening, everything, like with Instagram, everybody's looking at 3 seconds, boom, 3 seconds, boom. And that's what we should get the town into that also. There's a fire over there. Somebody got hurt over here. This is a new project we're doing it well this way. Let people don't even know what's going on there with Olympic. So this is stuff that we should have in-house that we can direct instantly to cover something. Not to say that a firm can't do it instantly, but I think we need both. That's what I really do.
I like what you're saying. I think what we need, I think Melinda needs a team. I think it's unfair and unrealistic to expect us to be on the shoulders of one person. I think we need a content creator. I think we need somebody to do videos. I think we need somebody to do crisis management. We need the logos. We need all of those things. And I think we should have a team for her to do in-house. And when we have maybe a big event like you're saying, possibly, like if we were trying to get the Olympics to come, you get a firm to do that, to woo that committee to come here or whatnot. I could see that, but I think we need to have people in-house, and I think she needs a team and not just one person, but several people to come to help with the components to help Melinda in this.
If I could maybe say what Ms. Schuett and others have said, it's not just who, but it's what, then how, and understanding the why. And I don't think it's a bad position to be in to say we have identified, or we might be able to identify an organization to help us with that, to inject, what was the phrase that was used? I wrote it down, temporary injection, in figuring out the who and the what, then the how, and understanding the why, so that we can bring those circles together in a cohesive way that perhaps when it then comes back to where we're ready to make some initial decisions, it may be that we can then decide, do we fully contract out all of that and move forward with that? Or is it better, are we better served internally and having all of that done internally, or a combination thereof moving forward? I think if you look at cities our size across the country, it is not unheard of for our police and or fire departments to have their own PIOs, full-time PIOs of a city of our size. So there's two folks right there that would be under this umbrella, this larger umbrella. And then you've got the folks that work typically in a city hall setting that are kind of under a city manager or a mayor's office that do all of that. And that's more than one person for a city of our size. So this could be a larger department. And I'm not saying that we have to be that or that we need that, but I don't know. I'm not an expert. And I feel like this is one area where I need expertise to really help us understand the who, the what, and then the how, with the why being all around that. So I would be ready to make a motion to hire a firm, and I'm willing to do that if we want to take a vote, and proceed down that road for now to get that assessment, to get that process moving, so that we can incorporate what Melinda's doing, but also grow that and help her grow that and help the city grow that so that we can have a better understanding of what we're trying to communicate, how we're trying to communicate it, who we are. I wrote down the other piece of followers becoming fans, fans becoming advocates who champion. It doesn't matter whether we have 50,000 followers on a social media or if we have 50,000 subscribers to a magazine. If they're not fans and they're not advocates, they're consuming, but they're not doing anything with it. And I don't know how we get to that point. And I think everybody wants to get to that point. And it's okay to call in some folks to get us to that point, or to help us get to that point. I guess I'm okay with that. Because I did say to the last meeting, I do think overall this is something that potentially should be completely in-house. I don't know that we're at a point where we can just go do that right now. And I don't even know what that would look like. And so I think we need some guidance and help getting to the next level. And I'd be willing to make that decision tonight.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna say this. I apologize this to Melinda. I know when we went out to hire someone a couple of years ago, because we saw this problem about 2-3 years ago, and we've only had the one person. We set out to hire someone. And I know she took a big chance to come here with us, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like she's done, since she took the lead position, I've seen a tremendous change in what we're doing, and she's been doing a tremendous job, and I would like to see her continue to do that. However, in respect with Miss Myers here, I do think she need a team. Okay, just like we only had the one person before we hired Melinda, I felt like we needed a team. I actually felt like we needed at least 3 people to do the job. And I actually went around and talked to a lot of different cities that was up and growing at the time. I even had guys, some people come in, a couple of them come in and do a couple of things for us and offer their services and everything. But I just felt like we can do it better in-house for the cost it was cost, what they were wanting to charge us. We can do it better in-house and have it under our control. We just have to be able to hire the right people. I think with Melinda, the experience she has and what I've seen from her right now, I think we can hire those people and do them in-house. But I also agree that when we have big projects going on or big events going on, we need to go on out. We can go to the outside and hire a firm and come in and help us do that. But right now, I'm in support of going ahead and keep it in-house. We need to go ahead and give Mr. Van Wagner authority to go out and look for a couple of other people to hire and help Melinda and increase that process and all. I guess you can say I'm a little biased because I started this about 2-3 years ago. That's why Melinda is here, because I felt like then we needed to hire someone, and I had to talk my city manager into hiring someone at the time. However, Melinda has been now by herself for a year, for the last since July, I guess it is. She's been by herself, and I don't think it's been fair to her. Okay, so I think if we give her the opportunity to go ahead and do that, with what I've seen from her and the knowledge I've seen from her, I think we'll be able to accomplish that. Okay, what we need, because I don't care. Even if we hire a firm, guess what? They got to go by our directions anyway. Mm-hmm. See, so why don't we give that direction to Melinda what we need and let her try to accomplish it? If you can't, then we go out and do something else. But I prefer trying to give it to Melinda, let her have it, hire the people to help her with it, and go from there. Okay.
And I certainly, maybe I didn't articulate clearly, I have zero intention or desire to want Melinda to go anywhere. That's never been my intent in this process and looking at this, and that's not how I viewed that in the presentations. I viewed these presentations as an opportunity for us to capitalize what's happening and to build upon what's happening and to figure out how do we best create the team or the structure or the why we want to do all of these things. I think if we if we today said we're not going to do an RFP and we're going to go hire new staff, the process will be months from now before we have anybody in place, realistically. I think it would take, it's going to take probably a month to determine the funding for those, because we just don't have that currently in the current budget for positions in those departments, right?
Well, we already have the position there.
What I
One of
think
them is
you know,
already.
that you're missing is, I mean, we could, you know, you hire somebody and you, almost like when we were talking about grant writers, if you can write a grant, you're gonna, okay, then you say, well, if we hire somebody that's a videographer, let's say, somebody that knows Instagram, whatever, then they could, if they're not functioning, then, you know.
I think, though, that approach, though, is missing the bigger
But
picture
I'm saying,
boat.
I'd like to do both. I'd like to hire, like, let's say the firm, and maybe have the firm act as a vehicle that could help us develop our own internal development.
I think that's what maybe that's what I said initially, is to, and I think Ms. Strange, Councilmember Strange, started that conversation with awarding the RFP to a firm and having them help us do assessments, create the plan, and we work towards the end result of what we want to have.
You're right. I'm not suggesting terminating the existing position, and if that's,
no,
I don't see it as either or. I see it as and.
Well, here's the, I feel like, hey, as I said before, let's go ahead and give it to Melinda, let her do that. And if she feel like if she need to hire a firm, or it's too big for her, she come to us, we go out at that point and do it. But right now, what I've seen, what she's done, since she had to lead, and the changes that's been made since she took leave, since the other person left, and everything else, I've been kind of impressed, and it was more or less what I was looking for when we went out and hired her, to see some changes, and I've seen some positive changes. That's why we went out and hired her a little over a year or so ago.
Yeah.
And I think her hands was, until she got the lead position a couple months ago, I think her hands was tied somewhat, okay? And so that's why I say and I was fighting against that as well, under the previous administration. But however, she's had some freedom, and I've seen some changes. So my thing is, hey, let's go ahead and give Mr. Van Wagner authority to hire. I would say hire 2 more people to help her. I know one is already budgeted for. I think we always had 2 people in the position up there and everything. So we just have to create a budget for the 3rd person if we need, and once she get them people in place and she feel like she needs some guidance from some outside, then we come back and we do it. Okay, but let's take us down the road, like I say.
So I guess maybe in order to provide some closure, I'm going to make a motion to award the RFP to True North Marketing for, and how specific do we need to be with relation to going in line with what Councilmember Strange was mentioning with the assessment and so forth?
I guess
Assessment
based on the
strategy.
wide-ranging discussion, it's as specific as you'd want to be, council member. I think what I heard you say, I think, was that at the very least, you'd propose a firm being retained to do the assessment.
Right.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I'm confident that in doing this, it is in no way a reflection of current staff and current processes and current work, and I would be I'd be really sad if that's how it was perceived, because that is not at all the intent.
So I think, Councilmember, to answer your question, it would be to award the RFP to a firm and to begin negotiations for the purposes of an assessment.
That's my motion.
And then part of that assessment is for that firm then to develop our own internal PIO department.
I'm willing to just put the motion out there for now and get what we get and figure it out. We're going to be able to
But
address
isn't that kind of like
this.
a blank, like do whatever you think should be done instead of, giving specific targets? Do everything, and make us really great. Okay, can you do it?
Well, I'm going to second the motion.
I think everybody needs some kind of direction as to which way you want to go. You know, what is your function? To rebrand, okay, take out the choice of champions, and come up with something like that, or is it to do a new Facebook page that's more vibrant, a new Instagram? You know, you got to give direction. So that's why I think what the mayor had said is, Melinda is the head of that department now, so she should be like the vehicle that they can go through. You know.
And she would be the vehicle that they go through.
She's the
That's a
vehicle, and
consultant, serves at the pleasure of the master. And so I tend to agree when you hire the best of the best. And I think that in this case, we got 3 really great applicants. I don't think, I mean, I studied marketing. I head up marketing for my own company. We had 8 million views last year, so that's not nothing, but I don't know what they're talking about. I'm not qualified to give them direction beyond, you know, the scope of what we might say of we want to be, what do we want to be? Do we want it family friendly? We want to know how we're reaching our citizens. We want to know how well our messaging is getting out. I mean, to say we want you to do it this way, what you're doing is you're taking a professional and you're handcuffing them. I would rather see what they see and what they bring back to us. As far as the first phase is discovery, right? Did I get that one right? The first phase is discovery. So what do they discover? They're going to discover things that we never thought or saw. And if I remember, you had 4 companies that you're brother and sister with that all have multiple people under them. I mean, they have access to way more people than Melinda's going to have access to, because she's going to end up having access to 1 or 2 people at the most and their skills. They could send this out to their entire team and say, hey, we just got this contract. Here's the city. Give me your top 3 thoughts. And we would get the top 3 thoughts across 45 different people who are professionals in their field. That we would be giving a gift to Melinda to do that versus saying, okay, now it's all on you. And if you don't hit a grand slam, my dear, it's on you. See, that hiring the consultant is actually the kindest thing I think we can do for staff when we're venturing into something new, because you can hire the best, see what they say, and if you choose to continue, you continue, and if you don't, you don't.
That's like saying, to me, that's like saying, okay, you're the head of the department, but hey, I don't want you to run the department. I'm gonna get somebody else out here to give you directions on how to run the department.
We just hired
I
ABA
still say
for Parks and Rec.
back to give it to Melinda. Let us come back to us, and if she need help and not reaching what we expect, then I think she's bigger enough person to come back and tell us what help she need and go. But let her do the marketing. If we gonna give it to her, give her the department and let her run it and expect her to maintain it and run it. Even if you just hire them as consultant, you're going to turn it over to her. Let her have the input on where we're going with it first, and decide whether she need help from outside.
I thought we were here because that was understood that staff wanted us to hire a consultant. Is
Well,
that not the case?
I never wanted to agree. I never agreed to hire an outside consultant. I always felt like we can do it in-house, and I've always stated that point. We can do it in-house. That's why when it came to me, before you was on the council, and it came to went out and hired Melinda because I didn't want to turn it over to an outside agent. I felt like we can do it better in-house, especially at the prices that were being presented to us at the time. Now, I agree. Her hand, when she got hired, well, under circumstance and everything, she was a little handicapped and handcuffed and everything, and I used to have that argument quite a bit of wasn't quite happy with the way things were going at the time either, because I wasn't seeing exactly what I thought we were going to be getting. But
with our in-house team, you mean?
I've seen some changes and a better job of marketing and things she's doing, and I have a lot of belief and trust in the fact that she can handle this job for right now, what we're looking for right now. And like I say, even when we hired a marketing firm, they still have to go by they can come to you with all their suggestions and everything else, but if it's not what you want, you're going to still be given the direction. You can still go to Melinda and give her the direction on what your expectations are. And if she feel like she can't meet them and she needs help, then I'm quite sure we can go out and do it. And for as you're concerned about hiring someone, I think, when we hired Melinda, I think we had her on board within 45 days or so, I think it was. It didn't take us no time to get her hired, and I'm quite sure we can get somebody else hired just as soon, if we go ahead and put it out there, okay?
Does our, if it's okay with the city manager, does our procurement have an input here on this?
I just want to give you another option. You can choose to award the contract to a company and not have them as a standby, not use them at all. In the meantime, you're doing other things, where you guys decide. But however, if you decide tonight to not award the RFP to anyone, then it ends there. The next time you want to hire a company, another firm to do, public media and stuff, then you need to go through the whole RFP process again. Just wanted to let you know.
That's really helpful information. So thank you for being able to provide that.
And there is a motion.
Yeah. So let me rephrase my motion so that we can vote. I'm gonna move to approve or to award the RFP to True North Marketing to assist and enable the city to launch its first comprehensive public communication, social media, and brand management initiative aimed at enhancing community engagement, increasing public awareness, and building consistent and recognizable brand identity.
A second.
And that's right from the staff agenda report. That's where I got that. Just in case the city clerk is like, I didn't get all that.
I have a motion and a second to hire True North with all the verbiage that was said. I guess everybody's in agreement. Any further discussion? Of course, we had two other ones. I don't think there was any discussion about what you were looking for from either one of them and also. But anyway, that's the question. Hire True North. Is there a motion?
Yeah.
With a second?
And a second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Still on the fence. So let me make sure I understand this.
Just
So
an
this is
assessment.
Assessment. This is not, okay, yeah, okay. I can do that then, yes.
What was it?
She's saying
I
aye.
can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go ahead and hire, motion carries 4-1. Okay, so, go ahead and hire, True North.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else need to come before the council? Nothing else? Okay. In that case, meeting adjourned.